This government meeting is brought to you by Eastworks and our local cable subscribers.
So let's call to order the meeting of the Southampton Select Board for January 31, 2023 at about 6:09. Sorry for the delay, guys. We had a sound problem, but that seems to be fixed. So let's stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. And since this is a joint meeting with the finance folks, would you like to call yourselves to order?
They don't have a quorum,
They
so
don't have a quorum?
they don't have to call themselves to order.
Oh, okay. You don't have five. Okay. You don't actually have your quorum. I'm sorry, but you can be there. Welcome anyway. All right. Thanks very much. Okay, so let us get started. We have open time for the public, just to start with, briefly. Anybody? Yeah, Lucy?
Just real quick, Lucy Dalton, Town Clerk. I just wanted to just put some stuff out there about the 2023 census. The Town Clerk's office, we've had some difficulty. We've been both ill, so the census for 2023 are going to be coming out to residents. Sorry for the delay. They're later than expected, but we are getting them out within the week. Just a reminder, the envelopes are going to have the census form, the dog registration form, Council on Aging volunteer forms, and a 2023 vote by mail application for the annual local election only. So please get those back to us, the census forms, and if you have a dog, the registration form. If you want to get your tag by mail, a self-addressed stamped envelope, and if you want to vote by mail for the local election, everyone who has to or who wants to vote by mail must sign the form. There's instructions on the form, so if anybody has any questions about that, they can call our office. Election for local is May 16th. There are many open seats available. Nomination papers are available in my office right now. They need to be back by March 28th. So anybody who wants to run for a seat, please come see me. And if you do not want to take out nomination papers, the caucus is April 4th. You need to be nominated on the floor. You need to accept the nomination. And if we don't have a quorum for the caucus, then we can't have a caucus. We need 25 people at that caucus. So that's about it. The election calendar is going to be on the website. It's also in the hallway on the bulletin board with the list of open seats. So
very good. Great. Thanks. And just to add to that, before the town election, obviously our annual town meeting, just to get the word out early, our annual town meeting so far is scheduled for May 2nd, which is 2 weeks before the election. So
yes, correct.
That's usually held in the evening. It's a Tuesday evening held up at Norris School. And so just to keep that on your calendar, and hopefully have a good turnout for an annual town meeting.
Yep.
So thanks for that, and we'll get prepared for all the things that are coming in May.
Yep. And on the dog registration form, on the other side of it, we have a sheet. It's an information sheet, and it has the list of the department heads with their phone numbers and their emails, or their phone numbers. It also has the dates of the annual town meetings and the election dates. So we made it so you can cut the form in half, and you can send in the dog registration form, and then you can keep the information sheet for your own use to put on the refrigerator. So
there you go.
All right. If anybody has any questions, give us a call.
That's good.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. Okay. Anybody else for open time? All right. If not, we're going to start with our first presentation tonight. I think we have our discussion of the FY21 audit report, and we have Tanya Campbell here representing the newly named Markham/Melanson audit firm.
Yes.
Welcome,
right.
Tanya.
As of a month ago, I was a partner for Melanson, and now I'm a partner for Markham.
Well, there you go.
Very,
things change in a year's time, right?
I know, right? Yeah. It's exciting. It was a good move.
Very good.
Good move.
Well,
We're
thank you
excited.
for coming. We appreciate your coming and getting on our schedule, given your schedule. So let us know where you'd like to begin. We have received certainly the management letter, and I don't know if that's where you'd like to focus or what you'd like to do, so.
I was going to start by just giving a brief overview of the audit process. I know you guys are really busy tonight looking at your agendas, almost 3 pages, which is insane. And then touch on some of the key numbers from the audit. I know at this point, it is fiscal year 21 that we're looking at, so it is a year and a half old. And then we can briefly go through the management letter, and just feel free to stop me at any point in time if you guys have any questions.
And that goes for finance too.
Now, in terms of the responsibilities of a couple of the parties involved in the audit process, us as your independent auditors, management of the town, and then the select board themselves. As your independent auditor, we are ultimately responsible for issuing an opinion on the town's financial statements. We're also responsible for planning and performing our audit to provide reasonable, not absolute assurance that the financial statements are free of material misstatement. As part of the audit process, we don't come in and look at everything. We don't pore through every single transaction. We don't look at every receipt. We don't analyze every invoice that was paid. That's not what an audit does. Our audits are conducted in accordance with government auditing standards, and those standards require that we use a concept known as materiality to plan and perform our audit procedures. So we're looking at significant balances, we're doing different types of testing, but we don't look at everything. Now, in terms of management's responsibilities, management is ultimately responsible for the financial statements. Management is also responsible for establishing and maintaining effective internal controls and ensuring that the town complies with the various laws and regulations that are applicable to your day-to-day activities. As part of the audit process, management is responsible for providing us with the documents we need to perform the audit in a timely fashion. And at the end of the audit, management is responsible for providing us with a letter that confirms various representations that were made to us during the audit. So, we're asking for documents, we're asking questions and inquiries about different balances and things like that. And management, we rely heavily on management for those documents and those answers. And so management is responsible for providing us with this letter, confirming that to the best of their knowledge, these were the true and accurate copies of the documents, and these were the true and accurate answers to our questions as part of our audit process. Now, in terms of your responsibilities as the select board, you're ultimately responsible for oversight over this entire process. This is why we have this meeting every year to discuss the results of the audit, so you can ask questions of us and management as needed. Does anyone have any questions?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Jed, I think. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, I know you guys don't have the set of financial statements in front of you. Ed was very kind in saving the paper in terms of printing the 70-plus page document. But your financial statements are presented under rules established by the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, also known as GASB. If you flip through the statements, you'll see a multitude of references, probably every other page or so, to GASB, as they are the ones that are informing us what needs to be included in the financial statements and how things are supposed to be reported. There are essentially 5 components of the financial statements. There's the audit opinion, which is the only part of that entire document that belongs to us as your independent auditors. As I mentioned before, management's ultimately responsible for the financials, and we're responsible for giving an opinion on them. In fiscal year 21, we issued the town an unmodified opinion on your statements, which means that based on the results of our testing, we found that the town was in compliance with generally accepted accounting principles. After that, you'll find management's discussion and analysis, which is a very brief overview of the financial statements, of what's included in the financial statements, as well as some of the key numbers and results of operations from the past fiscal year. So if you want to focus on the one area of the statements, that's a good place to start. It kind of gives you a brief overview of what happened during the year. After that, you have your 2 sets of financial statements themselves, your government-wide statements and your fund basis statements. And lastly, you have your footnotes and your other required supplementary information, which provide more detail on to support the numbers that are actually reported in the financials. So for instance, if you look at the financials, you'll see, your net pension liability. there's a lot that goes into what that liability is, how the actuary calculates it. That's all included in your notes. So that information supports the numbers in those statements. Does anyone have any questions? Okay. I was going to talk about some of the key numbers, but you guys don't have these in front of you. So just to kind of briefly summarize a few things. At the end of fiscal year 21, the balance in the town's general stabilization fund was about $450,000, which represents just over 2% of the town's annual operating budget. It's a little bit on the lower side. I know the town has kind of struggled again, we're looking at fiscal 21, but has struggled the past couple of years in terms of having reserves and free cash and stuff to put into reserves. So, a goal would be to increase that, obviously. And the balance of your undesignated general fund money, so kind of what's left at the end of the day after you've reserved everything that you need, that you've set aside money for, was about $390,000, which is also just over 2% of the annual operating budget. Again, slightly on the lower side, that is the starting point for the town's free cash calculation. So the DOR makes deductions from that, and DOR recommends free cash being anywhere between 3 and 5% of your operating budget. Did you guys want me to talk about the pension and OPEB liabilities, or you guys good with those for fiscal 21?
It's 17 million. We're good.
Yeah, I think we know kind of what those are.
Okay, all right.
But yeah.
So we can switch to the management letter unless anyone has any specific questions. Okay. All right. Now, in terms of the management letter, there are two types of comments reported in this management letter. The first one is a material weakness, which means that this issue was a severe enough issue that a material misstatement could occur and go undetected because there aren't enough internal controls operating in effect. So the first comment has to do with improving internal controls over your cash and receivable reconciliation. As you're aware, there was no town accountant per se in place during fiscal year 21, so your monthly reconciliations were not happening in a timely fashion, which means that an error or fraud could have occurred and not been detected timely, which is why we consider a material weakness. Your cash and receivables are your two biggest assets, and they should be reconciled on a monthly basis.
Can I ask a clarifying question
go
on
ahead.
that? So by reconciliation, you're saying the treasurer to reconcile with the bank, and then the town accountant to reconcile the treasurer's work
Yes.
with the general ledger?
Right, so
And
the treasurer was
complete that full
doing
process.
their internal piece of this. So they have to reconcile internally, and then they need to reconcile to the general ledger to make sure everything's captured properly. But that wasn't being done. Okay. And there are responses from the town in here as well, so you guys can see those as well. The second comment had to do with just improving some controls over entering budgets into the general ledger. The town accountant, as things are voted at town meeting and stuff like that, they should be recorded in the general ledger so something doesn't fall through the cracks or get missed. And there was a few things that just didn't happen during the fiscal year, weren't recorded properly. The next comment, number 3, is just some other kind of smaller issues, recommendations for improvement. The first has to do with the duplication of entries on the town's recap. So because there was multiple people kind of entering things into the recap, a couple items got entered twice. Didn't impact the tax rate per se, but it just some of the supplemental schedules in the back were incorrect. The next item, improve the timeliness of trust fund cash transfers. So in addition to reconciling cash as a whole overall between the treasurer and the general ledger, you also need to reconcile the trust accounts because those are required to have their own bank account, earn their own interest. So they need to be maintained separately and they need to be reconciled separately as well. And that was not done timely in fiscal year 21 either.
Chris, question on that.
Yep.
The under trust funds under the general law, Mass General Law, can be treated separately than operational funds, right? Or general funds. Where do meaning their investment options are different.
Yep.
Where do reserve funds, specifically Water Department reserve receipts, fall? Do they need to be treated as general fund money and limited to under a year, or could they be put to work in the meantime?
Water reserve funds?
Yeah, I believe we have about a $300,000 reserve receipts in the Water Department that is right now just sitting in the general fund, not doing anything, collecting any interest. But yet, story for the taxpayers,
Right.
we had to appropriate $168,000 of ARPA money,
Right.
which potentially could have been offset by putting that money to work.
Right. No, you could definitely invest that in a slightly more aggressive.
Okay. Similar to trust funds?
Yeah, I mean, so you have to also look at the town's investment policy. I'm not sure if it states anything about that, but, yeah.
Okay.
But it is possible to perhaps invest
Put it in a
those
slightly more,
rather
yeah,
than letting them sit there.
right. Okay. Next is reconciling the overlay account. So your overlay is your allowance for abatements and exemptions. You know, you set your tax rate. This is how much you're going to send out in bills. You obviously know that you're not going to collect 100% of that. So people are going to apply for abatements, exemptions. The responsibility of tracking that falls in the assessor's office because they're the ones that are issuing abatements and exemptions. And they need to, track what was approved on your tax recap, and then each month as they issue abatements and exemptions, they should be kind of deducting from that balance. And that should get reconciled to the general ledger at least on a quarterly basis, ideally monthly, but quarterly would be good too. Just to make sure that everything's properly recorded in the general ledger and the assessor is tracking everything properly as well. And lastly is just to adopt the recommendation to adopt a formal OPEB declaration of trust. When they issued guidance on OPEB trust funds, it kind of came out sporadically, and then they, towns adopted them, but then they never did a formal declaration of trust document because it wasn't included in the original recommendation from the state and stuff like that. So that just got overlooked, and we just recommend you adopt that. And it's like the investment policy. It talks about who's in charge of it, what you can invest in, things like that. So pretty standard document, but it's just good to have that. Right.
So standard document issued by the Department of Revenue or DLS, or is this what's being referred into here as the Bartholomew template?
Yeah, so it's adopted by the town.
Correct.
Yeah,
But
no,
who's
I
the
mean,
author
Bartholomew
of-
is going to it would have a good example of what you should be adopting because they help a lot of cities and towns do that. So, yeah, sorry.
So Bartholomew is, I'm sorry, I don't know who Bartholomew is.
There are current investment advisors.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Right, and the treasurer collector has already reached out to them for a template for that.
Yeah,
Got it.
and that's it.
All right. And then any other hanging issues? I know at one point there was a fraud risk assessment policy, and we've actually accomplished that. So I think that's one thing off the books that was
That's
a
off the books,
prior year
yes.
finding, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Anything else from people offhand? Management?
Well, a number of these, like the assessors, the reconciliation, also moving over the money after a town meeting, they're all addressing processes that happen with financial ledger versus other recording. And a town's address is basically going forward, it'll be reconciled quarterly, or going forward, this will happen. So with all of these incidences that were specific dollar amounts, they've all been reconciled. Is that correct?
I don't know. At this point in time, we, as part of the next year's audit process, whoever your auditor is would have to follow up on these to make sure that
Okay.
that was accurately done. We're just noting specific numbers in there that we discovered in fiscal year
Okay.
21. So.
Okay, so you're really addressing a process and
Yeah.
not specifically individual amounts that you'd found. It's really up to the department heads to
Right.
reconcile those.
To reconcile those,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, we start with the town's general ledger and we go, if it involves another department of the town, we then inquire of that department, okay, what are your records and do they reconcile to the general ledger? If they don't, then that was an issue. And, for instance, the overlay account was just comparing the two balances and that was the difference between the two. And it's up to the town to then reconcile those to fix it.
So just to follow up on that, so the process would be whoever starts the next audit
Yep.
would say, okay, these are the findings that you had.
Yep.
This is what the town said they were going to do. Did they actually do it?
Yep.
If they did do it, it comes off similar to the last sentence on here.
Yep.
That happened. If it doesn't, it gets noted again that you said you were going to do it, but you didn't do it. Are you really
Right.
going to do it this time?
Right, or, it's, part of it too is timing. So if we issued this report and you didn't actually do it in fiscal year '22, some are easy enough to follow up on and make sure you're actually doing it. Others, it's going to stay on there until '23. Depending on what the issue is, sometimes we can't follow up on it in the fiscal '22 audit.
And in your opinion, based on all the towns you audit and all that, the town's responses in here, you're comfortable with all those? There's
Yeah.
nothing that jumps out?
Yeah, no, nothing that jumps out.
I think just about everybody in the world is dealing with workforce issues, and certainly accounting, treasurer, assessor, I mean, all the way down the line, there've been gaps and such. And then there's also plans for a new software, financial software, that hopefully will reduce duplication, things like that. Are there other recommendations that you have, other than the workforce issue and also the financial software issue, that processes that are recommended to sort of catch these or to make sure these things happen?
If I had that, I think I'd be a very rich woman. Yeah, I mean, you're not the only town struggling with staffing shortages. I mean, there's just fewer and fewer people going into this line of work. Certainly, if you switch softwares and just take a look at your processes and make sure you're not duplicating what what needs to be done. We look at that to some degree as part of the audit process when we evaluate your internal controls and look at who's doing what. But we don't dive deep into those kind of things. If we see something or it comes up in discussion, we'll mention it. But unless you're doing a deep dive and what everyone's doing as part of every single process, it's kind of hard to get a bearing on that.
And just to follow up on that, it seems like from what I've read here that a lot of these comments somehow tie themselves back to an action that was decided upon at town meeting or special town meeting, but never quite got followed through on, or at least not in a timely process after that town meeting decision, right? So I think that what I'm reading out of this is that is a best practice, is town meeting is done, let's go put the books in order based on whatever was decided.
Right. And I mean, most of these, if you had a town accountant in place that actually, had good procedures and good controls, I mean, most of these probably wouldn't have happened. Certainly, yes, if there's a town meeting and there's votes, the accountant needs to do something on their end, the treasurer might need to do something on their end, and that should, best practice would be to do it immediately so it doesn't get missed, because the longer you go, the more likely.
Well, I think it's a good, I think from the select board point of view as the overseer, in a way, it just seems like, in our June meetings, say, after the annual town meeting at least, we should be asking these kinds of questions, of our accountant and treasurer, so.
And I think changes were even made after the special town meeting.
Yeah, possibly there
Yes.
could be.
Yep, there could be financial actions from that.
Correct,
Yep.
yeah. Okay, good to know. Yeah, all right. Anybody have any questions on the finance folks, anybody?
But I do think it's worth mentioning to people, residents watching at home, that 2021 was a year when we had a vacancy in our town accountant position, and we were temporarily filling it as best we could. And these are not the usual findings that you have, since your firm has been doing audits for our town for a number of years.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Anything else, anybody?
Well, I just think that between staffing up in the departments, adding hours for the Friday department heads that focus on finance, and creating new financial software or buying into, I hope that, it'll increase the opportunity for these things to happen promptly.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, well, if there's no other comments or questions, we thank you very much for
Thank you.
Welcome.
coming in.
Thanks,
Have a
Tammy.
great
Very
evening.
much.
Good seeing you.
Thanks. All right, let's go on next to our reports to the select board. We have
We have a couple things first, though.
I'm sorry?
Did you want to, oh, reports. I thought you meant select board reports.
No, reports
Okay,
to the
yep,
select board.
yep.
So let's do Greenway Trail Committee. Aaron Tauscher.
Looks like Bradley.
Just introduce yourself and give your address, please.
Sure. Good evening, Aaron Tauscher, 8 Pomeroy Meadow Extension, Southampton, Chair of the Greenway Committee. I'll give a quick summary of the project before following the template. The Greenway Committee is working to repurpose an abandoned rail corridor and turn it into a multi-use recreational trail through town. The pathway will be available for walking, cycling, skiing, and other non-motorized activities. The first and current phase of the Greenway project spans from Route 10 at Sheldon's Ice Cream, 285 College Highway, where it intersects with Brickyard Road, and follows the trail follows the corridor north to connect with Easthampton's Manhan Rail Trail at Coleman Road. Completion of this 3.5-mile corridor now will help to begin to close the gap between Easthampton and Westfield and start to connect our community with a vast network of existing trails throughout Massachusetts and Connecticut. So, current priorities and activities. The committee recently celebrated a major milestone with the acquisition of land from Pioneer Valley Railroad. As far as I understand, this is 25 years plus in the making. Access to the land came about through a rail banking agreement that was recorded on December 27th, 22. Success here means now that we can now move on to aligning with an engineering firm and planning the design of the rail corridor. Recently, Ed was able to secure Ty and Bond, an engineering firm nearby in Westfield, for engineering and permitting services. They've since supplied a project plan that actually begins now, right away, and is estimated to finish by June 2026. The committee hopes to stay in contact with Ty and Bond over the years to coordinate spending as well as watching to ensure milestones are met on time. Simultaneously, the committee will work on establishing methods of outreach to prepare for important meetings that will be hosted by Ty and Bond eventually. Engineering firms typically present project details in a public format, so residents have the chance to ask questions and learn about how the project will actually look in the community. So the committee needs to find a way to make residents more aware of this opportunity before the time arises. We're researching additional channels now, but we'll of course use existing town level outlets as needed. Finally, the committee is continuing to seek grant funds to keep the financial burden to the residents to a minimum. The next grant opportunity actually closes tomorrow, February 1st, with an application to Mass Trails for design and engineering funding. As always, huge thanks to the Ad Hoc Grant Committee for all the help along the way with grant work. Last year, 2022, the town was awarded $400,000 of grant funds towards the project, and we hope to at least meet the same amount again here in 2023. Budget, spending status, or concerns. So as mentioned, the committee has successfully pursued grant funds in recent years for acquisition and engineering and design expenses. But right now, we're currently holding slightly less than what we're estimating for the overall engineering phase of the project. Additionally, grant funds have a limited shelf life, so that means we're challenged with being able to spend a full award quickly enough to utilize each one completely. For now, the best we can do, we're recording application amounts and deadlines and strategizing along with Ed and the Grants Committee to make sure that we can spend them down as quickly as possible. We also hope to learn more from Ty and Bond soon to plan how we can spend down for their engineering services. And of course, we are extremely grateful for community preservation funds that were made available for grant matching and design costs. Beyond the engineering and design phase, Mass DOT has earmarked more than $6 million for construction of the project. However, that's a pre-pandemic number. We don't yet know the full construction estimate, any clearer than the estimated $6 million roughly. It will be helpful to stay in contact with Mass DOT as engineering work advances to see if we can establish a more firm construction cost to work towards. Personnel and staffing. There are currently 8 volunteers in the committee, though the committee is interested in making it a 9-person committee, partially for having an odd number for voting purposes and partially to strengthen the chances of having a quorum for meetings more frequently. I, Aaron Tauscher, I'm the chair, and I became the chair in April 2021. Plans and events for the next 4 to 6 months. Top short-term priorities right now for the committee include submitting the next Mass Trails grant application. I can confirm that that was done today. Thank you very much.
A couple of days ago.
And coordinating with Ty and Bond on upcoming engineering activities and payments, as well as beginning to utilize a communication outlet more consistently. long-term issues for consideration or planning. Top long-term priorities for the committee include maintaining contact with Ty and Bond to stay on schedule and to utilize all awarded grant funds appropriately. We'd also like to either be in touch or receive updates as available on Mass DOT's commitment to schedule construction immediately following engineering work. At least it would be ideal if construction could be scheduled immediately, if at all possible, but we will do what we can. The committee will also continue to research historical documents documents for information regarding agreements between the railroad and the town. Specifically, we're interested in identifying if one party owns things like the rail lines, as those actually may hold value once they're extracted. It would be helpful to know if we're sitting on any type of financial asset, of course, because that may reduce costs and, of course, continue to decrease any financial burden on town residents. Suggested tools or resources to help do our job. Helpful resources to the committee that are not yet being utilized primarily are based on communication. It's something that we need to do better on as a committee. If it is not appropriate for our committee to have its own media outlet, as in social media, its own webpage, et cetera, we'll start to use existing town resources more frequently. However, there is proving to be some interest from town residents in breathing life back into the Friends of the Greenway group. So if that is true, that may prove valuable in the future with sharing news with other residents. We will continue discussing this with potentially interested residents as well, and really hope to keep our positive momentum building that way. Finally, we wish to thank the town's leadership, of course, the select board, the ad hoc grants committee, and especially Ed for all the support along the way, as well as the residents for ongoing support of the project. If there are any questions, I will take questions now.
Great. Anything? Yeah, Rini.
Yes.
I'm continually aware that this was ranked #1, that the residents in town, when they filled out the master plan surveys. So I think it's really important to have a communication piece, especially since we just had the rail banking agreement finalized. If there's any way that the residents can be informed of, okay, here's the next step, and then this will happen, the engineering, tie and bond, whatever that's going to happen, and any projected timetable, I think will be really helpful to kind of keep people interested in it, because I don't think most people understand the process that's involved. And, Mass DOT had originally approved $6 million for this, and with the 3.5 miles, and then $4 million for the rehabilitation of East Street. And the amounts have been, how far it goes on East Street has been much shortened because of the post-pandemic stuff. So I don't know, if at one point your committee or someone in your committee was communicating with Mass DOT. So I don't know if that's still happening or if that's happening on our end. Do you know, Ed?
It's happening both on our end and Ty and Bond's end.
Okay, good. So at what point will we know how far that $6 million will go?
Well, my guesstimate is not necessarily how far that $6 million will go, but part of Ty and Bond's charge will be to update that estimate and then to see how it fits on the tip. The nice thing about the Greenway is, unlike East Street, they have allowed us to leave our current, shall we say, project documents and number open and to be updated rather than taking it off and resubmitting.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
Yeah, but no,
I think it was on the tip list for 25 maybe or something, I think?
It was, I have it right here. It's
24, 25?
2022 was Southampton.
No, it's later than that now. That already got changed.
Yeah.
More like 25. But I mean, we, because of all sorts of things, it took longer than anticipated to get the right-of-way acquisition, obviously, and so that, started the whole ball rolling. But at least with that in hand now, there's a more realistic sense, I think, of a time frame that Ty and Bond has put forth to you folks that will, really engage all sorts of resources in the design and engineering and permitting, and that's really a 2-year process, pretty much.
just so you know, it's not that necessarily that it would take, it's not Ty and Bond's timeline that says it'll take 2 years to design this. Because we are on the tip and we have to meet the DOT requirements, the DOT actually sets out, here's your steps,
Yep.
here's your timelines. Ty and Bond understands that, okay, we might submit for this timeline, but that might take 3, 4, 5 months to get the responses back. So that timeline to get to 2026 is actually via the DOT timeline to meet their benchmarks and to keep this moving on the tip.
Yep.
Just one other thing I wanted to mention is there was an article in the paper about the suit that was being brought by some landowners. It's at the federal level and has to do with when it was originally, when there was eminent domain originally way back when. So it might be good to clarify for residents at some point. I'm not exactly sure how, because that article came out and I don't think that was clear to a lot of people that this doesn't impact what just happened on the rail banking. It happened way long ago.
Correct, yeah, that's an interesting one. So again, another reason to have a clear communication channel from the committee. And we did discuss this at our most recent meeting. The committee has not been contacted, there hasn't been questions, there hasn't been any need for additional information from us or the town as far as I know. So there isn't much that we can add as far as valuable information. I suppose we could share links or something, but because it didn't really offer value to us to the project, we haven't dwelled on it or committed much time to it. Nevertheless, we all agree that there needs to be a clear, truthful information channel. We want to make sure that we're sharing news headlines as opposed to getting into just discussions about what could or couldn't be.
Yeah.
And that's on the short list for sure.
I think some sort of a communication strategy, whatever that might take, not just social media. I mean, whether it be the town website or the town Facebook page, but, might be some focus group meetings or something, around town in different locations, just advertising times when people can come and get together, or down at the park or something like that, where, when the weather gets, well, hopefully, weather continues to stay the way it is, I don't know, but it gets better, gets closer to spring. But I think, having an effective public outreach strategy is really going to be key to all of this, because Siri's talking to us. Sorry. But I think in reality, there was a lot of that done. I know, probably almost, 8-10 years ago, probably. But a lot of that has to be redone, and there's so many new people in town. I think it's really just, important to get that reactivated. So whether that's via you or maybe the Friends group, whatever happens, but I just encourage you to keep plugging along in that direction. Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah, and I think that'll be critical for abutters as well. I think abutters have been reaching out and asking some general questions since we're early on in the project, but we need to make sure that we get information into the hands of all residents so that when we say, in such and such a month or a date, be ready for the details. It will have, it'll be hosted by the engineering firm and it will actually be valuable and we can plan ahead. Right now, we're not reaching out as broadly as we'd like to. So we got to, kind of lay the groundwork. And then once we have that good information, we hope it reaches as many residents as we can.
Right. And I think when you've got, real clear information to talk about rather than just off the cuff kinds of commentary. I mean, I think that's, probably what's going to guide you best. But yeah, the last Mass Trails grant application went in, was supposed to get in Friday, but their website had an issue. Thank you, Mass DOT, or Mass Trails. But it went in Monday morning. So that was for $320,000 as a request for another Mass Trails grant for design and permitting. So, we know that we need, closer to $800,000 to $900,000 easily for design, engineering, and permitting, and we aren't there yet.
Right.
So.
Yep.
And thank you for your diligence in fighting with that confusing form.
Of course, we appreciate it.
Yes, ruined my weekend completely, but that's okay. No problem. Yeah, so that's done, so, good.
For my purposes, I've been sending people to the Greenway at Southampton, townofsouthampton.org email for questions, information from, the Facebook rumor mill towards that email. Continue to just to do that until you guys have a plan or something planned out.
That works for now.
For
yep,
community
I
forum?
check that inbox. I can answer questions directly. I keep an eye on it regularly. So that works perfectly fine. I can answer specific questions. But of course, meetings are listed. They're publicly open. Anyone can join meetings. But yeah, once we have some sort of outlet established, we'll share that as broadly as we can as well. And then maybe conversation will happen a little bit more easily through those resources.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you.
Great. All right. Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate you coming.
Thank you very
All right.
much.
Yeah, glad to
Thanks,
see the
Aaron.
committee active again. All right, next, Park Commission, Mark Reed.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mark Reed, Chair of the Park Commission, 166 Brickyard Road. So I did a summary of where we are looking to focus our attention on in the 3 different parks that the Park Commission has oversight on. Excuse me. Last year, we were able to purchase new signs for Labrie Field, Conant Park, and Crosswords Park. So they are all installed, and, I mean, they came out beautiful, I think.
Yeah, they look
Yeah.
great. Is
I
the
think
new
we all
one,
like them.
not the new one, though, that was just voted at special town meeting, or is that already up?
No.
Correct. So at the town meeting, they appropriated money for an additional sign at Conant Park on the East Street side of the park. And that's going to include the language on the sign relative to the pavilion, so that people know that the pavilion is through that section, the tennis courts, the new pickleballs courts, and the basketball court.
Okay, great.
So it's kind of, a, excuse me, a directional sign.
Okay.
And that sign that's there is in tired shape, and it will be removed that's there. And it will be a double-sided sign, just like the other signs that we installed.
They look great.
Yeah, yeah. And the highway department did a great job installing them, so I want to thank them for their use. We continue to work on updating user fees and playing and field policy that the town or the Park Commission has. We're looking at trying to balance the fees that we charge the users to use the facilities relative to the costs that we have. Excuse me. So that we're in the process of doing that. We have raised the cost of the pavilion rentals, approximately $50 across the board. We're finding that we're running a little bit short on the costs that it takes to maintain the restrooms. If the function if the pavilion is rented out on a Saturday, they have to be clean before it can be used on a Sunday. So some weekends we're paying for 2 cleanings of those facilities. So it's, it's a little bit costly, so we felt that an increase in the fee would be justified.
I've noticed that a lot of the rentals are from people out of town, so I think it is a very good buy compared to other places. And my daughter looked into renting in another pavilion, in another town, and the price was like, there was no comparison. Southampton was much more reasonable. So I just wanted to mention that. It seems like in the last year, the number of people that rented it from out of town was higher than people in Southampton.
Correct. We looked at the fees that Easthampton charges
Yeah.
and other communities and tried to come up with a balance of being fair
Yeah.
for what we have to offer.
So who cleans the bathrooms and who removes the trash?
So the highway department takes care of that on an overtime basis.
Okay.
So both, they have staff that come in when needed. They are notified when the pavilion is being used, so they can schedule their employees to take care of that. As you mentioned, the reservations on the pavilion are doing well already. Paula Mack, who was a member of the Park Commission, takes care of all the reservations. And back in December, she already had people inquiring about reservations. So we do pretty, it gets used, heavily used, not only by the people that rent it, but other town people that with a fair or groups to come in. So that it's been, it's glad that, you know, we were able to keep it running. We had the Cub Scouts do a project to paint the bathrooms as part of the Cub Scout. So we're in the process of finalizing that because we need to finish the floors. But they volunteered their time to do as a scout project. So that was great. We have two grants that we're working on. Actually, three, I'm sorry. We have the park grant that the town acquired that we're working with GZA, a consultant, to look at a ADA accessible walking path and a spray deck or a spray park. And so that we've been working with Ed on that to come up with a plan that might be implemented. Still in process, and hope to get some better ideas of costs. It's a matching grant, so that the town will have to earmark some funds to implement it. We were, through the ARPA funds, granted the resurfacing of the tennis courts and the basketball courts. That is scheduled for late spring, early summer, weather permitting. It has to be a certain temperature at night in order to do that. The pickleball courts have been a huge success. They get used. I was just over the park the other day, and it was relatively mild day, and there were people playing, you know, on a day that is there. Originally, we were going to close the pickleball courts for the wintertime, but we haven't had any snow, so the courts have been open. One of the concerns that we had was that if we did get snow and somebody went in there and shoveled off the pickleball courts, it's going to potentially damage the lining and the striping. Right. So, but luckily, with no snow, we can leave it open. The second fund was for the Conant Park Master Plan, which is in process. I just got a scope, and I believe you got a copy of the email from Dylan with a scope of services for the master plan. So the next step is to work with Ed to go out and pick a consultant so that they can do a master plan for the park. Crossroad Parks is kind of quiet. It's a small little park that has the Angel Memorial statue on it, and we continue once in a while to get requests to have names put on plaques, so that's always an ongoing thing. And there's a lot of people that use it for, you know, passive recreation. There's no ball games or any of that stuff there. Labrie Field has been used quite heavily this past year, and we anticipate that it will be again for baseball. We do have the SYAA association that uses it quite a bit, but we also have outside teams that come in, adult men's leagues playing baseball, and they rent the facility. Typically on a Sunday, they'll come in and do a rental. So that's been going on. We're kind of struggling with the fact that we did an upgrade to install an irrigation system to help irrigate the facilities over there. But we have found that because of the shortage of water in town that typically happens in the summertime, that's when you want to irrigate, we haven't used that irrigation system. And it's additionally the cost to the Park Commission from the Water Department to purchase the water from the town. runs in the range of anywhere from $6,000 to $8,000 potentially, and using on a limited basis. The park doesn't have $8,000 to pay the water bill. So it's another reason that it's kind of dormant, which is too bad. So we've had some complaints or concerns from people. Why aren't you using the irrigation system out there? And unfortunately, it's really relative to the cost, because we have to pay the water bill to the town. We also are continuing discussions about building the field house out there and the septic system. Going back to what, pre-COVID, like everyone else, we went out for an RFP to build the field house and septic system. That proposal came through $100,000 over our budget. So we are trying to figure out a way to do it, and I hate to guess what the cost would be now. We'd probably be $300,000 over budget, unfortunately. So, but we're looking at trying to do little sections of it. We had an inquiry recently for someone that wants to potentially build a playground over at the park in memory of a child. So we're meeting Thursday night with this group of people and trying to work out a potential play area over there. And that was one of the components of the field house. So if that might help. Lastly, I forgot about Conant Park. We really want to get the fountain up and running this year. We have a group of people that are willing to donate some money to pay for the cost of running the fountain. And we're kind of committed to getting that up and running on a limited basis. Maybe it'll only run from noon to 8 or something. Not, depending on the size, the cost of everything. The funny thing with the pavilion is that the power for the pavilion comes off the schoolhouse.
Oh, wow.
So the old schoolhouse, really?
The old schoolhouse, correct. So the power comes from the schoolhouse and the controls are at the schoolhouse.
That's
The
interesting.
water comes through the park. But so it's split up, and that's probably because they had power. It was the cheapest way of supplying power over there. So
You think it'd be a library or something?
yeah, no.
I think you mean the fountain.
The fountain, I'm sorry.
You said
The fountain, I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
okay.
the fountain. I'm sorry, the
That
fountain.
makes more sense.
Yeah, the fountain, sorry. Yes, the fountain.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
the fountain, I'm sorry. Yes, we got new power at the pavilion last year. Yeah, the fountain. So we will really want to get the fountain up and running, because it is beautiful when people drive through and see the fountain going.
So Mark, just a quick question. So with the funds that you're getting as revenue for renting out the pavilion, you're feeling that those, with the increased funds, that'll be enough to kind of cover the maintenance that you need there, but there wouldn't necessarily be excess money that could go toward that purpose, for example?
Correct. Correct. It's kind of twofold. More people use the pavilion, we get the rental fees, but it costs money to maintain the bathrooms. And there's also discussions about trying to open up the bathrooms a little bit at times for other events, such as the pickleball had an event. So, that's going to be an expense.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you all done with your report?
Yep.
All right. I just wanted to ask a couple questions. The first is there were some problems with the porta potty situation over at Labrie Field. Is that a permanent porta potty over there now?
So the porta potties are the responsibility of the user groups to supply them.
Really?
It's in our policy.
Okay.
Again, we don't have the funds to rent the porta potty or clean them. They're an expense, because again, you have to clean them on a more times than you would think during the course of a week.
So is there a coordinated effort between like SYAA and Hampshire United and anybody else that's using them?
Yes.
So they don't take and move them based on who's using the field,
No,
right?
so typically
Yeah.
SYAA and Hampshire United are kind of joined now together as one.
Yeah.
They'll arrange for a porta potty at Conant Park and at Labrie Field. And they're responsible for the maintenance of them and the cost of the rental.
Okay.
And it's within our policy.
Okay. So there hasn't been any problems with neighbors over there that you've been aware of?
No, I mean, we had one issue where somebody wanted to
Right.
tip it over and
Lovely.
stuff like that, but,
Yeah.
you know, no.
People are using it as opposed to not using it. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about the playground over at the Conant Park?
So that's one of our item agendas. We felt that the first thing we really need to do is do a master plan
Yeah.
to come up with a plan to where we should go. So that's kind of the first thing.
Okay.
And then secondly, to upgrade the existing playground, which it needs.
So last question is, when Labrie Field was first starting to be used, there was discussion around who's using it and the importance of gender equity in the use of it. I heard you say baseball, I heard you say men's baseball league is, I just don't want, like, the girls to be relegated to some field somewhere. Like, is there pretty good parity between the resources that the town's providing for recreation?
Yes. Soccer is huge. Actually, we are maxed out. When soccer is in season, we basically don't have any more room for soccer.
Good.
Between the fields at Conant Park and Labrie Field. So much more so that SYA didn't realize how many people were going to apply for playing soccer. And that's boys and girls. So that we worked hard with them to come up with a plan to come up with areas, because it's not only soccer playing, it's also fall baseball. So we kind of overlapped fields and times so that they all could work together and be able to play. We also have football that plays over at Labrie Field. The Easthampton Football League rents an area from us. They started doing that when they were working on the new school, and they didn't have a place to go. So that if you ever go over to Labrie Field, you'll notice that the football program is behind the baseball field, way in the back. And again, that we worked with them to come up with a plan to work with soccer, baseball, and everything.
Well, I'm assuming that fall baseball and football are more boys, if any girls, so girls are still getting adequate fields for playing
Yeah.
soccer?
Well, there are girls that play the football.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
And, there is, it's a great program that Tom Hogan runs, who lives in town. And anyone can play. It makes no difference on your skill level. He doesn't turn anyone away.
Good. Great. Good. Okay, yeah, Ed.
Just to follow up on that, and then I like to go back to one point on the pavilion, but just to let the board know, at one of the meetings I attended, and it could have been 6 months or longer ago, there was a discussion which I became part of as far as athletic fields are grossly overused, and we do not have enough in town for the demand. The town has been extremely successful finding grants for open space. Now, open space requires passive recreation. athletics is not passive recreation, so we cannot use that open space for athletic fields. One of the things that the town really needs to think about is, we need another area and a good-sized area for athletic fields. Is there a way to find grants to accomplish that? And if not, how do we go about finding funding to do that? But already what we have is overutilized, which makes it actually harder to maintain or keep in good shape. Then, when you have now, soccer is a fall sport, but you got fall baseball. You have spring baseball, which is in season, but you have spring soccer. I became the bad person at the meeting just to try to get back to a middle point and just said, okay, well, the easy solution here is just, guess what? You don't have any more out-of-season sports that can go on. And it actually, from that point, everybody hated me, which I don't blame them for. It brought everybody back to a point of, okay, how can we get along and share? But it should be on one of the town's priorities for short and or long term to look at that.
Correct, because we are completely out of space. So, and it's still growing. I forget the exact number of people that signed up for soccer, but it was almost like 25% increase.
Wow.
With kids.
Well, if it wasn't for the private landowner on Pomeroy Meadow, when my kids were little, that offered their field, there would never have been enough places to play.
Yep. Right. So, yeah, that's one of the things that I've been thinking about. And I approached Ed about the newly acquisition that the town had on Pomeroy Meadow Road. And that would, because that was kind of next to that piece that your daughter used to, your kids used to play on. And it would have been beautiful because it's flat, it's open, there's no, it's a perfect spot for recreation feeds. But unfortunately, it's for watershed protection. And Ed pointed that out to me, and I said, okay, we got to look elsewhere. And we need to do that.
Okay. All right.
And then just to follow up on the pavilion, Mark, has the committee just kind of looked at what other communities are charging for fees and what is fair versus actually sitting down and saying, okay, typical rental period is 4 hours, 5 hours, whatever it is. What's the electricity usage for that? What's the water usage through the bathroom? What's the maintenance of the bathrooms? And probably the one thing that I saw that kind of opened my eyes last year, and what does it cost us to have the trash removed, for that? And I understand that, okay, pavilion might be used definitely 2 days on the weekend. Maybe it's used 1 day during the week, but you also got some trash, removal from whether it's tennis, pickleball, picnic, what have you. But if you haven't really looked at, geez, what's this actually costing us for that period? And Bradley and I are happy to sit down and help you go through that. Even with what you're thinking about of what might be fair comparing to other communities, might not really cover the cost for that period of time.
Sure.
But I'm offering our help.
Yeah, no, that's good. That would be good. Yeah, because last year we were very shocked to receive the trash fee, and we scrambled to try to pay that bill. And we were luckily able to do it, but it is a challenge.
Some of the time blocks are like 8 hours. I mean, that's,
Well,
you could have 2 rentals in that period of time.
Right. I had brought that up before that, because we see the ones that ask for 1-day permits, and I noticed that, some of the rentals were for 4 or 5 hours, and some were for 8, the whole day. So do you turn around and go further and say, okay, we're just going to break it into 4-hour rentals, and we could have 2 during the day? Or do you turn around and say,
okay, here's the rental fee for 4 hours. Here is a different rental fee for 8 hours.
Or every additional hour, X amount of money or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Glad to sit down with you, Ed.
Yeah.
And do that. That'd be great.
Yeah, Bradley and I would be more than happy to do that and help you out.
Okay, great. All right.
No, I think, thanks, and I'm
thank
sure
you, Mark.
any strategy you all have to getting the fountain up for at least for a few days. I know over on Memorial Day, 4th of July weekend, at least people were looking for it on the holidays, I know
Right.
for sure. But, and whether it's only a few hours a day, at least it does show something. It's a very nice feature in town, so it'd be nice to do that, but.
Okay.
Sounds
All right,
good.
thank
All
you.
right, and we'll keep
Thank you.
working on the grant side. I know we've got some updated information maybe that
Right.
we can keep moving on here, but.
And I was misspoken, so you know, on the report that I did for the master plan. I assumed that it had already been through the process, and it has not. So now that we have an RFP or a
Statement of work.
scope, take a looking at that
Yep.
to go through.
Yeah, no, good. We'll see if we can get that out on the street fairly soon. Great.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Mark.
All right, very good. Okay, so, a couple things here. Normally, we'd go to our another reports. We've got two things that I know, we've got two things related to the Greenway Committee, and I'm wondering if people wouldn't mind jumping to that for a few minutes before we jump into fire department.
Thank you, Chris, because that
And,
was going to be my request of the committee
Yeah, okay.
while Aaron's here.
You want me to
Yeah,
start by a
because-
motion for the member? Would that be helpful?
No, well, I think before we
Can't
have
do
the
the
motion
member
for
unless
the
we
member,
approve
we
the
have to
charge.
look at the charge.
Oh, right.
So we have to look at the charge, because
Okay.
right now we have an 8-member board, and Aaron, I have a copy of, if you haven't seen that, this is the draft that we've kind of thrown together that we can be discussing here. In order to think about appointing somebody for that empty slot, we did have to look at the charge, and I guess, Ed, you were noting that, to the extent that anything was done, it's been a long time, and it was time to sort of update it a little bit anyway, to sort of conform with some of our other committee
Yes.
appointments.
And while I have never found any formalized charge, I have found reference to the fact that there was a Greenway feasibility committee. Or a Greenway committee that was charged with a feasibility study. There was a Greenway committee that was charged with negotiating the acquisition of the right-of-way.
Right.
And so now that direction has changed, but I never found anything formally on that. And then I had never found anything formally on the number of members, and the number of members that were on the website when I started here was 8, so I just figured it was 8. I have found a reference to actually that being with one of those two committees, 7. So, yeah, and I think it would be a great time to update the charge and the number of committee
Yeah,
members.
no, I totally agree, especially with all that's happening now, and essentially, the Greenway Committee is sort of re-energized and really, getting involved again, which is great. And so the thing that I think that had come to us earlier, a meeting or two ago, was that it was kind of hampered with the 8 members at the present time, 8 voting members, that you sometimes had time having a quorum, and usually it's recommended that you have an odd number of people on a committee anyway. So the draft here is a result of various people's comments from the select board, and thanks, Ed, for compiling whatever we got in, and just to sort of look through it. Is anybody?
The board members made it easy for me, taking my original suggestions and sending back their recommendations.
Right.
So
So
it was
basically-
easy to compile.
This is basically, if everybody's taking a look at it, just briefly, membership will be 9 voting members appointed by the select board. Town administrator would be a non-voting ex officio member. Terms would be 3 terms for each member, staggered, as we usually do, beginning on the first business day in July. And if a vacancy occurs, the select board appoints a replacement, and people would elect, the committee would elect their chair, vice chair, and clerk annually, and provide us with the names of the officers, and then the charge is a wide list of things here. So Is there anybody that would like to kind of just, is there anything that you see among the select board folks? And then I'll ask Aaron if there's something that jumps out at you that seems off base too. But among the select board first, is there something that you'd like to clarify and/or suggest be added?
There are a couple redundancies.
Okay, well, go ahead. Francine, go ahead.
And there
yeah,
may
sure.
be because I
Yeah,
kind of put
Kinda
everybody's
compile it
suggestion
probably,
into
yeah.
the last one.
Under the committee charge, a second bullet, and the
advise the select
yeah,
board.
advise, overlaps or duplicates one on the back page, on the second
On the
bullet
second
on the
page.
second page.
Okay, hold on. Let's find that first so we know.
Second bullet, second page, second bullet, first page.
Right. Would recommend engineering. No, not that one, no.
Not that one,
Not
no.
that one, sorry,
No. That was recommend
yeah.
engineering and design firms for the trail, right?
Okay, there's a fifth bullet on the first page, and the second bullet on the second page, overlap.
The select board on future phases needed
Right.
in order that Southampton eventually
And
connect to
Westfield
Westfield.
connect, yes.
To Westfield.
Yeah.
So that one that's 1, 2,
Yeah.
3, 4, 5 down
Yes.
on the first page
And then
and
the second bullet again on the first page.
second bullet on the second page.
Yes,
Those are duplicates, okay.
right.
Got
Now
it.
go back to the second bullet on the first page and the fourth bullet on the first page. They're worded differently, but they say the same thing. Recommending engineering and design firms, and then screening and recommending qualified firms. You see, on the first page, the second bullet and the fourth bullet.
Hang on a second. Well, it could be, so advise the select board and recommend engineering firms. So that could be firms that could potentially receive the RFQ or RFP, whereas, what's the other one you were saying? The screening one?
Fourth bullet says screen and recommend qualified firms to design and construct the trail and auxiliary areas.
Yeah, maybe that could be combined a little bit. I mean, I'm thinking back to what was done with the
Okay,
senior center thing. Remember, they had to sit down and actually go through a whole form,
Yeah.
right? They had to actually numerically score every application or every proposal that came in. So I think it
Okay.
might be trying to address that, but
okay.
it seems like that could be combined into some language
Those are
that
the only
makes
two I
sense.
saw.
So maybe just look at combining bullet 2 and bullet 4. I see what you're saying there, yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
that's it on that.
Rini, I'm sorry, Francine,
Wouldn't you
anything
just
else?
add the
Right now?
first word? Wouldn't
Okay,
you just
read it.
add screen?
I'm sorry?
Wouldn't you just add screen from the second bullet, that second one?
Possibly, that would be that simple, yeah, just
Screen
add
and
the word
advise the
screen.
select board.
Recommend and screen, up in the second bullet, just add the word and screen, and that might take care of it.
Yeah, I would just add screen
Good point,
before
Joan. Yep.
advise, screen and advise the select board and recommend engineering, or whatever. Just add screen to that one and then it'll be the
That
same
might just
thing.
take care of it, right, okay, yep. Francine, you done for right now?
That's
Well,
it.
Okay.
could we just clarify her first point? If
Yes.
we're modifying this on the fly, which bullet point are we getting rid of from her first
From the first
observation?
page, I think we would get rid of number 4.
Well, no, I'm sorry, her point before that.
Oh.
Bullet point number 5 on the first page matches bullet point number 2 on the
2 on
second
the
page.
On the
Second
second
page.
page.
So are we eliminating number 2 on the back page?
Yeah, I would.
Keep it clean?
I would keep the first one on the first page, or the fourth one on the first page, or
Okay.
fifth one, whatever.
Yeah.
The one on the first page.
Keep the fourth.
One that talks
yes.
about Westfield.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, I think the only difference of the word eventually was in this one on the first page, which is fine. That eventually connects to Westfield Rail Trail. So that didn't say eventually on the second page, but that's okay. I think keep the first page, yep.
So the second bullet on the second page goes bye-bye?
Correct.
Second bullet on the second page,
Yes.
yes. Goes away, okay. All right. thanks, okay. Rini, you had a question?
I think my question just had to do, I think it's a good idea to have an odd number in 9, and it's great to have more people involved. But the question I had really is about the town administrator, Ed. You know, when I first started on the select board, you weren't on all these committees. Most of them meet late in the day. Now you're on technology, you're on grants, you're on the senior center building committee, you're on the public safety building committee. And I'm just wondering whether, I know it's helpful just because of grants and various state and federal things, but I'm just wondering at what point, you know, you're not an ex officio member of all committees.
When time runs out. Yeah. He does,
This one, I actually think is more important than those other two, either
Why?
the senior center or the PBSC.
Yeah.
Just for the steps, the length of time that it has to go through and the guidance.
Okay.
and it doesn't mean that you're actually always having to attend every
No,
meeting, though,
it
right?
doesn't.
I mean, you can
No.
attend when you're available,
Right.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I
The
just
other two I attend all the time, but this one, yes, I could attend when I'm available.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to check because I don't think, you know, it does seem like you've been added on to a lot of committees since when I first started.
Yeah, well,
I concur.
Okay.
that is true. Yeah. Okay.
Does it make sense to add something like report or provide written report to town administration?
Come on up. Yeah.
Sorry, Aaron Tauscher, question on the charge. So
Yeah.
does it make sense to add a bullet point? The committee should report in written form after a meeting or something like that to the town administrator so that we don't pile on to his in-person duties?
Well, he seems to think that it's more important, so, I mean,
Also, that's the point of the minutes.
They're always available, sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be part of the sharing of the minutes, I think, yeah.
Which, if I can jump to that, the last one, the last two sentences are redundant.
Under the meeting and proceedings?
Yeah, meeting and proceedings. I would prefer, I guess, the bold one.
Sorry, which would you prefer?
The bold sentence versus
The bold versus, okay.
the other one.
Geez, I wonder why there, Joy.
Because it's bold, actually, no, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Well, I know where
So
they
committee
came from,
meetings
so I
will be
couldn't resist.
broadcast through Easthampton Media, and minutes shall be taken and published in accordance with open meeting regulations, 940 CMR 29,
so
okay?
just remove the second sentence.
So we'd remove the second
Yep.
sentence, and I guess I had a question on the first sentence, and maybe it's more for Aaron. Most of these committee charges meet, we have the wording of at least quarterly, and I think I'm the one that threw in at least monthly here, just because of the activity starting now with the Greenway, but I don't know if that's real. So that's a question, whether monthly or quarterly. If we have an at least, I think that allows you to meet monthly. You know, if we said at least quarterly, it still allows you to meet as often as you want to. You can meet every 2 weeks if you wanted to. So maybe that's a little bit stringent to have in there as a line.
I mean, you're requiring them to hold a meeting
Yeah, here
every
I'm,
30 days.
you know, this, the way it reads right now, it would require you to meet every month, and so that may not be realistic. So maybe it should be at least quarterly,
Probably.
like every other charge is, I think, probably, if I went back and looked at them.
Go in the middle with bi-monthly?
Huh?
Bi-monthly, 6
Yeah.
meetings, biannually, whatever.
I think at least over the next 2 years, that probably quarterly isn't often enough,
Yeah.
even though it gives them the option to meet more than that.
Yeah.
Bi-monthly might be a better option.
Well, it depends, I mean, in terms of whatever's going on with outreach and stuff like that, but yeah, you know, you all can be doing public outreach, you know, independent of tie and bond as well. I mean, I don't think you're totally, you know, totally tied to the hip there in terms of what all you can do, but, so maybe we change that to at least quarterly, I think, don't you think? I think that seems,
I think at least quarterly is nice and flexible, and we can have a goal of monthly or
Yeah.
more frequent.
yeah, more frequent as needed, but let's change monthly to quarterly, okay? All right, and a quorum, can't conduct
So
business.
I have an issue on the
I'm sorry.
quorum. I have an
Yeah.
issue on the quorum.
Yes, go ahead.
So the committee shall not meet or conduct business without the presence of a quorum. I think the committee may meet, but shall not conduct business, because if there's only 7 active members, at 4, they're an open meeting violation.
Right.
But they haven't met quorum yet. So that would be the only avenue where they could get together and discuss and strategize how to come to the select board and get more recruits and
Yeah.
things. So you can go ahead and meet without quorum, but you cannot take action.
Correct, okay.
Without a quorum.
So your language was the committee may meet, but not conduct business
Correct. Without. a
without the
quorum.
presence of a quorum.
Right.
Quorum shall consist of 5 members.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that, yeah, I would tend to agree with that. Anybody have any comments about that?
Oh, I think it's a good idea.
Yeah?
That was my sole contribution.
Yeah, no, I think that's great.
Now, are you the liaison to Greenway? Do we have a liaison?
John is.
Okay, so that's the other thing too, is that's one of the communication vehicles back to the select board and with Ed whenever there's meetings.
Yeah, good. All right, so with those few changes, is everybody
Motion to approve as
happy to
amended.
live with that?
I'll
Second.
Motion and a
I'll let-
second.
I'll let-
Wow, you guys are quick.
I'll let Joy second it.
All right,
One more question.
one
just
more,
on
yes,
terms.
open for discussion for a minute? Yeah.
On terms of 3 years, I'm perfectly fine with it. Should we start a clock for existing members? Some members have been on the committee for quite a long time. Should we backdate, work backwards? Should we consider it for existing members or not worry about it now?
I know I'm assuming we put in terms, did we not, for yourself and Mark and Ellen?
There are, and you really can't do it until this is approved.
Right.
But once it's approved, we should go back and take a look at the members that have those
Until
completed.
or something? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And find out, yes, they're definitely interested in still being here.
Yeah.
And then, shall we say, divvy those up again, staggered into
Yeah,
sections so that 3 terms basically
Right.
expire each year.
okay. So maybe an action item would be to, if you wanted to touch base, I think you could do this just with Lucy at the town clerk and just see if she's got the list of the Greenway Committee members, what the ending term is for everybody. And then
We do.
we could meet with Ed and
It's a
figure out
shared list
how we
between
wanna do
Judy
this.
and Lucy, so.
Yeah, right. So I mean, to then meet with Ed and just figure out how to stagger these better. Yeah, yep. We should go back and get that more regularized rather than just leaving it, until the world ends kind of thing, yeah.
Yeah, the idea of having things structured if possible, so.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Who made the motion?
John
Ron
and
and
then
I
Joy.
seconded.
Joy
I had the
seconded.
second, but I missed the motion.
John
Thank you.
motioned. Okay, all in favor? We approved it, and this charge is now in place, so thank you very much. All right.
Motion to approve Michael, it's right here. Bueller for 88 High Street for the Greenway Committee, term to expire, it's here somewhere,
June
June 30th, 2025.
June 30th, 2025.
I'll second.
All right, any discussion here? We have an application, we have a letter from Mike. As people know, he used to serve on the Greenway Feasibility Committee way back from 2005 to 2008 here. He was very instrumental in getting things moving early on and served as chair until a couple of years ago when Aaron took over. So it's nice to see that he's interested in sort of putting his hat in the ring again.
That's great.
All right, he's certainly got the history, which
Yeah.
I think would be extremely helpful to all the committee members to understand what happened and who might have talked to who and where something was completed or started and not finished kind of thing. So, great. Any other comments or thought? If not, I'll have a vote. All those in favor of Mike Bueller to be appointed to the Greenway Committee? All those in favor, say aye.
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 All right. Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you very much. All right, we are done with the Greenway Committee for tonight. Thanks for hanging in.
Thanks,
All right,
Aaron.
Thank you much. All righty. So let's go ahead to our usual votes, get back in order. I don't think these would be too long. Ed, you want to pick up your town report, please?
You want to do that or move on to the fire chief?
Well, it's 7:30, isn't it? Yeah, we could do that. Okay. Everybody okay? We move on to the fire department?
Yes.
All right, let's do that. We will come back to the town administrator and select board reports. So we are down to, let me find my packages my papers are out of order now. Hold on. Welcome, John.
Hello.
Not good. Okay. Well, go ahead. I will find my papers that are not now in order. Anyway, so, yeah, John, so let's, thank you, yeah. Hear what's happening here with the fire EMS department in particular, ambulance EMS.
All right, just excuse me a second, 'cause I do have a PowerPoint.
Yeah, oh, you got a-
Yeah, it's a little bit quick put together, but what do I Bluetooth to that, Ed? Is it a Bluetooth, or how do I connect to that?
Yes, what you want to do, first of all, under your Wi-Fi is by Southampton 5G. Reconnect.
Yes, I did see it here earlier.
That back to back will get you every
I
time.
know, but I staple them at home, so I don't do that. Doesn't always work.
It's an open network.
Yes, and so now you want to go to your browser.
For settings, for Bluetooth?
No, you just want to open up your browser. Whatever browser you use, whether it's Firefox, Chrome, Edge, what have you. Okay. Now, in that, put 192.168.10.153, please.
192.168.10.
10.153. Hit enter. Yeah, TY, yeah, there's a chain of numbers, okay.
What do I need to do to?
Yeah, I've never seen this before, so let's just try this.
Como administrador.
Mm,
Didn't know you knew Spanish.
Yeah, so let's try, I'm gonna do this. Okay.
Right to the top.
Yeah, so, no, I actually wanted to put, you're using, why is that Firefox? I thought you chose Google. Okay, so let's do this. Yeah, I want to do right here.
Just trying to get to.
I don't think it's, let's try this again. Why does it do this?
Is this a firewall issue or something that?
No, it's not.
I mean, we've had more than one person with their own setup not being able to link into our system here, which is not very useful.
No, it's not it.
Well, we have a set of documents in front of us that was in
Yeah, I
our
was just gonna
package.
do just a
Come
brief
on.
history, just because the documents kind of cover a bunch of stuff. When I went to do a PowerPoint, it was a little challenging, only because, what information we're looking to present here. I thought one of the things that might be pretty useful is just sort of where the fire department started in regards to staffing, how we got to where we are. Just because every board that comes on, from the original board that signed in for ALS service, they never really did any kind of, community outreach that I'm aware of.
Oh, good
Yeah.
Lord.
We'll give it another couple minutes, but we may not be able to pull off a PowerPoint here.
Can I just plug it in directly somewhere?
I mean, you
No.
could kind of
That's what I want.
read some of your notes if you had to, but,
One,
yeah, I mean, I think we have to
two,
be sure that we don't, we need to deal with the issue at hand, obviously, is how do we take action to address this notice of deficiencies that you received, so. We don't want to spend time on lots of stuff that we don't get to
Yes, I
that,
know.
so, yeah.
So I know that. Advanced. Come on, advanced. Why did that do that? Let's say, proceed to.
Join the browser. 168.
Yeah. I'm going to think about using the TV screen from time to time. Wouldn't that work better, Ed?
Sorry, the capitals didn't come out. And the room code is 1002.
I think Ed's got it.
Okay.
And you want to click the green part.
I mean, for other meetings, we've had luck working on the
And you're
TV
gonna
screen,
wanna
so that might be our
share.
backup here. Since we have it.
There. Share. Yeah, and now you should be able to call up your presentation. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it looks like you've got.
Share. Want to come up?
Chris, I just want to let you know that I
Oh.
sent the traffic control policy
Code changed.
to Michael and Ian.
Okay.
Ian was very helpful, explained some as to why it all sounds like
Okay.
Mass General law is just being requoted. There was a reason for it. And then I sent the other one on purchase
browser.
orders to Ed and Bradley. I haven't heard back from them.
John
So,
Work. Log in.
yeah, so do you want them, I mean, the one on
Come on.
policies, the other one, I could send, would you rather them just all together, or does it matter?
Yeah, we'll probably see how many we get through.
Okay.
But maybe the next time, it's fine.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
Yeah,
Is that-
well, I ended up doing a retyping of it as opposed to converting it to Word because it was so hard to read. I did bullets and,
Sometimes, conversion doesn't work right.
yeah.
Yeah. It's there. Share.
Yeah, leave it right there, perfect.
Here.
Okay. Okay, John. So we are here just so that people understand what we're leading into, right? The fire EMS department received had an inspection of the ambulance service, right?
Correct,
And
which we have
received-
every year.
Yep, which is an annual one, and sort of
Correct.
like our annual audit, where they pick and choose what they want to look at. And
That's correct.
this year, they came up with an issue of notice of serious deficiencies based on scheduling,
Yep,
in terms of not being able to cover all shifts with paramedics, right?
correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's the purpose of why we're here and what you're going to tell us a little bit
Yeah,
about.
yeah. Certainly just in basic, I mean, you've kept it exactly right. I mean, with their last inspection, as they looked at especially our November, December schedules, it showed that we had a lack in paramedic service, especially at night, which has been an ongoing problem for us. I'll go through just a PowerPoint if I may. It should be fairly brief, but it might be helpful just to sort of where we came from and where we are. So it's a brief history of, let me turn on my. We started as a BLS service, we moved to ALS service. One of the difficulties and one of the things that this is almost going to start a process in.
Just speak up a little bit.
One of the things that this is going to start a process in is education to select board public as to what an ALS service really is. ALS is basically the highest level of pre-hospital care that is available with an ambulance service. Paramedics at your side within minutes. In 2004, the first full-time chief, Stephen Hyde, started with a basic level ambulance service. He got a separate stipend for every call that he went on, and he went on almost every call there was. Back in 2004, there was probably a call every other day in total. In 2010, he started to get enough call volume that he had EMTs they would have working part-time at the station during some of the daytime hours. They transported at a basic and sometimes an intermediate level. Easthampton covered all the paramedic advanced level service calls that Southampton had. Chief Hyde, who was paid extra for all calls, was removed in July of 2012, and acting Chief Kalita replaced him. The part-time per diem staff was working at the station from 8 to 5 p.m., which was helpful because Hyde was basic level and needed support during the day. Call volume had started to rise. In August 29th of 2013, which is still FY13, the Southampton Select Board signed a contract with the Office of Emergency Medical Services to operate an advanced level ambulance service with paramedic coverage that would be fully implemented by 2016.
Do we have a copy of that contract?
It was sent, I believe it was sent.
Yeah.
Oh, was that the comfort letter that had signatures saying we wholeheartedly support this?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I wouldn't classify that as a contract.
right.
Well, that's
It
what,
was a statement.
that's what was used to get ALS service from the state.
Right. Okay.
And certainly, if we need to bring the state in, they can probably, that's the only documentation I had.
Is that different, though, than the Chief Kalita letter that outlined the 4 years of work? There's no date on the Chief Kalita letter that talked about the plan for paramedic staffing. Is that different from what you're talking about here?
I'd have to look at it specifically, only because there's a, I believe there's
think it's
I think there's 2 pages. I think that went
Yeah.
with the signature.
This looks like that, so that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
This looks like, the new chief here is Chief Kalita, which would be the letter that we have in here.
Yeah, well, the new chief is when I came in. So I came in October, and that plan that was signed by Select Board,
Okay.
which, was considered a contract by the state, you can, whatever you want to do with it, and it outlined this approach.
Could I just clarify, though?
Certainly,
that
yeah.
It didn't specify that that it had to be on-call versus permanent staffing, correct?
Correct. Yeah, it didn't have to be, yeah.
I think at the time.
It was pretty much just coverage.
It was just coverage.
Yep.
It wasn't saying that you're going to be hiring additional staff.
No.
You were going to move to, because it was a progressive thing.
Yes.
And we finally got to 24 coverage, but it was all on-call.
Yeah, well,
Per diem,
yeah.
whatever you want to call it.
Well, there was, when I came in, they were working 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, when I
Yeah,
first
right.
started.
That was it. There were no night
There
shifts.
was, yeah, because basically, the contract had been signed a month before I
Right.
came in.
Right.
It would have been ideal at that time to satisfy a community if they'd gone to the community and asked the community if they'd wanted to move in this direction, because this document that I worked from, which I considered the contract that we had gotten the ALS certification from the state, outlined that we were going to be increasing the department, and there was going to be a cost for that to the taxpayer. But I don't believe it ever went to the taxpayer. I believe it was just the Select Board at that time which agreed to this agreement. And that's one of the challenges, is because as the Select Board changes, you're then asked to back, without any funding, what a board had written into, 9 years ago, 10 years ago.
So this was, just go back a second. So that was what you,
That's what I walked into. That was, so I was hired to promote the goals as outlined between the town and the OEMS ALS contract. So when the state comes in, they give us our certification to ALS every year, and that's what they review, and that's what they reviewed this year.
right. No, just to clarify, so for FY15, we were just then going into the midnight shift, if that had been put in place,
If
right?
that had been put in place, if there
And
was
then in
funding for it.
16, midnight to 8 a.m. was already 6 years ago, was the plan to have done that.
Was the plan,
Okay,
but
I'm
the
just trying
plan
to understand
at the time was
chronology
to
since
do it.
all predates us.
Yeah, and it was,
The document you gave us, it says, the first year of starting the service, there will be a staffing of 56 hours per week, with staffing 7 days a week from 8 to 4.
yeah, and
Headquarters, with a minimum of 1 paramedic and 1 other EMS. So I didn't understand, first year it said 7 days a week, 56 hours.
yeah, the way it was,
It looks different than that.
well, the way it was written in that original one, I don't think it was actually outlined correctly.
Okay.
And I think what Acting Chief Kalita had written, I think, had some typos in it, honestly. I mean, and depending on, I mean, it can be interpreted
Right.
whichever way you want.
Yeah, they misquoted the first year, because it says here, the second year, they increased staffing by 16 hours to cover Saturday and Sunday.
Right.
But the first year in the document, it says
It's-
7 days a week.
It says, yeah,
I think that
56,
was
which, which didn't really make
Doesn't
sense.
jive with that, you're right.
I remember when we were, when it was a incremental increase, and I think that at one particular report, it was determined that we weren't going to be cited or held accountable because we were, quote, moving in the right direction.
So that brings us to 2016.
Okay.
So in 2015, November 2015, FY16,
Yeah.
the state had come in for ALS certification. They gave us a serious deficiency notice, which said that we were not meeting our contract with them. The fire department had been level funded since I was there, and there was no provision to really increase it as per what the contract had stated. There was never a provision for that by select board or by town or anything. So at that time, the select board had signed a contract amendment promising to put it to the voters for a 2.5 override for funding. As to whether they wanted to support the advanced level service. I believe at that same time, and I think you just sent an email, which I just saw, but at the same time that this came through, before it went to a vote, the town administrator at that time had gone out and gotten a third party to do an evaluation of the fire department. And that was in about 2016, by the time that report got done. That report basically said, it was a little bit ambiguous. It said, you know, boy, you're kind of on the verge. You could have started this differently, but you can certainly keep going the way you're going. Call volume is on the edge. For me, personally coming in as chief at that time, I wish the town had sort of figured that out prior to me getting a few years in and realizing that there was no funding appropriated by the town to promote the contract that the select board had signed. So they gave us the serious deficiency notice, and that was, like I say, back in FY16. They did the report, and it went to the town. We had a lot of town meetings, town discussions. The override was successful. It passed a town meeting vote in a ballot question. At that time, they had voted to put in monies for a second shift, and that was a second of 3 shifts at that time.
Right. And just to say, if I can interject, I spent time digging when this came up. So
Sure.
went in the archives is what I could find. And so notes of a special town meeting, the minutes, January 26, 2016. So shortly after that deficiency notice, special town meeting came up, and one of the articles was to raise and appropriate $135,000 to supplement the ALS service and to add a second shift for fiscal 17 contingent upon the passage of a proposition 2.5. So it passed at town meeting.
Yep.
But-
Town meeting, and then also had a vote,
But apparently failed at the ballot at the May 16 election. It had to be both at town meeting, it passed in January of 16, but did not pass in May of 16 at the annual
Okay,
town
when
meeting.
did it, and I'm sorry, because like I say, I did put this together kind of quickly. When did it actually pass by ballot vote? When, because it was funded.
It was funded. Second shift was funded.
Yeah. I don't have the
Had to be
minutes,
by
the
an
election
alternative-
notes, but
Alternative method. That had to be from different source of funds.
maybe different, possibly different funds. Maybe not through, I don't know.
I'm sure we can go to our management software system and find the
I'm not sure.
transfer.
Yeah,
I can do the same thing, and I can go through 17. I can tell you for fiscal year 18, 2 days after I arrived.
Can't hear
at
you,
the
Ed.
special town meeting, I can't tell you the.
Ed, you want to keep in that thing? Sorry.
Sorry.
I think there was another, there must have been an override like in 17 or 18 that came up, too?
Yeah, there was an override, one of the only ones that ever passed.
Right.
yeah, it was the fire
What
department.
had to
override
occur
passed.
between May of
Yeah.
16 and January of 18? Because when I arrived in
Yeah.
January of 18, 2 days after I arrived, there was a special town meeting. I don't remember what the dollar amount was, but there was, on that special town meeting, but not through an override, a vote to approve funding to add the third shift for
Second shift.
24/7.
And the problem with overrides is they only work that year. There's nothing binding the
Right.
select board the following year to use those funds for the same purpose,
Right.
Yeah,
as happened time and time.
yeah, you could certainly vote the fire department out of the town. That's always an option you have.
No, John, what I'm saying is the 17 override that went through that gave you the 130,000 was only good for that year. That money didn't follow the next year.
Doesn't that override,
Doesn't have to. That's what I'm saying. The law says you only get it 1 year.
I thought the
It's up
override
to the
was,
sitting select board to do that every year and repeat that. And as you've constantly said today, constant turnover here is where it broke down, that the select board failed to act on this memo of understanding signed by Chief Califta.
Well, the money's there. It doesn't guarantee that it goes to the fire
Back to the
department.
Correct,
department.
that's what I mean. It's somewhere in the town budget.
Overall budget.
so the money stays with the town, but it isn't necessarily earmarked for the fire
Doesn't-
department.
It's not earmarked
Okay, that-
necessarily.
That's,
So
yeah.
anyway, there must have been another, I don't have the minutes of the
Money stays with
Yeah, I had
the
trouble,
election itself, but at the town meeting in January, it was okay, January 16, and then something happened in between time when it actually may have gotten okay at the override vote. Go ahead.
yeah,
I'm
I was trying to
interrupting you. Go
find more documentation, and I'm sorry, because I didn't have a lot of time to put it
No, no.
together. So it would be helpful to actually find that.
Yeah, I'm sure Ed can find it quicker than I can, so
Okay.
we'll deal with that. Go ahead. Your materials.
So let's see, FY18 budget, well, let's see. So in FY18, we had stretched the budget that we had. There was enough money to turn it into 2 shifts and get additional and work to get paramedics at the station. We didn't actually have crew quarters for them to sleep in. There was the expectation that if they were going to not cover it from home, they would do it by sleeping in the chairs at the fire department. So in 2019, when we got crew quarters, we went from 3 shifts just down to 2 shifts. We did 10s and 14s, which go from 8 till 6 and then 6 till 8 in the morning.
So rather than 3 shifts of 8, which is what most people would sort of assume that we do.
Yep. But with fire department, it's pretty much industry standard to do 10s and 14s, and it also matches up with all of our paramedics are professional firefighters in other departments, which often run 24-hour schedules. So it matches up with their schedules if we do 10s and 14s. And so we began to, with the crew quarters, we began to have people at the station at night. In FY22, we petitioned for the fair wage for EMT because we were having at that point a fair amount of a challenge with getting coverage. We had some open, this is with this board, I believe, we had some open shifts that was of a concern. It was passed to give extra money. It was voted at a town meeting to give extra money for fair wage.
And the minimum wage increase.
And a minimum wage increase.
So that whole period of time between like 17 or 18 to 22, that's a huge gap. There was 24/7 coverage.
As best we could.
The best you could with paramedic level service.
Yeah,
2
and-
people on site.
The ongoing, yeah, correct. The ongoing challenge that we've always had is that it was very difficult, almost non-existent, to get a paramedic to, we only had a few guys that would, men and women, that would work the overnight. As a second job, most of them didn't want to work nights or weekends, and still have that
Right,
problem.
bless
God
you.
bless you. Still have that problem today. So one thing that I did do, just to sort of see the scope of the problem, how things have affected it, I went back through and hand tallied, what nights we had no medic response. I did it before the fair wage went through. Our revenues at that time were about $200,000. After I did the whole year for 2022, we increased revenue by $80,000, and we significantly impacted the amount of times we had no medic available. I broke it down into, just into different segments that could be a little bit easier to look at. Basically, in 2021, that 6-month period, we had no one available 14 times. In 2022, after we'd done a fair wage, we only had 1 time when there was no one available, and in the 12-month period, we only had 4.
And this is, you're talking specifically paramedic level, not available?
Yeah, well, paramedic and EMT, because some of the problem that we're having in 2021, as you can see, we had 14 days where we had no one available. So there was no one that...
Not even a basic?
Not even a basic.
Okay.
So, you know, I think the pandemic did bring a challenge to the industry in that you really had difficulty finding available EMTs and paramedics for coverage. And it was especially difficult because our pay scale was so low as compared to other communities. So once it got voted at town meeting to up the pay scale, then we had people step up because then it was more worthwhile for them to come in and put time in at a reasonable pay for their second job to support their family. And so the amount of instances where we had no one available in a 12-month period dropped to only 4, which is a pretty significant drop. You know, it's, you know, I tallied it again underneath, but basically, like on a daytime response, you know, there was only 2% of the year that we didn't, well, in its entirety, there's only 2% of the year that we didn't have anyone available. So it made a significant impact. The fair wage was very much helped the department with staff to cover, but not necessarily paramedic staff.
So John, just looking at your night shift up top, so you still have issues covering...
Yeah, night shift is a continued problem.
Covering night shift with no medic response being that 116, 90, and 169 column, right?
Correct, yeah. So as you can see by that column, that yeah, we're still having issues with no medic response. So it was probably a double basic, or a double basic, no one available, or only one person available. So the 3, the 24, and the double basic, there was 142 times we had a double basic crew, but we didn't have a medic.
So when there's that situation, you have no choice but to call in Easthampton?
Well, we only have to call them if it's
if it's an acute emergency.
Yeah,
right.
High acuity call. But a predominance of them, you want them in, because sometimes you can't tell whether it'll be a high acuity call till you get there with patient assessment, but you don't want to wait to call them is the other part.
Yeah. And what's the bottom part of your chart? I just want to understand. Are those
Oh,
averages?
yeah. So that's the bottom chart is just kind of bringing it down at the 6-month and 12-month intervals. So just gives a little bit more visual. All set?
Okay.
So in FY22 budget cycle for FY23, we did come in front of you and ask for a budget increase to hire 2 full-time positions to address the lack of available paramedics that we still had. As you could see by that, you know, we had 142 times where it was double basic crew, but that's not a paramedic on board. And really the challenge at this point, you know, we've already got 48 members of the department, you know, 22 paramedics. We can add a paramedic or 2, you know, whoever's available, certainly I would bring them on. But what's the magic number? And I don't know, you know, I mean, if I could get 80 and that would have paramedics available to pick up night shifts, that's what we'd have to do. But that's, you know, even 48 is a huge amount of people to manage on a part-time basis. And so it really does, you know, recognizing that and recognizing that we still had, even though we were doing much better coverage, we were still having situations where we only had basic crews available. They were the ones that were doing the overnights. And so in my estimation, I think the only way to really address it is to make it a primary job for an individual. And so, you know, in 22 budget cycle for 23, you know, I put that forward. I know that the select board at that time had advised that we look into it for a FY24 cycle. So there'll be this year coming up. Unfortunately, in November, actually 11/28, that should be 12/28, I apologize. They issued us another serious deficiency because they looked at our schedules, especially our schedules for November and December, which are challenging schedules because between hunting season, holidays, it's a challenge. We had some openings. But even by the previous charts that I did, I mean, there was still in that 2022, we had 146 openings where it was just a basic level staff. So when OEMS came in, they looked at our November, December, they saw some concerns there, and they're valid concerns. You know, because of the previous, tally, there were still 146 nights that we were covering with just a basic level crew. So we've got this, serious deficiency. Our daytime coverage looks very good. As a matter of fact, our January and our February, our daytime was almost 100%. Our nighttime was closer than it usually is, with only a few discrepancies. I believe I sent you schedules for both January and February for both day and night schedules. So our coverage right now looks great, and if we could continue that coverage with consistency, that would be wonderful. The challenge is to really keep that consistency through the year, because as soon as you get into summer vacations, then people are their second job is going to be the one that goes away when they want to do a family vacation. Nights and weekends are just a challenge. It really is time for the department, for the town to look at least 2 full-time staff and to try and plug some of the gaps that we have. Unfortunately, it was one of the things that OEMS looked at and wrote a serious deficiency for, and that's why we're here tonight.
And this is the first deficiency in all this time since that other one that was issued back in
Correct.
whatever?
Yeah.
Before
we don't, serious deficiency is not something you usually get. Yeah. It's really, and their concerns both times that we've gotten it have been staffing issues. They go through the trucks for equipment. They go through the trucks, just, expiration dates on everything has an expiration date. Things you wouldn't even think of necessarily, like a vomit container, which is just plastic, has an expiration date on it. So that and cleanliness and, the ambulances in general. They also go through all the certifications of individuals to make sure that everybody's up on their current certifications with the state, driver's license, all of their M&Ms that they have to do with their affiliate hospital. There's a lot of documentation for every individual that we have to maintain for everyone that works in that ambulance. And all that was perfect. It was great. It's actually the best it's ever been this year, because I've gotten a couple people that are now helping with that to keep it organized. And that includes a streamline for bringing people in, which, the more people we can bring in, especially paramedics, the better we can provide coverage for the town. So, what are our options with our most current serious deficiency? It's a given that the select board is unable to find funding for full-time positions. It's not something that's just available in the budget. We're not in surplus. A 2.5 override to accommodate additional wage increase to allow for additional Southampton Fire Department staffing, I believe would be the ideal. The options could be that you drop back to a basic level. It's the lowest level of ambulance service. Insurance billing is less due to the drop in service. And many calls would require a paramedic response. I know Easthampton has already had some concern as to how much they're responding to Easthampton with paramedics, and they have increased how much they charge Southampton because of that. So although we might be able to back down to a basic level, we may have to work out a separate contract with a contiguous town that would come in for paramedic coverage. And then you also have the delay of, having somebody come from another town is just a delay in itself. That kind of takes over to the regional approach. The other is that you could sign a contract with an adjacent town for paramedic service. The problem with a regional approach is just like with a regional school, Southampton does lose control of costs. It goes to the, whatever that region that's covering, whatever they deem legitimate costs is what they would then charge the town. It would not be cost-effective for them to station anyone in town. They would want to do it from their location, which leads into some delays in response times just due to distance of travel. You could get private party, which is similar to like Holyoke or Springfield. Historically, the promises that they make don't always come to fruition. I know that in Hadley, where they're trying to put together their own ambulance service in-house with the fire department, they've contracted with Action Ambulance, and they had some great promises first year. But since that first year, they have not lived up to the promises of any tremendous savings or money back or, free service. And it's actually cost them money, so I know that the chief there is really working towards putting their ambulance service up to a paramedic level. I know that Action Ambulance had gone to Northampton Ambulance for paramedic coverage an amazing amount of times, to the point where I don't have an exact number in my head, but I heard it was like a third of the calls ended up going to Northampton for paramedic because Action was not available. So
I thought they said they were stationed literally in the
they
town.
are stationed there, but the problem is that there's enough call volume that they're only stationing one crew.
Right.
And and we have that problem too. When you send that crew out, as soon as another call comes in, you're missing it.
There, yeah.
So. Private services often will promise you quite a lot. I know one of the challenges that they have currently with Cataldo, which is now covering Holyoke, is they were looking to Easthampton for covering calls that they couldn't get. And they have a fair number of units in Holyoke. Easthampton ended up sending so many ambulances to Holyoke, and the agreement that they'd had is that Cataldo would then send ambulances to Easthampton for structure fires and such. They didn't live up to that agreement. Easthampton went to the state and said, are we mandated? Because there's a mandate that towns help with mutual aid. They said, are we mandated to provide service to this independent private ambulance service? And the state said, no, private ambulance service should look for folks to cover their calls that are other private services and not from municipal services. So if you went private service, you'll run into all those type of problems. Fire department, we recommend that for the gaps, we set up. I produced a document with Chief Norris from Easthampton that we could sign, and hopefully, do you have that document?
We have it in our
Yes,
package.
we have.
Yeah, okay.
We've got it. Now, just before you go there, this plan of correction, that was developed by,
Yeah, I put the plan of correction, because all I can
The
do,
chief's recommendation.
that's
Yeah.
your, these are
All
all
I-
the options that you've kind of
Those are
gone
his
through.
because I don't have anything at my control.
Yep.
No, I wasn't sure if it was from
Yeah.
the state that said,
No,
these are what you should do.
The
Or
state
no?
basically
Okay.
just said, you need to fix this problem with paramedics, how are you going to do it? And I responded back and I said, the only thing that I can do is to put this in front of the board, the town, and to see which direction they want to go.
Got it, okay.
So the state, once I sent them that plan of correction, they wrote back and they said, this plan of correction isn't good enough. We want to know what you're going to do right now. And so because we're not meeting till the end of this month, our schedule looks good. And that's how I got by through this month, as I showed them our schedule, which was, had a couple of nights that we didn't have paramedics, but basically looked really good. They said, okay, we'll wait to the end of a meeting with Select Board to see what they want to do.
Just one quick question. Is there, in terms of their standards, I guess I would say, is there a percentage or something that you have to achieve? I mean, can you, is 80% okay of what you should be covering on the calendar, or?
What he had said to me, although I asked him if there was a specific ruling in regard, the exact same question you're asking, he said, well, we go by 10%.
10%?
So it's basically 3 days a month. So if you have, no paramedics 3 days a month, that is a fairly acceptable industry standard for almost any department. I said, is that written anywhere? Because that would be helpful for me, for you, if I could, have that shown. He said that was the standard that he uses. He's the inspector, so okay. Certainly, we were, night times, we were probably running almost, 45% without paramedic coverage. So they still make a valid point, 10%. I mean, you are going to have situations, especially with part-time people, where they're, or even with full-time, when people get sick, you're going to have times when coverage is a challenge. So,
Chief,
yeah.
So when Easthampton covers, and it's paramedic level that they provide, they're able to bill Medicare or insurance for the ambulance. It's probably a private rate is about $1,500 to $2,000, but you only get in maybe $800, and then in addition, they're able to bill an additional $500 to Southampton for the service?
So if they come in as primary, which means that they transport patient, then or as an intercept, they charge us $500 basically anytime they come in.
Right.
If they transport the patient, they bill the insurance company.
Right.
If we transport the patient, even with a basic level crew, then we bill the insurance company, and we can bill it at a paramedic level because we've had Easthampton in as paramedic. So honestly, if the state wasn't telling us serious deficiency, we cover calls with paramedics, and the only delay, we like, even though we have 146 calls that aren't at paramedic level, we have a full ambulance there with EMTs, and we get a paramedic from Easthampton or Westfield. So I feel as the performance of the fire department is very good, but there is technically not a paramedic on staff in Southampton. And so it does cost us, when we go to Easthampton, that $500.
So they're able to bill for the service, get 100% of the reimbursement, and
Charge
bill
us.
Southampton additional $500.
When they transport, they can do that.
If they're the ones that transport.
Yeah,
Which
yeah.
seems reasonable,
Yeah.
right? Because you're taking, those taxpayers are sending their resources to
Yeah.
us.
Right.
But to clarify the record, don't they respond X number of times for free under our mutual aid agreement? Maybe, is it 12 per year?
Well, yeah.
For those listening at home, and it's intended for structural fires. to
No,
back
no,
up, not
structural,
for this particular
no, I'm sorry. So for fire response, they respond for free,
Yep, okay.
anytime.
So you can't roll an ambulance because we have structure fire. There's no cost for them to come into that structure fire.
We generally staff an ambulance for a structure
But if
fire.
you couldn't,
Okay,
if you didn't have the paramedic, say it's one of those shifts where there's no paramedic in the ambulance.
Yep.
You have a structure fire department responds, you need an ambulance on scene.
Yep.
They're gonna come over and they're not gonna charge you the $500.
I don't know. I think by the contract that we'd signed, I think that they probably could, although that would be, I know that he's been lax for those type of situations. He's been lax when we've requested a paramedic and then said, no, we don't need it.
Right. I seem to remember when the contract went from 300 to 500, that original contract had a clause in there that we were entitled to X number of
25.
calls.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah,
So
but-
it's anything above the 25.
But the challenge, and I had read it as you're stating it. What I recognized after I got the first bill from Easthampton was that, because we're paying almost $5,000 a month, was that although they come in 25 for free, they still charge for an intercept. So that free isn't really free. So if the first 25 calls are intercepts, they're still charging us $500 for an intercept. And they're counting it as one of the 25 calls. So if they come in on the 26th call with a primary, they're billing and they're charging us $500. Honestly, for me, it's a frustrating contract. I think when I originally had read it, I didn't recognize that right off. Like you, I thought 25 calls when they were primary. But as I reread it, when I got that bill, that 25 calls, they may be charging us because most of them are going to be intercepts.
When it's an intercept, do we bill?
We bill.
Yeah.
Yep. So, so the contract that you have in front of you that we're looking to sign to get through would basically say that they're going to, cover under the same agreement that we've got, 25 calls or not, until October 1. And then October 1, depending on which way the town goes, which way the town votes, we may have to negotiate a new contract if we're in the same situation as we are now.
Do we have any wiggle room in that in terms of the intercept or in terms of the number of calls per month until October or whatever, until a different plan is put in place?
Yeah, there's no wiggle room that
Isn't the wiggle room, if we're fully staffed, we're not going to call them?
Yeah, that's it. If we're fully staffed, we're not going to call them.
I mean, you said you were surprised by the billing of an intercept differently from them doing the transport. Can that get clarified, or is that just set in stone?
But is that an issue of the mutual aid agreement rather than?
Yeah, it's kind of, well, it would originally fall back to the agreement that we signed with them for the 25 calls and bump it up by, every year. With the state coming in with a serious deficiency, sitting down and saying, hey, Easthampton, we need something that's going to take care of us from this point forward and satisfy state requirements. So what he came up with is basically a contract that continues the charges as they are currently. It doesn't talk about 25 free calls, but it satisfies the state, and it's a limited contract until October 1st. It basically gives us breathing room. And on the plus side, I think John had said it, that if we can, if we have paramedics available and they're working, then we don't call them. And certainly my goal since I've gotten here has been to cover as many calls with the highest level of care that we can.
It's better for the town on all levels.
Yeah. So, and when we get, ironically, sometimes it's just a matter of one individual. If I get a paramedic who's, a young kid with no family and they can work a bunch of evenings, then all of a sudden our schedule looks great. But if I lose that person, then our schedule can look horrible. If there's, sickness, which has been a problem in November, December, holidays, those kinds of things, that's where it becomes a challenge.
Are you able to take a person who does have a lot of promise, who might be only at the EMT level or whatever, and then do a contract with them to, you give the town X amount of time, we'll promote you and we'll support your development to a paramedic, and then you owe us 2 years or something, or?
There is that potential to work something like that out. I did, I have a couple of, ideal is folks that live in town, just because, and so anybody who lives in Southampton gets special access already, whether it's joining the fire department and being available for fire calls, or if they want to become an EMT. And so I've tried to as money is available, I've tried to encourage them to take an EMT course. I've got a couple individuals right now that are, they come to a lot of calls, young kids, great kids, hard workers, and they need to commit to the town that they're going to stay with the department and work as an EMT for us, including on some of the overnights, which is when we kind of need them. But it's at the basic level, it's not paramedic. Paramedic is much more extensive. It's a 2-year program just to go through it. And often there's such a demand for paramedics that it's not necessarily a contract that they would want to sign. If they would sign it, that could be great. And I'm certainly open to something like that if the right individual was open to it. But I really do believe that at this point in the call volume and where we are as a department, I do believe that we do need full-time staffing. And I'd say start minimal.
What is minimal?
Minimal, in my opinion, would be 2 full-time staff. Paramedics that would be, it would have experience, because the ideal then would be that they could do more of the administration. They could also help with public education, code enforcement, some of the other duties that are really, they mount up. And it's honestly difficult to stay on top of all of those things when I'm the only full-time person. I know public education, which was always near and dear to my heart because I've been part of it for years, for 30 years when I first started. It's been, I've had trouble finding people who will step into that role.
So if there were 2 full-time paramedics at a minimum, then the hour gap would be how many per week?
Well, there's different ways to do it, and what I would do is I would honestly, one of the challenges is working with the staff that you have, because you don't want to just fill your daytimes, because daytimes I have lots of paramedics from outside. And nobody's going to want to take the job if you only give them nights. So there's the general options that are industry standard are to work like 10-hour shifts or 24s. So you'd work a 24, have a day off, work a 24, 4 days off, and sort of fill it that way. And that way they're covering, a day, but they're also covering a night. And it would be 2 nights, 3 nights a week kind of thing. And because it's a rotating schedule, there'd be some weekends that they'd be covering. I would leave it up to, because you're getting a new chief at some point soon, I would leave it up to the new chief as to organizing with the staff at that time what he or she believes is the best fit for the department as they see it. Honestly, my recommendation, which I go to at the bottom, I would increase fire department budget by $170,000 into wages. For one, it would give you some money, because all the paramedics right now, all of them with their regular job and overtime, they're earning more than the chief, than I am. Okay, I don't have to work the overtime, I get it. But it may be difficult because I would suggest, and it's certainly up to the town, the board, I would suggest that you get a paramedic level chief or someone with a good understanding of the EMS system. Because when I started, one of the challenges I had is, even though I'd managed a larger department, second in command, wrote a lot of grants, or brought the EMS into it, and I've been an EMT for a long time. At my interviews, I said I'm not a functioning EMT. I haven't worked in ambulance. I've been administrative. I was frontline fire, and department manager with did a bunch of code enforcement and public education. So that was a challenge. I would recommend to the board, and you're going to certainly do what you think is best for the town. My recommendation would be, when you get a chief, just to get the knowledge base, I would try and find someone who is paramedic, just so you had the knowledge for running, between affiliation agreements, service areas, certifications, OMS, all the things that sort of impact how the department functions, and keeping it on an even keel, because you don't want it to be shut down for something silly. You want to, the most important thing is patient care. The most important thing is, I don't care that Easthampton charges us $500. I'm not going to not call Easthampton when somebody needs a call.
Well, I just want to say that when it comes to frontline staff, nurses, it's the same thing, EMTs, police, the people that are out there on the front lines that are getting overtime, that are, picking up extra shifts, union in particular, they're going to be making more money than directors. It's a trade-off on,
absolutely. So you've got to find somebody that wants to give that up to deal with this.
Right. Just for clarity on the last bullet there, so the increasing the fire department budget by 170, I assume you're talking the
so if there was
line.
Wage lines. So I would give actually some of it, so you could, because with paramedic, you're probably going to have to pay a chief more. So I would add some, so you could potentially put more into a chief line item. I would also add for 2 full-time and ideally experienced, because when you get somebody who's just in the industry, there's not, we're a decent call volume, but we're not a high call volume. So trying to train somebody who's brand new, it wouldn't be my choice to go that direction. I would much rather have somebody with experience. And then the other thing, because there's so much paperwork shuffle that goes around, and I'm paying people to do this paperwork shuffle, it's time for an administrative aid. It's time for somebody who's going to help with scheduling, who's going to help with payroll. It's going to help, just organization of just all the things that need to have happen. And I think if the town is ready for a 2.5 override to really address this issue, I think that 170 is still a fairly minimal amount. I would probably ask for about 225, and 55,000 would be to the town to go in general fund to cover for the benefits. So I would ask for a 2.5 override for the 225, 170 into the fire department budget, fire EMS budget, and 55 to go into general fund. That would be my suggestion. I think I got another slide in regards to that. I did a comparison to other towns, just to sort of see where we are, because that's one of the things that I know people are going to be asking. They're going to be saying, you're asking for more money. Oh my God, how are we going to do this? And you look at all the options, and you really got to weigh them, and what you want is good service. So, around us, there's, Granby and Hadley, which are comparative in size and population. Basically, Southampton is just over 6,000, Granby's just over 6,000, Hadley's under. Median incomes, Southampton's got 110 median income, Granby's 106, Hadley's 101. Hadley has a better tax base. Our budgets, though, both Granby and Hadley are over $1 million. Southampton, we're operating, because we've just come up from really just starting out when I got here and eking out with 2.5 overrides, we're at 724, 593.90. So if you added 170,000 onto that budget, you are still well below what other comparative communities are paying. And I think it's a reasonable cost to get a stabilization of personnel that are working as paramedics. So that's pretty much the presentation as I have it.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Pretty thorough history and presentation.
Yeah, I put it together a little quickly, so like I say, some of it's a little...
It does help to understand the whole...
Yeah, it's better to see it.
Things, I think, but I'm sure we've got some questions, so...
Sure.
And this Hadley figure is for the outsourced service that they're using?
Their outsourced service, that's for their budget as they put forth. So the outsource, I'm not sure how the outsource fits into that, to be honest.
They get a
How
receipt.
about the ambulance?
There's an offset receipt that comes in on their accounts.
All right.
Yeah.
That reduces that number.
Okay.
Yeah, but I would probably talk with the chief.
Yeah, but you can pull their audits. It's all just like our audit that we have here, you have.
So pull the audits, take a look at them, because I from what he described to me, and I did not pull the audits, what he described to me is that they have not been living up to the promise of the receipts that they were supposed to be getting. But pull the audits and take a look. I still don't think you're going to bring it down to 724.
No, I know. I was just trying to...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
John, you had questions?
Are you all set for it?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh,
Yeah.
So, John, I realize that, from your position, you're understandably biased, which I get. You're going to protect the department at all cost. Throwing out the hearsay stuff about the other communities, that's television, right? But we need the facts and what's going on. Because I believe the Hadley number is 326,000 that they get in revenue, and they split it. And I also believe that Hamden and East Long Meadow have replicated the system. But those are all facts we can talk about later. But on Southampton, I have some specific questions. My understanding is you are the only full-time employee, benefited employee of the fire department. But there are at least 3 other individuals that work the equivalent of full-time schedules. And if we pulled their tax documents from the treasurer's office, you'd find that their annual hours are around 2,000 man hours a year that they're working. So there are some people in there, the 3, and I'm not going to mention names. I'd like you not to say their names because they're not present to talk about it. But in general, those individuals, are they solely manning an ambulance when they're here, or are they doing other things? And if a call comes in, they happen to jump on it, or is there a redundancy in there? And the reason I'm asking the question is I want to know if the existing money you have already is 100% minus your salary being allocated to staffing the ambulances 24/7.
I'd have to look at it for individuals, because there are some individuals that are administrative time.
Right, okay, so fair enough. And when they're on administrative time, in theory, there's somebody else to respond to that ambulance should it go out.
Correct.
Should it need to go out.
Yeah, because it's impossible to do administrative and respond. It just, I mean, some of it is done, like I have a deputy who does a lot of payroll in the database that I've built for him while he's on shift. So some of it is done on shift, and that goes for even some of the EMS folks, and some of it is not.
Okay. And then what is, and if you don't know the answer, that if you need time to research it, that's fine. But your AR collections. So I'm assuming with inflation and the cost of everything going up, that your billables should be going up. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not true. Maybe they're going down. I don't know, but that's the other side of this argument that we'd have to, or equation that we'd have to see is, you know, I just saw, and I shared it with the town administrator, he verified it's not ours, but there's a third-party ambulance service that communities are using to close their doors on Friday, and they're done. It's not the one you use. So, but where are we on a 3-year trend of here's what I'm billing, here's what I'm collecting, and here's my 2 ways, and it's pretty consistent, because as Maureen pointed out before, you have the write-offs. Right, you charge $1,300, maybe you collect $800. So is that consistent? Are we seeing an increase in there?
We're seeing an increase. So our call volume is going up. You know, we're probably, I forget what the number was, about 531 in EMS calls. And that's only, and there's probably almost 100 more that may go to Easthampton. I mean, I don't know that number off the top of my head. So if you could capture the ones that are going to Easthampton by hiring some full-time people, now your billing is going to go up accordingly. What that is for a factual number, you know, I mean, you look into it, you need somebody with more time than me to figure that out.
Right. And then, so I spoke with the Department of Public Health, and what I'm going to call, you know, I understand your interpretation of a contract, but what I'm going to call is a memo of understanding between the fire chief and the Department of Public Health at the time, that the select board said, yes, we'll support this, because there's no exit clause in here. There's no terms and conditions. There's no definitions, which is why I don't think this meets the standard of a contract. But regardless, what's in here, the only reason why we're getting deficiencies right now is because we told them we were going to provide 24/7 coverage paramedic level. We could tomorrow say, you know what, we're going down to 24/7 basic. Okay, prove that you do that, they'll come on. We could even say, tomorrow, we're going to cover Thursday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., and that's it. We're not doing anything else. And as long as we did what we put in right now, we'd have to make up the difference because we're responsible to the town and all that stuff. But we don't necessarily have to stay at the paramedic level during this crisis period. I agree with you that that's where we want to be. But right now, 3 months ago, you said, give us the money and we'll fix this problem.
I said do our best to address it. But please don't misquote me on that, John, because I know that you had asked me that before, and I made a point when I originally had said it, that it will help to affect it. And as you can see by previous tables, the money that was given to give a fair wage made a significant dent. I can't promise you that it's 100% going to cover it. I never would have given that. So
you're the department head.
I am the department head, and I made a significant impact to the problem.
I agree based on the numbers you put up there, yes. I would agree with that.
Well,
secondly, just to follow up on the basic, for the board's point of view, and this is all available on the Department of Public Health's website, there are currently, of the 351 towns and cities in the Commonwealth, 67 of them only provide basic coverage. The closest one, well, not the closest one, but the biggest one that jumps out to us here is the city of Chicopee. 19% of the communities don't provide paramedic level. Should we provide it? Yes. Are we in a financial situation to do it right now? I don't know.
What does a city like Chicopee do for paramedic level?
They do a basic, I mean, you get the basic and you go, bring them to the hospital, drop them at the hospital.
Oh, so you don't do advanced?
No, they have to.
Any ALS.
They have to call for advance for some stuff.
Yeah.
Mandated.
Where does it come from?
They must have to.
I'm not sure, honestly. I'd have to.
My guess
I don't
Everybody has
deal.
to have some out-of-hospital?
Yeah.
My guess is it's a hospital. City of Holyoke pays zip, doesn't even control the ambulance service. It's all by Holyoke Medical Center.
Yeah.
They have the full rights because the hospital is within the city.
I mean, I think it really does come down to exactly what you're saying. It really comes down to what does this town want for ambulance service and how do they want to do it?
Right.
And if all they want is basic level service, it's not a town I want to live in, but it's certainly an option that the town could go.
Well, it may be a 30-day fix.
It may be a 30-day fix, but honestly, I'd like to see what's going to fix this. I've been dealing with this for 10 years. I mean, honestly, I came into this town where there was never a budget to meet that original agreement. And I've had to tooth and nail it, and the select boards previous have gone through and they've done studies to see what was available for the service, and, went out to the town, and, the town, I thought the 2.5 override had gone through for the second shift. And so if I misquote that, because you would come up with some different stuff.
But the minutes could be wrong.
The original agreement said that we were going to provide 24/7 paramedic level service. It never said it was going to pay for a staff person. So theoretically, the budget is in place to provide 24/7 paramedic level service. It's a workforce problem, which is not at all unique to any department, any town.
That's right.
Right now, it's a huge problem across the board.
Across the board.
But there's no violation of the contract, as it states. You have the
No, the
funding
violation is
24/7 paramedic level service.
The violation is theoretically only with because we get licensed as an ALS service. So theoretically, the violation would only be with that licensure.
Right, but if there was the workforce paramedic level, then the license would follow. Right now, the budget covers paramedic level service at an on-call level. What you're saying is the only way we're going to meet that closer to 100% of the time is to have dedicated staff.
Yep.
Which will cost more.
Correct.
So just on that, do you think it would cost more because to have permanent staff, we'd have to increase the hourly rate, or because we would have to add the fringe benefits?
I think that you would, if you're looking at an average experienced medic, and let's say their base is 83,000. Right now, if you account for payment that we're already making to someone for that shift, plus an additional cost to get an experienced medic, that's why I added 100,000 for 2 medics. I think it's probably a higher projection, and you may be able to do it for less, but if you can do it for less, that money would go back into general fund. So I think as a business, if the town was my business, I would want to not have to come back up every time. I would want to ask for sufficient funds so that you could have the option of hiring 2. Maybe you'd get 3. If you got 3, maybe you'd make that coverage. Maybe all the money doesn't increase on a chief's salary. And so there's flexibility. I'm projecting as best as I can, and I'm trying to add, in a business model, I'm trying to add enough flexibility so that someone coming in has a change in how people are coming and availabilities and those sorts of things. They can address that with the budget that they have.
I think there's two issues here with these solutions. The first one is, I think the perception in the community is we're already providing 24/7 coverage. I think some of these statistics are going to be alarming, especially if they haven't been listening to the meetings, because it doesn't make the paper. And for all the right reasons, we don't advertise when the station goes dark, right? But that's going to be a hard selling point to start with. The second one is there needs to be in my view, a very in-depth pro forma explaining all the dollars, all the cents, and how everything moves through here. If the intent, and I'm not sure which way I'm going, but if the intent is to stay at the paramedic level and not go to basic, am I correct that paramedic level is 1 paramedic and 1 basic can be on the same truck?
That's correct.
Or do they both have to be paramedic level?
No, they can be 1 paramedic, 1 basic.
So do we build out a pro forma that says 168 hours of paramedic, right, with maybe that 40, 1 spot being a senior, or figure out what the average, whatever the case is, 168 a basic, here's what it is, and here's what all that costs. If we're going to make them permanent, here's the French calculations. We already know what those are, to plug into that and come up with, I don't want to say a real number, but a solid number that anybody in the audience that stands up and says, why do we have to put 127,000 or whatever the number is into this? Here you go. Here's the data.
Sure.
Up or down vote. Do you want 24/7 coverage on this? And then, but the timing's horrible.
I would totally agree with that. I mean, I think part of the problem, even as we talk about our feasibility studies and all these other things we're doing around town, Greenway, anything else, our public education message is kind of lacking in all sorts of areas, right? So were we to move forward with, at least this first recommendation and tied that with this idea of a budget increase, then certainly there's got to be something between now and town meeting in May to educate the voters seriously. I mean, whether those are, a series of public information meetings or
Because in
something.
essence, if we vote to go that way, we're voting for an override vote.
Right.
Which you need to start the education ahead of time. And then,
Yeah.
are we going to hold the line and say, this is the only item going up for the override vote?
Right, the item ones have a better, menu ones have a better
Yeah.
opportunity to.
Personally, I mean, if we were to go with that, my own thought would be, if I were on the other side, I would want to understand the override for a particular purpose or reason, not jumbled in with 10 other reasons.
Right.
But that would be my own preference.
Well, it's in our best interest to have, a dedicated ambulance service. I mean, any one of us could end up having to call 911. And so, I mean, I think the town needs to understand that, it's in all of our best interest. We're a town of 6,200 people, though. When you talk about getting 2 experience level paramedics, like, I don't know, I mean, I've just realized that for Southampton, a lot of it is sometimes a stepping stone, or it's a smaller, like, mentoring up of people. And then for those who want more experience, more leadership, they go to another town.
How do you hang on
I think to have 2, to expect that you'd be able to hire 2 at $100,000 seems unrealistic to me,
And
frankly.
so my other, and I know Ed wants to talk, but my only other thought, just finishing off on that, is once we do the math and we figure out the great details, and it's going to cost X to do this.
Right.
I think possibly one of the first things we should do is at least explore to rule it out, is not privatize the ambulance, but take that sheet, if we're willing to pay that number, and go to Easthampton and say, Easthampton, will you treat us like Northampton treats Florence?
Yeah.
Use our firehouse, but you staff it, here's the money we're going to give you to put, and they fall, so supervision, oversight,
Right.
management falls to Chief Norris. I mean, this timing happens to work out because our chief's retiring, right? So it's at least worth the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope you do recognize how tenuous the fire department is.
Yeah.
I think that might be a challenge that you're going to face.
Yeah. Ed, you had a comment?
Yeah, and just my own suggestion, whether this was the only override piece that might go on the May annual town meeting or not, my suggestion is that this one and perhaps any other one be a standalone and not combined with anything, so people really know.
No, understand it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they'd be pitting.
It'll also, I'm sorry, Maureen.
No, I'm just gonna say-
It'll be a clear up or down vote.
Right.
It'll be, whatever happens will be the will of the citizens that show up at the ballot box.
Right.
Correct. Which is why, again, to, have as many people out for an annual town meeting is really important to bring it up at this point in time. So, but I think, turning back on public outreach or whatever, but I think the misconception,
Perception.
the perception, not the misconception, the perception of what we have in town, I think probably is all over the place. I mean, I would have thought, until I met with John, that we had 3 8-hour shifts. I didn't know we had a 10 and 14. So, okay, I learned something too. I mean, there's things that happen that, people are making things work for the residents of town, and I think many of us, and I'll include myself in that, take a lot of services for granted. And we don't really understand what goes into it or what the real cost is. And this is an opportunity, whether it fails or passes, it's an opportunity to really, educate the residents and bring them along to,
Yeah, let them-
understand what they expect or what they are willing
Yeah, let them
to
decide, because we're short-funded to comparable communities.
Yeah,
And I think it really is a reflection of the value of the community, what they want for service. And so we can push a ton of numbers, and we can offer a bunch of, different alternatives as to how to go. That's why there's a bunch of options there. And whichever one works out is going to be what the town should expect then for service.
A lot of times it is perception, because, I mean, when I listen to, what you refer to, social media, the rumor mill of social media, I mean, our taxes have gone down for at least the last couple of years. It's just that the assessed values of properties have skyrocketed.
Yeah.
So when people talk about, their taxes going up, it's just not true.
Yeah.
So anyway, I think so what's the next step? Because you need to respond
So-
to the
Yeah, to the state.
efficiency
Yeah.
and,
So my suggestion would be that we sign the contract with Easthampton, and that buys us time to think about it and have more discussion. That would be my suggestion.
So we would not have to vote on the increased budget tonight? We would
No.
just vote on the contract?
Just vote on the contract, because that gives you time, then when you can have public discussion, you can
Or we need to
research.
have more in-depth understanding
Yeah,
of
I think it would be, I think it would, I know that you don't get a lot of opportunity to speak with department members, but that's going to be an important part of the department, because they're all part-time and could, don't have to be here. I think you might want to take that into account, because if you start saying, oh, let's get Easthampton in to do everything, I think you're going to end up with trouble with people
Well,
who
no,
say
to
that.
be clear,
Yeah.
I said ambulance service.
Okay, okay.
But the timing works with the direction that we took 2 weeks ago at the meeting when we set up the screening committee for the new fire chief. I mean, that's going to involve interviews and surveys of existing staff and
Right.
we can pose certain questions in there, which will also potentially help us
Yeah, you might consider
define
this.
the ultimate job description or the ideal candidate
Right,
that we're
Yeah,
going to be looking for.
You might consider an assessment center as well.
yeah, okay. And just to clarity, on the experience, keep talking about experienced paramedics
Yep.
to be possible full-time. What are we talking about? 3 years, 5 years? What are we talking about?
Well, like,
What's experience?
average now is probably about 7 years. I mean, Southampton, I don't think people do have a perspective of the really, I think, tremendous ambulance service that we're providing now. I mean, yeah, we have basics that are covering nights, but as far as like dark nights, as John refers to, we had 4 in 2022, and that was due to a pay increase. 4 is, is it a perfect number? No. But 4 in regards to 365 days with part-time staffing, I think is pretty good.
But if there were only 4 and they subconsciously allow you a 10% ratio, that's 36 nights.
But they picked 2 months out of the, just like.
Yeah, but
any audit,
that
right?
would be 2 and 2.
But
You're still underneath that 10%.
But 4, when I say dark, that means no one at
No
the station.
coverage.
That was one of your concerns. You said you'd have to live up to when there's no one at the station. There was, 4.
Right,
in
because
2000
you were covering it with basics.
Because we were covering with basic.
Right.
So what the state is looking at and what we're addressing now is the 146 nights that were covered with basics. And I think if you work to cover them with paramedics, you're going to increase your calls that you can get revenue from. So I think you'll see revenue.
Right, so,
And so when you talk about, revenue back from another community like Hadley and their Action Ambulance Service, for one, what Hadley's, from my understanding, what they're trying to do is phase Action out of the picture. It's not doing what I think you're suggesting, which is phasing Action into the picture.
no, this is when Action first got there, when Bob Market was up there.
Yeah.
But the Hilltown Ambulance,
Yep.
right, they abut our area, and they,
Don't offer service at night.
okay, I wasn't going there.
Yeah.
But they are now posting and making a point to share when they actually have paramedic level. So are they,
So could you renegotiate a contract with the state? You probably could.
well, it's
And
just a
that's-
memo,
that's-
it's just, this is what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
So if we know that right now our pain point is the overnight shift, and we had to go, what'd you say, 140 something with basic coverage?
Yep.
Right. And there were 4 incidents where it was dark, where there was nobody. But, so we really had 148 without paramedic level.
Yep.
144 or 46 of them we were able to cover with basics. Could we, do we perhaps tell the state that our goal is to be paramedic, but we recognize that we're having difficulty on the night shift, so this night shift right here, whatever it is, we're gonna go for the basic level, and when we can put a paramedic in there, we will, because it's above what we're telling them we'll do.
And as much as we could get by with that status quo, I personally feel like call volume's going up, and we're kicking the can down the road, because what we want is...
I would say simultaneously, we work on this whole project to
Yeah,
figure
we
out what
want,
the funding source
we
needs
want
to be.
people here. We want people that are going to respond and be at your side within 5 minutes as the national standard. We're not looking to do 146 times when a paramedic is coming from another community. And yes, I'm biased. I want the gold standard. I want the best coverage that I can provide to this town. And considering that our budget is so much less than other communities, I feel like if the community understood that and understood, the direction that the department is trying to go in, the improvements that it's made over the time that it's been here, I think they would be in support. I think most of the times when you talk to people, they don't even understand that we're not full-time.
Well, great, and to the chair's point, it's going to be a communication and an education.
Absolutely.
But on the standard, the 1710 standard, which under D1 general is 446 seconds, right? So 7.43 minutes. Why are we only teaming up with Easthampton? Why? Because Easthampton's not going to make the ponds. I mean, and out on my side of the town, wouldn't it be better to partner with Westfield to come?
We call Westfield too. So anything from.
But you're only asking us to sign with Easthampton.
Well, the state needed something that needed to come through right away. I had sat down with the chief for Easthampton. I brought the document that you're about to sign, and I brought it to the state. It took me almost 5 days to get an answer from them. And when he first answered me, he said, well, I don't think that's going to do what we think, what you need to do. I said, really? Are you looking to shut down the service? I said, at this point, this document, has a commitment from Easthampton to give us the coverage that you're saying we're in deficit from. And so he went back up his chain of command. He came back to me and he said, okay, that document will be sufficient. So I'm just trying to find something, like I said, I'd like to sign this document tonight because, and yes, it's with Easthampton. Do I think Easthampton would really care if we call Westfield because it makes more sense for patient care? I think Westfield Easthampton would be amicable to that. I don't think they're so money driven as a private service may be to hold you to the letter of a contract. I think Chris Norris, who used to be in Northampton, I've had years with him, would be fine if we, use the same parameters we use now.
Wait a minute, when you call Westfield for paramedic level service, is there an additional charge of $500?
$375, they're less. I prefer to call Westfield, it's just the predominance of our calls.
And I think it should
Easthampton.
be added in there that the Southampton Fire Department reserves the right to contact
Well-
whatever service would be in the best interest of the resident.
But didn't you tell me that you divide the town in half?
I do. So PMR, Easthampton, East Street, Easthampton, everything from PMR that way, Westfield, East Street that way,
Then I do
Westfield.
think that we want to make sure it's clear that we're not obligated to call them solely if that's not exactly happening. I don't want to rely on any kind of informal agreement because you've known him since whenever.
Well, I would say that, perhaps Ed and I could call Chris Norris tomorrow and try and, change the contract that we have. But I think it's, honestly, I would take him on, personally, I would take him on a verbal. If he's not going to come after us for a breach of contract because we call Westfield because it was better for patient
I
care.
don't think it says anywhere in here that this is an exclusive
I was
arrangement.
just looking for.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine, even if
Number
it's,
2,
Yeah.
under scope of service. In the event Southampton Fire Department cannot staff their ambulance service at paramedic level, the town will call the
Yeah.
Easthampton Public Dispatch Center.
Well, then I would add a point at the end that said, at no point does this require it to be exclusive, especially if it's cheaper and it's closer. By the way,
I would
I'm
do
on
it-
the same side of town as Jim.
Really wants the Westfield call.
yeah, and
Save the town some money, that's all.
it's a valid concern, and honestly, I really wrestled with, do I call Westfield because they're cheaper? It kind of irritated me when I first had to sign a contract for
Be
$500.
the best interest of the
Well, maybe there
resident.
could be just a sentence just to say that,
Yeah, it shouldn't be exclusive, and
Well,
I think it probably should have the select board chair's signature on the.
I mean, so maybe the vote would be that if we can negotiate it, that Ed could then be the signatory to put it into place, because we don't really have a lot of time with it.
And it would take actually reworking this agreement, because actually number 2 and number 3 actually would have to be altered.
Yeah,
Because number 3 says during these times, EFD will become the primary provider for emergency
during this
medical
time frame,
Yeah.
meaning the 10 months of the agreement, right?
Yeah, I think it'd be an easy change, because honestly, I think anybody who's in the service is really about patient care. That's why we do it. If you're a municipality, it's not a business, so to speak. I mean, you got to have a business sense to it. But it's about patient care. You want to help people.
Yeah. I mean, this doesn't sound like it would be a big change to negotiate with Chief
I wouldn't think
Norris, would
so.
it? I mean,
I
just
could
to
call
clarify
them right now
points
and put them
2
on
and 3.
speakerphone if you want.
Chris, could I ask a separate question? Ed, what's your recommendation in course of action? I mean, you and Chris have been aware of this for 3 or 4 weeks now. Are you good with this for first steps?
It's probably like 2 weeks, but I am good with the first step of putting something like this into place. My recommendation would be, yes, to try to continue the way we currently are with a supplemental of something like this, whether it be entirely with Easthampton or with the ability to also call Westfield for the other half of town. And I think, and this is my opinion, that the best course of action is to do that up through the town meeting to the basically annual town election. And, okay. And I'll be honest, since that time on February or January 16th, 2018, okay, I thought we had 24/7 coverage, paramedic. So I would like to make sure that we nail those amounts correctly, but I think, yes, we take that, we pull out that change, because I don't see being able to cover $225,000 into additionally into one department with just what we will draw in new revenues this year, and put it out there as, okay, whatever that dollar amount is, here's the override for 24/7 ALS coverage for the town at X amount of dollars. And okay, if it passes, that's what we're doing, and that's where the money's going. And if it doesn't pass, that means, yes, we have to drop back.
Here's what you're going to have.
And go to, basic.
Right. So back on this memorandum of agreement, though, is it too much to ask to modify by one sentence, couple words, on 2 and 3, just to say that, given whatever distances from the south part of town, calls toward the south part of town, we'll probably call Westfield first, or whatever. I mean, I don't know what the language is, but
I mean,
one sentence would
proportionally, they're
clarify.
going to be in the same place.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be the same,
They're
yeah.
not spending as much, but they're not also.
Right, I
not
mean, I
costing
can't see that they would be upset about that, but it probably is a good
No.
idea to clarify
Should be
that
specified.
that we are not making them our only
Exclusive.
go-to.
Right.
So that's where that's very.
Right, and number 2, I even go simpler than that. In the first line, where it says the town of Southampton will call, may call. Two, to me, is fairly easy, and then during these times, that would have to be, EFD
modify
will
that
become
one a
the
little bit.
primary provider. And you might say, will become one of 2 primary providers, I don't know.
Yeah.
Something like
And
that.
Something
I
like
think
that.
he wants to be upfront, and we should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, sure. No, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
No, I think if we could modify that wording a little bit, that would, I think, alleviate your
Yeah,
concern.
I also
yeah?
think that I'm not sure why it doesn't list you as the chair of the select board signing it.
Yeah, with the mayor of Easthampton signing it,
Right.
why wouldn't I, as the chair of select board, sign this?
Whichever, that's,
They're a mutual aid agreement, right? So
I don't know.
this is like a mutual aid, an interagency agreement.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it can be either, but I think if you read the statute, a lot of times it assumes if there's a town administrator in place,
Town administrator does it.
you're right.
I would be happy to recommend that get changed to the chair of the select board also.
Okay, then I'll make a motion to approve this mutual agreement as stated with the amendment of 2 and 3, or any place where it references sole primary provider of Easthampton, so that we're allowed to call other towns, particularly Westfield, and that it would also change and have Chris Fowles as the chair of the select board.
Okay. I have a motion on
second.
the floor, second?
Second.
Okay, Rini motion, Joyce second. Any further discussion? All right, if not, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nope.
Hearing none? Okay, the motion passes.
So before we complete this topic, so back on the recommendations here that they say they're waiting to hear from us, what is the message we are sending back? A, the vote we just took, and here's what it says. Is there a B, or is that all we're saying?
Back to the state, you mean?
Yeah, because they're
You
asking
could, you
for a
could request
response.
the state to come in, because some of your questions are good questions, John, and would be appropriately, asked of the state. Make them come in here and justify why they're doing what they're doing.
Yeah, well, yes, and my thought was along the lines of, we did this, we put a temporary placeholder in place, and then over the course of the next, 30, 60 days?
60
We're going to
days,
study
we're
this
gonna-
matter. It's already, you could kind of kick it into the cost efficiency group, since we're already talking with ambulance and fire on that, or, so, I think we need to do something other than wait until it comes up for the budget process.
No, I agree, yeah, okay.
And then just tell them whatever that is.
We could say something like over the next, 60 days,
60
we're
days,
going to be
we're gonna
further
study this
examining the implication of the costs and how to address those in our annual budget or something like that.
So I don't think it needs to be a motion, but I would like the town administrator to draft a letter under his letterhead and signature to that effect.
Draft a letter to what?
To the state,
To the state,
to the state, in terms of
saying
what our
the
response is.
select board, and then you can give it to John, he can send it in, but here's what we did. And over the course of the next 60 days, the select board is going to evaluate its options and take further action in time.
And do
Evaluate
you want
the
me to
impact
ask
of
them to
Put
come
something
into a
in
meeting too?
place. So you're
That might be
saying-
phase two,
Yeah.
once we gather and start collecting
Okay.
data points.
Francie, sorry, I didn't hear
No,
you.
I agree with John. I was just saying, we did put something in place, but then we need that the rest of the time to plan long-term.
Right,
Right.
yeah. To really understand the impact of any kind of budgetary,
Doesn't seem unreasonable to me.
yeah.
It's
Okay.
politics.
I think we got this far at least, so.
Yeah,
Thank you
you're
for
welcome.
Thank you.
the time and presentation, and hopefully this will satisfy them for a while.
And while
Yeah.
John's standing there, just to make it official, so he hears this, is he has requested that his retirement date be changed one day earlier to June 29th, 2023, and this is because Hampshire Retirement System has basically said that anyone that retires after June 29th, 2023 will not be eligible for this year's COLA. So by using the 29th or earlier as your retirement date, you are eligible for this year's COLA.
Why don't they just end it with the fiscal year?
I don't know. I made the assumption too, but
I have no idea, but
It's a weird,
I really don't,
why not July 1st?
that's what they have said, and I really don't want to get into the instance of
Whatever.
someone missing out on something like that by,
Swing it that way.
So it's the COLA that applies to his retirement.
yes.
correct.
Okay.
all right.
Yeah.
So do we need a
Which
motion to?
from my understanding, actually amounts to 5% for this particular year.
Yeah,
That's the one.
yeah, it went up a lot.
Yeah.
Huge.
All right, so we need a motion
I'll
for
make a
that?
motion to accept the change in his retirement date to June 29, 2023.
Second.
Rini and John seconded, okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that
Yeah,
passes.
yeah, I bet
Thank you.
you're all
Sure.
for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have also relayed that information to any others that I know of that were contemplating to retire maybe at the end of this fiscal year.
Yeah.
Very good. Yep, all right, thank you, John, appreciate your
Thanks,
time. All right,
Thanks, Chief.
Appreciate it.
Wow.
okay, well, we are,
Ready to adjourn?
we might need a mini break in between here, but let's get a little bit further down the list here before we do that. So,
Town administrator?
jump back to the town administrator report here.
Didn't I give that a while ago?
No, we talked,
No, you
talked about it, and I think you're the one that said no.
escaped you for a minute, but go ahead.
All right. The voice over IP telephones have been installed and switched over. The training also occurred on January 25th, the same day as the switchover. We have been ironing out some of the kinks out of the system, such as setting up and checking that the voicemail system is working properly on the telephones in the different departments.
With this system, all outgoing phone calls, regardless of which town hall department initiates them, the outgoing phone number that is shown to the recipient is 413-529-0106, which is the main account number and the telephone number to the town administrator select board office.
Hopefully, we're going to be looking
You're
at that option.
You're going to become the receptionist?
Yeah, we're like one giant switchboard here at
Yes.
Town Hall now. So
Yeah.
I think we'll probably get the tech guys to weigh in a little bit to help us figure out if there's
Well,
any other option on
Yeah,
this.
from the information I've been given, we could either move forward and implement the voicemail in the departments that had more than one phone and keep the outgoing phone calls all coming from this, as showing from coming from this one number, or we could have changed all of those to show their own, but would not have been able to set up the voicemails. So, for the interim, I and Judy took the stab in the back, and then we'll see what we can figure out from there.
Yep.
I received a letter of notification to retire today from Joan Linehan, Council on Aging Director. Her date of retirement is June 29th, 2023. Thank you very much to Joan for her years of service to the town of Southampton and our senior population. We wish her a happy and healthy retirement. And then that letter, because I just got it today, will be as part of resignations, appointments on the next select board agenda. We went through C, which was John Workman, Fire Chief, would like to move his date of retirement forward to June 29th also. So thank you very much for being willing to do that. Our Assistant Treasurer Collector, Chrissy Facto, has presented her letter of resignation as of February 9th, 2023. Ty and Bond is working with the town and Mass DOT and Mass Trails regarding the Greenway Rail Trail design. Mass Trails and DOT would like to have a joint meeting with the town of Southampton, the city of Westfield, and the two trail design teams regarding the next phase of the rail trail design, which would get us from Route 10 at Sheldon's Ice Cream to the Westfield line and vice versa in Westfield. So
They're not too anxious, are they? I mean,
well,
we're thinking that far yet.
Well, not only are they thinking that far ahead, I mean, and Ty and Bond is willing to do this, but I did when Amanda Lewis reached out to me to let me know that they were interested in this, and I know Mass DOT is very supportive and hot on the entire project. I reminded him, I said, okay, I goes, basically Ty and Bond isn't under contract or agreement with us to talk about or do anything with that phase, but they are willing to partake in that conversation. So they want us to start
So
thinking
they'll
about
set it
the
up at
next
some
steps.
point, or?
Actually, they have a tentative date that they have asked. I haven't seen a, shall we say, a actual acceptance from the city of Westfield as of yet, but in 2 days, which is February 2nd at, I think, 2 or 2:30.
What?
February 2nd is 2 days from now.
Yes, exactly.
What?
The meeting with Mass Trails and DOT and Westfield.
To
And the Greenway
discuss
Committee.
Yeah, that's
a
how,
rail trail that's coming
that's how
into
hot they are on
Southampton?
this.
Yeah, but is it, when you say the town of Southampton, are you talking about the select board and the city council over there?
No,
No,
I'm
okay.
basically talking about myself, Mayor, and I don't think Mayor McCabe's going to show up, but their city engineer will show up, and then Ty and Bond is going to show up for us. I forget who is doing the design work currently for the city of Westfield on it. So, and then someone from Mass Trails and Mass DOT, and it's a Zoom meeting.
The
so.
Zoom meeting?
I understand, but this is the issue that the people in Southampton are complaining about on social media, is that they're not getting notification of these things, there's not enough communication, and now we're hearing about meetings, about plans between Mass DOT between Mass Trails and DOT, and that's just, like, I'm very supportive of this project, but I also feel like there's such a lack of communication to the community about what is going on, and this is very fast. I don't know if anyone else feels like
Yeah,
that.
well, this request is coming out of the state. I mean, it's not anything we've initiated.
No, I realize. I just wonder how, how we can keep our community informed
Yeah, well.
without, I don't know. Yeah.
To me, it just sounds like the Westfield side of it is like a little bit further down the road there.
Yeah, I mean,
We literally just got the
They may
rail
have
banking
that done
agreement.
Yeah. Well, Westfield's gotten a certain way, and the last I had heard, I thought they were coming up Route 10 itself. But maybe not.
I'm not sure,
Yeah.
but I think that's one of the reasons they want to have this.
Well, I do know, I will say,
meeting.
even though, Aaron's gone, the Greenway Committee has been in touch with the Westfield Greenway Committee. I know that they've got communication there to, talk about, what each committee has been working on, kind of thing. So I think they've had, they've got at least not a liaison, but a contact there with the Westfield Greenway Committee, so that's a start, but, okay, well, I guess we'll see what happens here, but there should be something that comes out of that could be made public.
And neither of those committees would be joining this meeting?
Sorry?
Neither of the Westfield or Southampton committee will be joining this
Greenway
meeting?
Committee?
No, they should
Yeah.
be.
No,
No?
No?
The Greenway Committee, no?
no.
Oh, okay.
That's what departments are for, to do their job.
I see, okay. All righty.
The website redesign with Final Site is proceeding on schedule. The team with Megan Gentile, Dan Breen, both the Ad hoc Technology Committee, and Chris Fowles and myself are meeting with Final Site representatives on a weekly updating basis. And just to let you know, I did have an unexpected family emergency come up this past weekend, so I will finish my self-evaluation and get it to the Select Board for the beginning of next week. And then upcoming Select Board meetings, February 14th and 28th.
Okay, any comments, questions? I think, my only thought is I hope we can find I think there's been some improvements from what little I've understood about the voice over phones themselves, at least being able to transfer messages. If somebody calls into the wrong department and it really belongs somewhere else, you don't have to write a hand message anymore or send an email to somebody. You can actually transfer that over to some department. So that's a feature that we didn't definitely have. But having, if you had a question to whatever, the tax office or something, and had to leave a voicemail, and then you get a message back on your phone saying just from the town administrator, you might wonder, well, I didn't call them, so what's that all about? So, I don't know, we'll certainly talk a little bit more about any ways to do that, or at least if we can't solve that, you're gonna have a lot of calls coming out of.
Well, technically, you wouldn't have gotten a message back from the town administrator.
Yeah.
You would have either ignored your voicemail or not had a voicemail and looked at your missed call, and it would have said town administrator.
Right, yeah. So, anyway, something to still, just a kink probably, hopefully, to see if we can do anything better with it, but at least they're here, so thank you. And we have our conference phone here, too, as well, sitting down at John's corner. All right, how about some select board reports? Just, who would like to start? Go
I
ahead,
have none of my
No.
meetings.
Jen. Right.
None of my committees and groups met the past 2 weeks.
You got a break then, that's nice.
I did, it
Wow,
was
you
a
did, boy.
miracle.
Yeah, that is nice.
Okay, how about it, Rini?
Okay, so Board of Assessors, CPC hasn't met, and there's no meeting planned. Board of Assessors met last week, working on the FY24 budget, also doing data gathering around towns, number of parcels, office staffing, just to do a little bit of comparison to other towns. Their goal 1 is to hire a principal assessor. Goal 2 is to have a principal assessor shared with another town. Goal 3 would be contracted service. There also need to recruit another Board of Assessor member. There are currently no principal assessor applicants. The goal for the next fiscal year is full coverage in the office. Right now, they have an interim PA, I think it's 24 hours a week. No, it's less than that. Is it 24 hours a week? It's getting late, I'm not thinking clearly. But their goal is to have full admin assistance coverage in the office. It's just very difficult to not meet the public and not be able to take care of business. We don't want to leave money on the table, and that's what ultimately happens in the assessor's office. The next meeting is Tuesday, February 7th at 10 o'clock in person. Council on Aging hasn't met. The next meeting is tomorrow at 4 o'clock via Zoom. They are also looking for 2 board members. Ed gave the report about the resignation of the director, and I also want to second the thank you to Joan for all your service to the seniors and the senior center in town. She's been a very enthusiastic director, and we're grateful. They have submitted their FY24 budget. Council on Aging Building Feasibility Committee met on the 26th of January with Abacus. They continue to refine the evaluation of potential sites. They provided data that from the engineer that they contracted with. The goal is to identify 1 or 2 sites. They're working towards the request of the Select Board to send letters to top sites requesting specifics of land offers and dollar amounts. The public meeting at there's a public meeting at Norris Cafeteria on Wednesday, March 1st at 7 p.m. It's a public outreach where the Abacus will present their findings and answer questions from the public and so forth. The next meeting of the COA Building Feasibility Committee is February 9th. At noon via Zoom with the Public Safety Building Committee. So they're having a combined meeting on the 9th. Public Safety Building Committee met last night. Very, very unfortunately, with the revised RFQ, there were no responses from firms to the RFQ. I'm going to have Ed speak a little bit to that because he reported off some findings that he had, but the bottom line is it's not enough money. So right now we have $50,000 that was earmarked for this when Representative Pease had told us it was part of the recent legislation, and then ARPA funds were also approved an additional 75, but I'll have him address it. But before I forget, I want to just mention 2 things about this committee. One is, I forgot, and I think because we had one meeting canceled because of snow, but forgot to have the committee address the issue of whether they want to have associate membership or make a recommendation to the select board about that. So that I did send an email to Ed and the chair to say, can we add that to the next agenda? So I'll follow up with that. But both committees have voted to not seek the Coombs property on Clark, the intersection of Clark and Route 10 as a potential site to be considered. So the letter that came in from Bruce Coombs asking for his site to be considered did not come to the select board. It came to a member of the senior center building committee, Darcy Gasparini to be exact. So I don't know if it makes sense for the select board to send a letter saying that both committees have considered this and have decided not to move forward, but it seems like, did you do the same thing for the Wright property?
Yeah, we sent a letter out. Well, we sent a letter because the Wright property on East Street Library area came into us via word of mouth, or somebody had, they sent an email or something
Open
saying,
Space Committee.
Yeah, are we, are you interested in our property?
Yeah.
We wrote back and said, we might be, they're going to be walking properties in the coming week or something.
Yeah.
You need to fill out, or tell us your level of interest or something, and I think they did that. So it was after the fact. It wasn't part of the original letters that I did, but we did follow up with a letter to them. Now, Coombs property, I've done nothing. I've not heard anything.
Well, I think that it would be a good idea, I think, just to, because it could even though it didn't come in through the select board, I mean, both committees have addressed it, both of them voted that that probably doesn't add anything additional to the other ones on Clark in terms of frontage, size, everything. And there is some environmental concerns with that.
Behind the Sunoco station? Is that what we're talking about?
It's the one that's behind Heritage Surveys.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
that goes
going
up that way.
down Clark. So I think it would make sense to just make it official and send a letter to, and I can forward you the email that I had been received from Darcy with his contact information. But I think that neither committee feels that there are environmental concerns. I think there's still test wells because of the plume from the gas station there. I think that, and I don't think the size, the frontage and size of lot isn't as favorable as the other 2 adjacent, so they just didn't think that was anything that they would consider.
I think in the interest of following a process that we had established, I would favor sending a letter, but I would not object to you to drafting a letter
Yeah.
that I can tinker with and
And then
send it
just
out.
quickly to follow up on that, the chair of the committee has also asked, since actually a letter did come from the select board regarding the Wright property, and it has been ruled out due to the fact of accessibility and the, specifically the deed for Conan Park, basically not allowing the town to put a road or a driveway in there to access that property, because it wouldn't be for park use if we would also, and I'd be happy to draft this for the chair, to send a official letter to the Wrights, letting him know that that parcel has been ruled out.
Oh, I thought that already happened, no? Okay.
No,
Well,
not to say it's been ruled out, I had ruled them in with
Okay.
with the request saying that, if you're interested, they're going to be ready to walk properties,
Well,
so.
we walked it, and it was, in some ways, a good situation because of the courts right there in Kona Park, but it violates the original agreement with Kona Park, and there's no other access to it, and there's a lot of wetlands.
Okay.
So I just wanted to say that, so that was the one thing, the associate membership and also the Coombs property, and I'm happy to draft something and forward you the email from Bruce Coombs.
Yep.
So you have that. And then, both committees are looking at the exact same properties, which is current fire station, Gila property on Clark Street, Marmon Keystone on Clark Street, and Zero College Highland, the Bree property on Route 10. And so I just received, although it hasn't been discussed with the committee, a scoring of those 4 sites, including environmental and engineering and other priorities from the Senior Center Building Committee. So we'll be discussing that matrix at the next meeting. But the Senior Center Building Committee is on track with getting a final report by March. And that's all I have.
And we will
right?
be discussing the RFQ on the other one.
Yeah, so the RFQ basically.
RFQ rather, on
yeah.
the public safety one, it's on the agenda.
It's on a separate agenda, okay. So we had updated that, but do you want to say anything more about that, or wait until we talk about the RFQ update?
I'll wait until we talk
Okay.
about the RFQ.
All right, that's all I
update.
have then.
Okay, that's it? All right. Francine?
Okay, I'll be brief. The bylaw committee met on January 25th, and we did a little work plan for the rest of the fiscal year, and we expect to have 3 additional bylaws ready for consideration by the select board and town council in time for the annual town meeting in May. We also received a notification from General Code, that's the company that we engaged to codify our bylaws, that the final online draft manuscript will be ready for our committee's review in February, and that a final publication is possible by May, which means we may also have another that may appear on the warrant for the annual town meeting in May as well. The bylaw committee will meet next on February 15th. I missed the last Laura School Committee, but the school personnel brought everybody up to date with everything at the last select board meeting. So their next meeting is scheduled for February 8th, and the Zoning Board of Appeals has not scheduled their next meeting as of yet.
Did you mention Board of Health? I'm sorry, too, or no?
Board of Health is meeting on, yes, I'm sorry.
And the reason I asked that is
yes.
further down under the old business, and it was a decision that we made while you were out.
Right.
Was that we wanted to put the discussion about the community cannabis benefit payment for substance abuse prevention. We were going to put that into Board of Health's purview to help design, or to design a plan and a process about how we might use that. But we're going to delegate you as the liaison to sort of bring that to their attention. So we may need to fill you
Okay.
in before you have a
Okay,
meeting.
we'll talk.
Yeah.
And their next meeting is on February 13th at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Can I mention one thing that I forgot? That the committee, Public Safety Building Committee last night voted, since they have to update the RFQ and the properties anyway, they voted to take off the current Southampton Highway Department. So in terms of previous discussions around the Green Communities Grant and all that, that is no longer a site that's being considered.
Okay, good to know.
Is that specifically related to the HVAC and the oil? Right, was that the,
No.
is that what you're talking about?
No, it's actually directed to, shall we say, a financial barrier to entry.
Yeah, too many sites.
Because actually keeping that on there, even considering its use, if it was the viable property, it means we'd have to move the highway garage, which will probably add $5 to $6 million to another project, so.
Okay.
Well, that wasn't the only reason, because of course the current fire station is still on the list, and that would be the same situation, that the department would have to be displaced. But I think that the committee has wanted to remove that site as a not particularly realistic possibility. And we didn't do it the last time because it would have held up the RFQ going out the door, because we weren't meeting for that whole month. But now that Select Board has to relook at it, they decided that, because the feedback he'll give, that we got some feedback on why there weren't any responses, and one of them was that there were just too many sites to review, and it was not, there's no way that any firm could do it for the dollar amount given.
Okay. All right, we'll come back around to that. John, something?
Yeah, so I was away last week for work, so I missed a few of my meetings, but I can update you on the Norris meetings. And the all-district meeting met Monday night, and this is the first year, so just to remind you, the 5 districts got together and created an all-district committee that has oversight of the budget, central office, job descriptions, summaries, and all that stuff. And the all-district gets the first look at it, and each district has 2 representatives to it, so from Norris, it's the chair and the vice chair sit on that committee, as well as, for informational purposes, the 2 members from Hampshire Regional that sit there are 2 Southampton residents, Kim Schott and Margaret Linehan, as well. So I think Southampton has a good view of what, yes, Larson. And so we had a preliminary meeting with the all-district, and it was very productive. We'll see what the numbers are going to come out as. But we are on track for Norris to have its preliminary budget meeting on February 8th and vote on its final budget on March 8th, which in theory would mean it'd be in town hall by March 9th.
Which is way ahead of the April 1st, that's super.
Yeah,
So,
great.
Fingers crossed. See how it goes.
And Norris's meeting is Monday, next Monday? I mean,
February
Hampshire
8th.
Regional?
Oh, the Hampshire Regional, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great.
And they'll have their preliminary, right? So there's a very tight timeline. We still don't have any resolution on who the business administrator is going to be. We're still in active negotiations with the existing person who is currently helping us in a contract capacity to get through all of this. So we'll see how it shakes out while they negotiate terms.
Great. All right. Anything else? That's it? All right. Just briefly, just on the ad hoc grant committee, we've sent in, as mentioned with the Greenway folks, the application for Mass Trails for more funds for design and permitting and engineering. So that was for the FY23 round, which wouldn't be awarded until FY24, which is fine, because that's for $320,000 plus a match that we would have to go probably require of CPC, but we also have put in about a $15,000 match for town administrator, highway department, and volunteer time that can count as an in-kind match to the grant as well. And one of the reasons for putting that one in is that would come out into the next fiscal year when it would be awarded, and that would be an easier drawdown time for tie and bond, because we can't have too much money all at once for an engineer. They can't spend it fast enough. And unfortunately, these grants are only a year long, which is just kind of a nightmare. So that's one. And then Ed and I have been working around with the whole issue at the park with the spray deck and whatchamacallit, walking path. And some things are moving forward, but we're way behind schedule. And so we probably will have to figure out a way to get a request in to see if they would allow us an extension for a few months on that one too. But our engineer that's working on the design and us have been kind of Not on the same page all the time, I guess I would say. But we finally, I think,
way
have a
to put it.
breakthrough, so it's moving a little bit. So Parks has a meeting tomorrow night, so they'll hear more about it then, I guess. That's about it for grants. We've got the one-stop community growth grant that is open now for expressions of interest, and that is one I'm going to send around, just the basic information around from the grants committee. I'll send it around to various committees that might find it useful, planning, housing in particular, but others as well. This is one that is a state grant, and it's a one where the applications are not due until the month of May, I believe, but there are expressions of interest that have to go in, don't have to go in, they should go in if you want any kind of feedback to know whether you've got a chance with your concept or not. And we're allowed to put in 2 project concept ideas from the town if we have such. And it's about a 3 or 4 page application, so not terribly onerous. So we'll see if there might be something there. But this would allow for some site preparation, construction kinds of things. This is a program that the state has organized where they're actually allowing one application to come in that would be then siphoned off into one of 12 different agencies. So it's really trying to streamline the review process for a grants program at the state level. And depending on the kind of thing you're looking for, they talk about a project continuum. So you're in a design phase or a construction phase or something else. Depending on what phase you're in, it would get channeled to the right agencies that would focus on that. So it's theoretically a streamlined, more efficient process, and we may have something that would apply. So I'll send that around to the various committees, including the feasibility committees, et cetera, just to let you know what's out there as something, maybe not for now, but for the future. But that's what's on the plate in terms of grants for right now. Okay.
Can I ask a question about the community preservation? I mean, I'm the liaison, I probably should know this, but I don't. So in thinking about the Park Commission, I'm also thinking about what I just heard about a matching grant on a 300,000.
It's not a matching. We have to, for the mass trails?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it has to be 80% to 20%, so it's 20% minimum.
Oh, okay. Well,
match.
that's a whole
Yeah.
different story, though.
20%.
But in a case like this, they ended up going out to get the bid on the work at the Labrie Field there for the playground and the field house and all. It was a pretty big project, and when they went out to bid, like you said, it was $100,000. It's probably a lot more now. Did they have to go back to town meeting if they change what they end up funding? So let's say the playground ends up being donated because of what he said, a memorial playground, and then they decide not to do ABC, but they're going to do, other things. At what point do they have to go back to the voters when something has changed from what was originally voted in?
Well, the playground was not part of.
The original, yeah. It was mostly the field house and bathrooms.
For the field house. So, and this can take a couple of different paths, but I mean, theoretically, I think, and I'm going back like 2 years or 2.5 years now, my memory is I think they had like, I don't know, $300,000 or $325,000 left from that original ask for the field house, and the actual bids came in $100,000 to $125,000 over that, so they're short. That shortfall's probably larger now, so probably they would either have to go back to CPC and say, we're short, we would like to request another X amount of dollars, or go out and say, okay, maybe we can't get any more from CPC. Can we fundraise for whatever that shortfall is type of thing? Now, conversely, I think this might be where you're going. Let's just say, and it's hard to break it down to say if they did some component of the field house and didn't put the plumbing in it or what have you, but let's just say they went back and said, okay, we're way short, we're not going to be able to fundraise. CPC in the town, even out of community preservation, may not give us, 250,000, whatever it ended up shortfall. The therefore, at this point in time, we're going to put up a shed and use the shed for the field house for concessions or what have you. I would say that's drastically different than what they originally asked for, and that would probably have to go back to town meeting.
So they would have to come to CPC and present what they're planning on doing, and then CPC would vote whether or not to approve it and/or whether or not it should go back to the town meeting. And they might need to contact CPA's state.
Yeah, and it would be worthwhile probably to look back at the actual warrant of that town meeting to see the real language of the motion, right?
Yeah, right.
I mean, sometimes they, may not be as specific as you think, and if it was,
Right, I
if
mean-
it had any wiggle room in it.
To this point in time, they haven't really, from any of the conversations or anything I've heard or been at their meetings, they have not wavered from field house with, bathrooms, concession stand, and, needing the water supply to it, obviously, and having to put in a septic system to handle the bathrooms and the wastewater.
And when this happens, when money is allocated from CPC over to a particular department, the money is moved over to the department and allocated and not generates any interest versus it stays in the CPC account?
That I'd probably have to, on a budget or expense spreadsheet, it would be shown for that particular department. I would have to actually go back and take a look at the technicality of, is that still being accounted for in a, CPC fund and actually generating interest on top of it, or not. Some of the other.
I think the CPC year-end form indicates what money is in there that's already been voted and appropriate somewhere else, just hasn't been drawn down yet.
Okay, so it
I think it
stays
there
in
until
there,
expense
yeah.
hits
Maybe
against
until
it.
it's drawn down.
But
That makes
I'd like to
that makes
double
sense. I
check
think
on it
that's
just to
how
make
it
sure.
goes.
Some of the other pieces that aren't currently on it is, there's CPC doesn't put any, shall we say, deadline on those funds. If you haven't expended it by, whether it's 2 years, 3 years, 1 year, whatever, it's coming back to us type of thing. The other thing that's different here than I've seen in other places is, it's pretty much the department that spends those funds, submits the warrants for the invoices and for the expenditures of those funds without any CPC or CPC chair actually signing off on that.
Yeah.
I think the ARPA quarterly reports is a good reminder to me when we have a CPC meeting again, to have some kind of accountability to the departments that have been getting the money because, they, like we said, it's already been a couple of years since that money was originally approved.
Well, and if we look at our expense and, our expense reports,
Yeah.
we see the CPC, category and all the
Right.
projects that are there. So once a project gets approved at town meeting, the project gets listed right on our report. But the drawdowns on a lot of these have not been very fast.
Yep.
Okay, let's keep on moving, guys, and see how much energy do we got. Do we need a mini break for 5 minutes, or are we ready to keep on moving through some select board policies?
I'm gonna use the
ready to roll?
restroom, but you guys can proceed without me.
We'll put yours toward the end here. We'll start with something else. Okay, let's see if we can plow through some of these. We saw these for the first time. We'll put recycled at the bottom, and that was Joy's. Let's start with John and the driveway modification ones and public ways, et cetera. We had seen these before last meeting briefly. I hope people had a better chance to read them. Just to note, and I guess it wasn't maybe totally clear, but the idea here by having some of these in bold were the ones that we were hoping to see if we could tackle tonight and say, yeah, we basically agree with them. Let's put them in final, with the changes that are being recommended. And then the pending ones are ones that will come up next meeting and or the following meeting. I'd like, with the next couple of meetings, we should be able to get through all of them, I think. So this maybe was just a way to try and tackle a smaller bite at a time. So First one, John, I think was the driveway regulations one.
Yep.
And there was, just under regulation, I think there was something in bold that was maybe added. If you could just tell us a couple things that might have been added there, is that?
Well, some of the verbiage was clarified. There was a section, what number is it? The number 12. 11 and 12 were modified.
11 and 12.
Number 11, any deviation, modification of the approved driveway plan must be justified and approved by the highway superintendent. Any appeals or waivers shall be heard by the Southampton Select Board. And instead of the word will, it was shall. They shall require a scale plan. If you're gonna appeal it, you gotta give us the scale plan. And then number 12, clarifying that should an engineer stamp design plan or plans for appeals, that it's at their expense. Provide that. And then under special considerations, letter E was added, related to, other than, this is primarily all private property. So the highway superintendent wanted to add a section in there in the event if it's a commercial spot. You got to follow the zoning and those proper regulations. You can't use this policy to get in through there.
Okay, so commercial or industrial driveways are subject to this regulation.
Applicants will work with the highway superintendent and add planning board zoning enforcement officer to agree to design a complex. So
That'd be which complies?
Letter E was completely missing from the whole document.
Okay. All right. And so on the design, just change with to which complies, yeah, thanks. Rita.
Sure.
We're on the first driveway regs.
Yeah.
We make it very far.
Okay, so that was new that had not been on there before.
Yep.
All right. I had one question that wasn't, as I read it, I thought I understood it, and then I thought the language was the same. If you just look at number 9 for me, driveway or a major street defined on the subdivision regulations, blah, blah, blah. So vehicles may enter and exit onto a public way by being driven.
In a
Should
forward.
be on in a
On a-
In a forward direction.
Direction.
But then a driveway on a minor or secondary street,
Yep.
as opposed to a major street, that definition is the same. Vehicles may enter and exit onto the public way by being driven in a forward direction. So I didn't get the distinction here. Something's not, maybe
Yeah,
one
that
can,
that they're the same.
well, so that's, that
I know
one.
I know it's illegal to back out onto a major street.
So it could be that one
Yeah, maybe the minor one allows for either.
should be enter and exit, and one of them, maybe the major is only enter but not exit? I don't know, onto a public way? Something's not,
Yeah.
yeah, it's not right. I'm not sure what it is, though.
Yeah.
And I didn't have a chance to look up the subdivision regulations to figure that out. So that would just be one clarification there that just doesn't seem, it's
I didn't even catch that.
I didn't
not
either.
right, I don't think.
Well, that's a big question.
But other than that, I didn't have any
I didn't have any other
other
comments.
issues with that one.
I don't remember if we addressed this last meeting,
What?
but are driveways in town and curb cuts also zoning bylaws, part of the zoning bylaws or part of planning board?
Driving,
Or general bylaws, I mean,
driveways and what?
curb cuts.
They are general bylaws right now.
Okay, so we're gonna have general bylaws and policies?
There's a general bylaw for curb cuts, and I believe there's one on the books for
And the-
repairs on public ways. That may not be driveways, it's repairs on public ways.
Right. this
Okay.
is
But
the-
curb
this
cuts is
the
definitely
permit.
a bylaw.
Yeah.
And so this is a select board policy clarifying a couple things of that, I think. Well, we aren't at curb cuts yet,
I
but,
think
Okay.
I think it's the application process.
yeah,
How-
Okay,
how to do
thank
it.
you for
how you
clarifying.
apply that.
Yeah, this is,
But
that's
there are
not the bylaw.
instances
Yeah.
where you have like rules and regulations, which are actually policies that go along with bylaws. One example is, probably a year ago, we did the actual bylaw for stormwater. In there, it states should be rules and regulations. The rules and regulations haven't been, shall we say, put into a final draft as of yet. Randall and I are working
Okay.
currently with KP Law on that, but once that's done,
those rules and regulations are a policy of the highway department, but they would have to come in front of the select board to be approved.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
So we're going to hold off of this until we clarify number?
Well, I think those would be the questions. I mean, that question is just that number 9 is the only thing. If
We may have an answer shortly if he's still awake.
okay,
I was going to say, I was just going to text him if you
But I
haven't.
that's fine.
Did you, John?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So I think, yeah, so we can keep on moving and see if we do. Permit to
Did you get
open
the edit
a
in the last line,
public
Ed?
way. Sorry?
I was just asking, did you hear about the edit in the last line? Which instead of with?
Under E,
The very last one on E, it should say, officer to agree on a design which complies.
Yep.
Instead of with
Oh,
complies?
okay. I
Which
did
complies.
not hear that.
Okay.
Okay, very good, thanks. Okay, so those couple changes, and then or modifications, we'll see where we go. Okay, permit to open a public way. So, this looks pretty straightforward. Is there anybody that saw anything here that didn't seem
I did not see
out of the ordinary?
anything.
No, and I'm going to assume all his
Yeah,
words in there are accurate.
okay,
Bituminous concrete top and
right. Pavement shall be saw cut. Okay, yep, okay,
no
so.
jackhammers.
So theoretically, not hearing any changes possibly on that one. That's good.
And just to be clear, like any amendments that are made to these or any that go straight through tonight's meeting that the select board would like to move forward with, I will take and put on the select board page under pending policies, and also give to the town clerk for posting on her board with a date, because that's actually part of one of the other policies.
Right, the one I'm
for the
reviewing, it's
procedure.
procedures and policy
exactly,
before the
right.
select board.
So we can note changes and we can get these cleaned up. We were basically going to be recommending these, and they would be out for
Yep,
public notice or whatever for the couple weeks until we have our next meeting. Curb cut permit is the next one.
So fairly identical, except it doesn't have the last 2 bullet points as opening a public way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Not seeing any comments on those, anybody? No? All right, so we have those 3 for right now from John, yeah?
Yeah, and the only, where was,
We have
wasn't there a fee schedule?
oh, there was yeah, I don't know if it made it into our packages, sorry.
Okay.
The fee schedule
It just goes along with those.
goes in it?
Yeah, I think on the fee schedule, I just wanted to sit down with
Okay.
Randall and actually go over the amount of time that it actually takes him or his administrative assistant to make sure that they really were still accurate, that's all.
Okay,
All right.
so we don't have that tonight, so we have these 3 at the moment from there, from highway, related to highway. Okay? Yeah, so we have,
Here's the response to
Yep.
number 9.
thank you.
Highway superintendent says, and I quote, "Number 9 is accurate to reflect the desire of the ad hoc committee. I didn't want to allow driveway designs that made people back into the street at all, compromise to allow for it on low-volume roads. Higher volume roads must provide some turnaround so that they can pull into the road in forward direction."
so minor should say either direction, right?
Yeah, and where major, you can only pull forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, under the major street then, that should be, shall be designed so that vehicles may enter onto the public way by being driven in a forward direction, but not, enter and exit?
You'd say forward or reverse direction.
You may enter or
And exit.
exit onto a public way by being driven in a forward direction.
Right?
Right? So you can back into that's, if 2 major intersections come together and you drove past it, you can back into it.
Right?
but you can only exit in a forward direction.
On a major way.
So you
yeah.
On a
can't
major
back
way.
out.
Yeah.
On a minor, you can be in there, in the street, think of a dead end, and back out onto another minor.
Okay, so it should say, for the minor one, forward and reverse direction.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's where so it's the last one, that's, the
Yeah.
second part is right.
Yeah, it was missing or reverse.
So it should say in a forward or reverse direction.
Yes.
Okay, so may enter and exit onto the public way by being driven in a forward or
Or reverse.
reverse
Yeah.
For,
direction. Yep. That's under the minor
Under the
secondary
minor.
street one.
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, well, that's,
Well,
okay,
that's good.
thank you, that's a little, good clarification. Thanks, Randall, for watching, or hearing us, or waking up to hear us.
Welcome up with text.
Sorry. Okay, moving forward. Okay, and then we'll look at the fee schedule next time around, John, when we have it here.
Yep.
All right, emergency weather, I think this was Francine's.
Yeah, I didn't see a whole lot with it, except that we referred to a DPW, which we don't have, so I specified highway and water department. I added police and fire, or should I just have left it, specify emergency and essential personnel? In the first paragraph.
One of the policies that I'm, it's traffic control or whatever the name of it is, it refers to, first of all, I think it's lifted right from Mass General laws, so it says superintendent, highway superintendent, or DPW. So I think that's why it included both, at least the one that that's what Chief Illingsworth had told me, that some of the language was because it came from Mass General laws. So I don't know if they're referring to DPW and highway superintendent, because it's just keeping it odd.
Yeah, maybe, but I can't imagine, emergency weather wouldn't relate to, I mean, I can see it for, for traffic regulations.
So what do you want it back, do you want it back to?
No, I think what's relevant for us.
Highway department.
I would put highway department, water department, yeah.
Okay.
Sure. So you're, okay, so the policy excludes emergency personnel, school department, question mark? Is that yours?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the school department's separate.
School makes their
Their
own
own.
decision.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why they're out.
So they're
Okay.
out. Okay.
Yes.
DPW's out, highway, water, and then you're saying
Police and
maybe
fire.
police and fire?
But
Question?
they would be included in emergency personnel, I guess. Am I right?
Well, as part of the EMD process, maybe?
So we can just leave that out.
So, but it says, so let's back up. So the town will keep its offices open during regularly scheduled hours unless extreme inclement weather, extraordinary conditions, or unforeseen circumstances necessitates its closure.
Yes.
This policy excludes X, Y, and Z here.
Emergency personnel, school department, these folks. And
I would,
emergency personnel refers to police and fire, so that's redundant.
yeah, I think that's, you've already got emergency
All right, so
personnel there.
I will leave that out.
Or you could do this if you wanted to. This policy excludes school department, highway department, water department, and emergency personnel / police and fire.
Well, you have to say EMS, fire/EMS.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Police and fire.
Fire EMS,
All right, I just did, a little wordsmithing.
yeah, okay, that's
I
fine.
just changed a couple of words
You're
there.
basically
Otherwise,
adding
it was
both.
fine. It looked like it looked like this covered every, scenario.
Yeah,
So
okay,
I thought it was fine.
all right.
Right, and I'll just point this out, and they pretty much have followed us, except on Fridays and Saturdays when the town hall isn't open, but the library would be the other one.
Okay,
But like I say, they pretty much have followed the town hall, except
for the weekend.
on Fridays and Saturdays when,
Should we put something into that effect?
Where would that go?
well, it doesn't wouldn't exclude them. They can still
Okay.
follow what the town hall does.
All right.
I mean, usually the library would come to you to say, should we close, right, or not? Or do they not?
Well,
Well, usually what I do is, if we're like closing or leaving, well, if we're either going to be closed for the day, open late, close early, that is, the library is on my link of contacts to let them know what we're doing. I think
So they're not in that
about a week or two
excluded.
ago, there was a storm that was supposed to come in that fizzled like most of them, and Johanna had reached out to me to ask, what they should do, and I kind of I said, okay, well, I really don't make the call for town hall on Fridays or Saturdays because I don't have to, it's not open. But we went over the scenarios and, told her, I go, so you can check with me, or you can, check with Randall just to get check with Randall on the idea of what they're doing on the streets or whatever. So
she would make her own call
she
on those days.
she would make her own call, correct.
Well, with the exception, if you go to page 2, the first paragraph gives you authority over the library. Under decision to close town offices.
Decision to close town offices.
Okay.
Due to emergency situations, in consultation with the highway superintendent and notification of the select board.
Right.
Buildings included are the town hall, with the exception of public safety personnel, senior center, and the library.
And then I was just asking, are there others that I'm not thinking of?
I mean, is it easier just to say in the definition, shall include all publicly owned buildings excluding school department and emergency services? Just like the catch-all, it's,
Yeah. Should include
I don't know,
all public offices,
all
public.
public buildings.
public buildings.
So we're under the decision to close town offices, is that where you are?
Yeah.
I mean, look how old this is. It says town hall.
Yeah.
And then it excludes the public safety, this was written when we were across the street.
Right,
Right, Dave Fulmer, yeah.
Right.
So I see we're reviewing these yearly.
right. Okay, so that's that last sentence that needs modification then, right?
Yeah.
The buildings included in this policy, well, or all town-owned buildings or whatever?
Excluding public schools and public safety.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Francine, you can tidy that up and get it to Ed, I mean, as we make these changes. You can.
Yeah, I'll make the changes to
Okay.
this and get them back to him.
All right, how about under communication information sources here?
Just a little wordsmithing here.
Okay, nothing major?
My only pushback on that sentence is,
Yep.
it's written in here, so we're saying we're gonna do the website, we're gonna do Facebook, and we're gonna tweet it.
Do we have a
Are we,
tweeter?
well, if we don't have a tweeter, are we opening
And we're not,
ourselves up
okay,
saying?
fine, we'll
I
take
didn't see
that
it on,
out.
I mean, maybe just the town website?
Yeah,
Town website.
and not Facebook.
Well, we do have a town Facebook
We
page.
do, but that's not, is that the towns or is that the
Do you really
departments?
want to do the town Facebook page?
No.
Because it's the highway superintendent
No.
that takes
Right.
care of that. If
No.
we're
Well,
closing
right now, it's,
Town
for
website.
All right, the
inclement
town
weather,
website.
he
Yeah.
or she is
Right.
probably out on the
right, I think on the
roads
town,
plowing or
no, I was going
sanding.
to say, I think the town website is fine, and I would just note that currently when I clicked on the webpage, just to see what the
Okay,
Facebook page was looking like, it's not even operational, so,
You're kidding.
no.
How's that new website coming along?
So
Website
anyway,
design?
just put it on the website, huh?
okay.
Just
How's
the
the new
website,
website
just the
design coming
website.
I'm
along?
working on it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're moving forward a little bit
He
here.
didn't listen to my town administrator report.
Yeah, we've been meeting pretty,
It's
we've got
10
another
o'clock.
meeting tomorrow on it, actually.
Can I ask a question? Is it only the highway department that you would check with? Would you be inclined to check with the police for any reason?
Ian laughs that I do wake him up at like 5 a.m. when I'm checking, because actually I usually check with Ian, believe it or not, first, just to get any accident reports or whatever, and then I check with Randall. So I do check with both of them.
Okay, so let's put in following consultation with the highway superintendent and the police chief. That's up in decision to close?
That's fine.
Okay. All right, so we're going to get rid of Facebook and Twitter down here. It's going to be posted on the town website, okay?
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right, moving on. Anything else there, Francine?
Well, let's go down. I mean, it was a little word. This was awkward for me, under compensation during emergency closing.
Per personnel
I was
policy.
just very specified. I mean, all employees are compensated for regular hours as they would have worked but for the closing. What the? Is there another way of saying this?
It's the but for the closing that's kind of funny. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. All employees are compensated for regular hours they would have worked.
Basically means regardless of the closing.
When buildings are closed.
You could just take out the but for the closing because
All right, I'll just leave it at
because it
that.
would be what they would have worked.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
That
Basically
seems
the
the
same
easiest
thing.
way to do
Yeah,
that.
it was just, I mean, but for the
Yeah.
closing, I didn't get,
put
that
a-
was it.
Put a period after worked. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's part of
good.
the personnel policies.
Yeah. No, that, with those changes, that
That's it.
seems
Yeah,
pretty okay.
yes, okay.
Seems fine.
All right.
Free cash?
Free cash, I left, I'm fine with it. I sent an email to the treasurer and to the accountant and asked them if these percentage allocations were sufficient for their purposes in their view, and I never heard back, so I left it the way it was and sent it off to you.
So we've got 35% of certified free cash for capital, 30% for stabilization, 10% OPED at least, and no more than 25% for one-time expenses.
Right.
That's what's,
I never heard
So-
back.
it's basically what we've been following, isn't it?
Right, but from a accountant point of view, this doesn't make any sense. 35 plus 30 plus 10 plus 35 gives you 100%. Fiscal conditions may affect the implementation of this policy. The allocations stated in this policy do not mean that additional funds cannot be allocated to the stabilization fund. Well, you've already accounted for 100% of free
Yeah.
cash. What additional funds are you putting in there?
Right.
No, but you can take it from the free cash.
Yeah. No, and actually,
No.
I read it a little differently, because that last line, it says no more than 25% of certified free cash will be used for one-time expenses. So let's just say in any particular year, the select board could decide to use 45% towards the capital budget, 30% towards the stabilization fund, 10% toward OPEB, and then 15% for one-time purchases.
Because you've got at least and then a no more than 25% for the last one.
Yeah, or
And it
like I
would, if that would qualify for the use of, one-time expense
Yeah.
into the stabilization. No.
And we know there's none of those three categories we would like to put more into than what they currently state, which drops to 25% of one-time expenses. I mean, whether it's capital, whether it's stabilization fund, probably the one that, is behind and we know we should be putting more into it is OPEB, but, like I say, the way it's stated, that's supposed to put any less than 35, 30, or 10, but doesn't mean
You couldn't
the
put a
select
little
board
bit more.
can't put more of a percentage
At
into
least,
those three.
yeah.
Like I say,
Sure.
but it just means that the one-time expenses,
Yeah.
the percentage that's available drops on that.
Right.
Okay, no, I think that makes sense, yeah. So just those couple minor changes there, nothing much. All right. Next one, just keeping on moving here, procedures for dog hearings. And this would hopefully coincide with our,
Okay.
That's not on the that's not on the list
That's
here, is
not
it?
on the top list.
it's not on the top list, okay? Shall we bypass it and come back to it?
Can we go back to free cash?
Yep, free cash, come back.
And I know that this is a balancing act because we're two elected bodies between this board and the treasurer's office. But once this money goes in there, I would think the intent is to invest it. And as we heard today from our auditors, we don't have an investment policy, and only the treasurer can create an investment policy and put it into place. Should we add a paragraph in there that says, okay, now this money's in there, what do you do with it? I mean, there should be some sort of investment policy, and I also noticed, and I was going to email, but last year, we got a year-end statement from Bartholomew about all the accounts. This year, we haven't gotten it. I suspect I know why, because of what's happening in the other communities. It's a very negative report. But,
I've got the booklet in my office, I just don't have an electronic copy.
okay.
But does an investment policy, well, it would apply to this, but does it belong under free?
I'm assuming that's where these monies are deposited, is with Bartholomew. If they're working on the OPEB trust agreement, they must have the money.
The OPEB is, I don't believe the others are.
I don't think the others are either.
So, let's go down this road a little bit. Where do you believe the money is being housed? In a checking account, savings account? At a local financial institute?
Well, where does?
I'll have to find out.
Does the money go to the capital committee? And where do they keep it when they talk about capital budget?
Capital committee never sees where it actually sits. We just get a number on the balance sheet.
I
And
see.
that's where I'm saying,
Okay.
we need a mechanism to force the creation of an investment policy that then ties another elected official's hands to actually do something with the money.
I got you.
Is this the place to add the sentence about, we're setting aside this money because we want it to grow? Do we just add a paragraph down the bottom that says, you know, that the treasurer is acted under MGL, boom, 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 to put forward an investment policy to be approved? Because once we have the policy in place, then we can do the check and balance to make sure
Yeah.
something's happening to it.
I mean, you could do that, or you could bring forward a investment policy.
That's
for
what I'm
approval.
thinking.
I
But we're
I
not,
don't think it's the Board of Selectmen's jurisdiction to do that, though. I mean, yes, we could draft it, and we could give it to them, but it's up to that individual elected to do whatever they want with it.
but that's not specifying investment of these funds.
Well, then a sentence that says the treasurer collector will bring forward a investment policy has the same bite, John.
All right, well, you know what, let's just leave it in a money market account doing nothing, and we'll be fine with it, because we know, based on our financial statements last year, under earnings and interest, with the money that's not being invested, it was zero. So, today's market, even Easthampton Savings Bank in a money market account, you can get 3%.
Well, 4% on CDs now.
Well, that's a CD, but remember, general fund money, although this isn't general fund, you
Yeah.
have to be under 365.
Right.
These could be over, but zero is what's on that sheet. And we're talking about 2.5% override.
Do we not have, don't we have a bylaw about free
Very
cash?
good point.
I'm just trying to look in my bylaw. Don't we have a bylaw on free cash policy?
It's probably very similar to this.
I'm wondering.
I don't think we have a
remember seeing
bylaw
one. I don't
on
remember
free
seeing a
cash,
bylaw.
just the policy.
Just the policy?
I don't,
I can't find it. I wanted it.
I'd have to go look at the,
So,
Look at the
what are we saying? Shall we look at maybe adding a sentence here? I mean, it seems like
I'm just not sure whether it's add a sentence or develop an investment policy. That should apply to other accounts besides how free cash is.
I'm happy if the town administrator thinks that is a toothless addition to add here, I'll accept that. But I think we need to do something to
Something.
encourage the counterparts in this town hall to put the money to work
Yeah.
somewhere, even if it's as little as a money market account and not an offsetting account because they get credits for their expenses.
Have you seen that elsewhere, Ed? I mean, do you know what's happened in other places that you've been?
I can see if I could find investment policies from other communities.
All right.
Bartholomew has it. I mean, they do.
Yeah.
Most of the ones that handle the municipal money. And I don't think they're in West Springfield anymore. They exited. But-
Yeah.
How
Yeah, no,
about,
And she's worked, right, isn't she the mentor, the CFO of West Springfield's the mentor to Bradley?
okay. Then how about if I suggest then that we don't quote-unquote approve the free cash one? We put this aside until we get that information, then if we decide to add it, we do, and if we don't, we move it forward on the next round.
okay.
Because if we do want to decide to add something, then we need to have that language for us. So let's not technically move forward on the free cash until we know that more, okay? All right, dog hearing, sorry, you got in our package, but it wasn't on the agenda, so can we push that off until the next meeting? Just in the interest of time here, guys,
Yeah,
we're
I
just trying to
think,
get
yeah,
through things.
yep.
We will come back to it, I promise. 3 more to go that we had on the agenda, I believe.
Meal reimbursement.
Meal reimbursement, this is the one that I had presented to you guys last time, and the paragraph up top, the policy statement in bold, was all pretty much brand-new stuff. 2 changes that I made, I believe, based on our comments last time, was I added in the word meeting, so it's to attend a conference, training, meeting, or similar event. So then the allowance is for a 1-day conference, training, meeting, /training meeting, et cetera. And then the amounts, I think we were generally okay with the amounts. Breakfast amount for an overnight for 12, lunches at 18, and dinner at 30. Not reimbursing for alcoholic beverages,
Can I
obviously.
go back to the amounts?
Yes.
What did we find in the personnel policies? Did they actually spell out the amounts?
I believe they did, and they were a total of $10 less, so it was
Yeah,
10, 15, and 25, I'm pretty
okay.
sure.
Ideally, they should be in sync.
Yeah. So the personnel policy,
We can take this
Handle
and
this.
modify it.
yeah, different, yeah. And then the one thing I did, the reimbursement process, we talked a little bit about the time frame. So I don't know if within the 30 days of return from conference /training /meeting is okay. That's
Yeah.
a little bit longer than what I had had originally. Is that enough time for people to get their credit card statement or whatever and turn in their,
Should be plenty of time.
without, I think the interest is to try and
Good with the third, I mean, that's,
get it in.
you want to go 45 and split the difference?
Yeah, 45 is
To
fine.
allow a
45?
statement cycle?
All right, let's do 45 days. Okay.
Yeah,
So
but if
that,
you're asking for original itemized receipts, then.
Well, that's what, so we actually,
so on
the town
on the credit card
administrator and
issue,
I
right?
conducted an experiment.
Yeah, you weren't
and
here for this
I
one.
sent, so when I use my credit card, my slip comes back with my name on it and the last 6 digits of my credit card.
On the receipt,
And the
right.
town administrator argued with me that that was incorrect. So the next night, when I went out to dinner, I took a picture and I sent it to him. Well, I must have gone to a more fancier restaurant, because town administrator was at a different restaurant. He took a picture of his receipt, and his name was missing from his.
Oh,
His
really?
argument was, you need to prove that that's really your credit card.
So the statement.
Yeah,
So you got to have the statement to
you
show
gotta
the
have the
check.
statement itself,
You have to have the statement.
Yeah,
with
yeah,
the
just where
this
itemized
comes from.
receipt.
not just the receipt.
That basically,
Oh, my
yes, that the
God.
person in front of you didn't leave their receipt and you
I
picked
hear
it up
you.
and you're trying to
I-
claim
I-
it.
I-
And then if you really want to laugh, the conversation went further as John told me, he goes,
You
well,
need
you
a
need to
better
upgrade
credit
your credit card. And you know me, I'm not going to let that stand. So I goes, no, yours isn't cybersecurity proof because it's got your name and more digits on it.
There you go.
So 45 days
So
would
45
help
days
with that,
is the
too.
change on that one. We'll make that change. Is anything else there that anybody saw that seems
No.
oddball? All right, and I think that,
Looks
the big
fine.
thing was to, get pre-approved written authorization from their supervisor, so the
Right.
supervisor knows what's happening, that they're gone for the day or whatever, for a conference or whatever, so, okay. All right, hearings before the select board. Just a couple things in bold that you'll see here, so, added here, notice of a hearing given to the applicant and to the public, and I just put via newspaper or other customary media. Notice of public hearings must also be posted outside the town clerk's office. Changed all those Board of Selectmen to Select Board everywhere. And then the introduction of the applicant and the proposed plan or project. This one was a little bit strange here. So the chair will introduce the applicant, and the applicant will state his or her name and address for the record, then describe the proposal to the board and the public. All speakers shall sign in with their name and address, and further their position as in favor or in opposition. I don't see the purpose of that, so I'm proposing we just admit that
Yeah, I agree.
sentence altogether. So they will sign in with their name and address, period, just like people would do for meetings we have here sometimes. Under 4,
Well, just
Yep.
on that, I mean,
yep,
depending on what type of hearing it is, I could see value in that, much like the town meeting. Who wants to speak in favor of this? Is there a counterpoint to be
right, but
heard?
they would get, but that's kind of covered when you look at the 5 and 6. the steps, public participation in favor, 6, public participation in opposition. So
Okay.
that happens.
All
So
right.
what's the value of them signing in and saying, yep, I'm for it, or
Declaring
I'm
their
not
side
against, I'm against it?
Well, the only
The
advantage.
record that we need to worry about? No?
The only advantage to that is, let's say for some reason there is a very contentious hearing, and whether you have, I don't know, 60 people sign up in favor and 20 against, but you're calling for, and that's the way you're calling for them, do you want to limit the time so you get to hear from both sides pretty evenly? Or maybe you got 60 people and 30 want to go in favor and 30 are signed up in opposition, but you still got enough people, you look at it and go, well, we usually give people, whether it's 5 minutes or 2 minutes, this is still going to be extremely long. Do we want to limit it and say, okay, we're going to give you each a minute or what have you, because we don't want to go over 2 hours. That's the only advantages I see.
Then I would say, if we agree that that should happen, is all speakers shall sign in with name and address and may state their position as in favor or opposition. Because, in town meeting, a lot of the times, I might want to speak to something, but I don't like sometimes being, identified as either for or against.
Okay. So maybe, name and address, and may state their position as in favor or in opposition?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I don't have a problem with that. All right, good. And then the number 4, this is the same kind of thing. Any disagreement with answers is restricted to public participation in favor or in opposition. So that's if you disagree with how somebody's answered something, you can only disagree when it comes to that public participation in favor step, or, so 5 and 6. So what I was suggesting was to change that to any disagreement with answers follows the process in section 6. Because it's here, any disagreement with answers, is it in section 6 or is it in section 5 and 6 maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Yeah, I agree with you, Chris.
In section 5 and 6, sorry. 5 and 6, okay,
Yeah.
yeah. It just seemed kind of weird.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know, the English was quacko to me.
Yeah.
And I think that's all I had on that. There's nothing else. Sorry, yep,
What about number 7?
number 7, sorry. Written communications, okay, yep.
You don't have a way out of reading it into the record if it's inappropriate. The chair doesn't have any discretion. It just says the chair will have any written communications received from the public read into the record at that time.
Yeah,
So what if you get a completely profanity-laced communication? You're going to sit there and read that into the record?
yeah,
And then if you put something in like if appropriate, then.
Yeah, that's a judgment.
You're
And
judging
that's
something.
subjective, yeah.
Yep.
So could we say that written communications will be, the chair will ensure are made part of the record?
Can you say that again?
That the chair will ensure they're made part of the record. We received like during COVID on the school
Yeah.
committee, we would get like 13 letters of support.
Yeah.
In general, all supporting going this way. I would acknowledge the authors and say there are 13, here they are. In general, they're in support, they're part of the record. Anybody that wants to request a copy can get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
that's
so the
better.
chair will ensure any written communication received from the public is,
Made part of the record. So you would say, I have 6 letters written by such, 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 such. I'm making them part of the record.
Okay,
And then
Good suggestion,
if
John.
people
Thank
want to
you.
get a copy of it, they can.
yeah,
yep,
okay.
I think that's good, yeah,
That's a
good
good idea.
clarification there. Yep, thank you, yep.
I feel like this is from experience of receiving letters.
Yeah, was she from experience there?
I'm not sure at the school committee level we have this policy, but it would have been useful.
Well, I just read an article about a principal that resigned after getting 40 voicemails with every kind of terrible words you can imagine during the whole mask mandate.
Really?
It was, yeah, it sounded like she was an incredible principal. Had just won like principal of the year and quit midterm because of fear of her own safety.
Wow.
Crazy. Just one question. I think I must have added this just on number 9. I put in here, so once this public input is received, to deliberate, blah, blah. Board may wish to begin deliberations immediately, or not put in, or vote to continue the hearing to a date, isn't it? Vote to? You wouldn't just continue it.
When I wish to begin.
Wouldn't you vote to
Yeah,
continue
it
it?
would have to be a
We have
motion.
to vote to.
Okay, so that's correct.
Yep.
Okay, I added that. Good.
Do you
We just
want
did
to,
that.
do you want to say you would
Telephone
continue the
hearings.
hearing within so many days?
Um,
Like within 30 days,
And-
if you're continuing the
Paul,
hearing?
don't forget, we
within
just did that with the
15?
whole telephone poll thing. We
Right,
delayed it more than 30 days, I
Right,
think,
yeah.
3 meetings.
Well, that wasn't
yeah, for
because
the,
of us, it was because.
it was because of them,
people didn't
right,
go
Still a
out.
public
We still
hearing.
had to do
Yeah.
it.
But we did it in, 14-day increments?
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just the way it worked out in time here.
Right.
Well, it does say we'd have to pick a date, certain.
You have to
Yeah.
pick a date, but I'm just saying, within what parameter?
Yeah.
And then I'm going to regress and go back to number 1.
Okay. Oh, wait, let's finish that first. Do we want to add anything there about
Sure.
deliberations immediately, or vote to continue the hearing?
The date and times specific in the
Specific.
future,
I don't,
not to be unreasonably delayed.
Yeah.
Okay, something like that.
yeah, but then what's reasonable and what's what's not? I think it's
I
fine the
mean,
way
I
it is.
think delaying something 6 months, that should be addressed within.
That's
the-
unreasonable.
Yeah, that's
That's
unreasonable.
48 hours to comply with open meeting.
Not to exceed 45 days or something like that, or?
Yeah.
I think it's fine to leave it
Huh?
reasonable versus unreasonable.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
I think it's fine to leave it as unreasonable.
Not to be unreasonably.
Yeah. We've already used it in some
To
of
be
our
unreasonably
bylaws.
delayed. Okay. All right. Yes, Ed, back to your question.
In number 1 on the 3rd line, in the second half of the 3rd line, and in no case will less than 48 hours, would you please add the word be? Will be less?
I see.
And in no case,
That's
yep.
for the,
yeah, right.
that's for
Thank
the
you.
notice.
Will be less than 48 hours. Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay.
You're welcome.
Those changes, good, all right. And then, buy recycled, Joy. I have one of these in my package, but I think you had 2 versions, so I think I didn't have the second one with me, or maybe we got that online first, and then you added a second version, did you?
I just had this one that I sent.
And one other thing in this, and, I mean, just to consider, where you've got like, the final act of the board will be a call for a vote, or in places where you've got immediately or vote to continue. Technically, you can't just do that. You actually do need a motion and second.
Oh. The board may wish to begin deliberations immediately, so we need a motion there? Is that what you're saying?
Well, any place you just get to, I'm thinking, in like a 9 where it just says the board may wish to begin deliberations immediately or vote to continue.
Uh-huh.
And in number 10, the final act by the board will be a call for a vote.
Uh-huh.
I don't know, if you just add procedurally correct or, following a motion and a second or something like that.
Okay. Following a motion and okay. Okay, I can tidy that up a little bit.
And we're on the buy recycled?
Yeah, we're on the buy recycle, so, okay, maybe we only have one then? I thought we had 2. We have 1? Okay, never
This
mind.
one,
Yeah,
right?
well, yeah, because it was the last one you sent that I put in the
package.
the packet and left it with the 2 options that
Oh, yeah.
you had brought out, rather than crossing one out or whatever and bring it forward. I
Well,
Okay,
you walk
yeah.
us through
thought
it.
it was
Okay,
best
walk
to
us
let
through it.
the select board decide which of those two options they like.
Gotcha.
pretty easy. This is the buy recycled bylaw. It is all the same from the 2016 revision. It doesn't look like it because I had to type in from the 1998 revision. The only changes made were definitions. And I added definitions, and then the last part, option 1 is if the cost of the recycled paper product does not exceed the cost of the virgin equivalent by more than 5%, then the offices should purchase a recycled product, or any deviation from these purchasing standards must be approved by the town administrator, and just giving the option of not procuring the recycled content if it's more expensive than the unrecycled product. So I just wanted to bring both of those options forth to the board and to the town administrator to see which one was preferred.
So basically, the language, pretty much all the definitions are the same. This 30% is kind of the standard, right? Shall be
Yes.
no less than 30%.
Yeah, everything's the
Post-consumer
same.
recycled materials.
As the 2016 version, I just didn't have the Word version of the 2016.
Okay, no, that's fine. Double-sided copies, energy-efficient office equipment, all that kind of stuff. Recycled product should be ordered by the departments or considered by the departments. And then there should be there is a required report back to the state, Ed, apparently, from the town in terms of how well we've been doing in terms of purchasing recycled products to meet the recycling goals of the Commonwealth. There's some sort of report for that, apparently.
I have never filed one.
No, I think it's to the department. Each department shall report their purchases of recycled products to the town administrator.
Oh, just to you?
Yeah.
So nothing else goes?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No,
I was
not
going
the
to say,
state, no.
who's reading those kind of things? Okay. Got it. So your big question is down on I.
Yes.
So if the recycled paper product does not exceed the cost of virgin equivalent by more than 5%, then the offices should purchase recycled product, or any deviation from purchasing standards must be approved by the town administrator. Decision not to procure recycled content, printing and writing paper meeting these standards shall be based solely on a determination that items are not available within a reasonable time period, or the items fail to meet reasonable performance standards, or are only available at an unreasonable price.
So I like all of it. I think it should all be in there.
I like them.
But I think it should be, I think it should be, little I. Any deviation from these purchase standards must be approved by the town administrator. The decision not to procure recycled content, printing and writing paper, meeting these standards shall be based solely on a determination that the items are not, semicolon, insert a little bullet point,
Yeah.
available within a reasonable period of time.
Yeah.
Time period. The items fail to meet the reasonable performance standards, are only available at an unreasonable price to be defined as exceeding 5% of the equivalent.
Like it.
You know what I mean?
Okay, so you want
Yeah,
to make
it
those,
was-
Okay,
it
so
was
combine the
those
two.
bullet points rather
Yeah,
than
we
just
Okay.
stronger.
Yeah, it's like
Yep.
this,
Easier
this,
to
or
read.
this,
Yeah,
and because you say an unreasonable price, that,
yeah.
could mean two different things.
Yeah,
Here's the definition of what that means.
exactly.
So unreasonable price to be defined as
More than 5%.
more than.
Virgin equivalent by more than 5%.
More than 5%. Very good, yeah. Joey, does that sound good to you?
Sure, I might have to ask for clarification when it's not 10:30 at night later tomorrow. I can do this.
Yeah, so it's basically putting those 3
Yeah.
points into bullets, and then you're pretty much taking a piece of the I that was up there.
Yep, and then
Um,
adding it as one of the
Yeah,
bullet
and
points
just
down.
make it
Yep.
an unreasonable print,
I can do that.
unreasonable price to be defined as more than 5% virgin equivalent. Okay, good. Anything else there?
We have executive session?
Yes.
Huh? Yeah. Keep trying. Okay, so we've made some progress here, so this is good. I'm glad we're at least getting through these. They've been 7 or 8 years since they've been talked about, 7 years maybe.
Is there anything with the new copy machine that, is it defaulted to two-sided copying, or is there anything that will help what we just read?
We probably need to have another mini policy from Ed or something about using two-sided copies, or, I mean, people sort of know it, but are they doing it, I guess is the question, right?
No,
You can set the machine, I mean, ours at home is set to
Yeah,
two-sided.
You can, well,
But it has to be on your
right now the
computer.
default is one-sided, but you can pick whether it's, two-sided to two-sided, one-sided to two-sided.
Yeah.
Why are these pending?
Just so we don't lose them, because we don't have them all in, we don't have the
The
drafts
first
in for
read.
everybody. I just picked a section of them to work on tonight, because I didn't want to go through 15
Okay,
of
because
them.
I already submitted that, I just wanted to make
That's the
sure
dog
we
one that
didn't
we
get it,
have,
yeah.
but it was in the package, but we didn't have it up here. 'cause-
I see.
So we should add it to pending, dog hearing?
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
so
good.
dog hearing is down there. It's
I'm
in
fine.
pending.
I'm fine.
Francine got ahead of us and sent it in, so it got into the package, but it was actually on our pending list, so.
Okay.
No, it's
fine.
already,
So it's already there. So the
I'm
ones,
not gonna have anything to send in for alcohol hours policy or special municipal employee designation. I'm just gonna send in what
just, you
what
know,
already has.
put up
Okay,
any
all
new
right.
date or whatever else, and that's
Okay.
it, yeah. Okay, so those will be the next ones.
Okay,
We'll
fine.
tackle them next time. There's just too many to deal in one meeting.
Are
Francine.
we,
I was
are
trying
we
to divide it up.
voting on any of these?
I was just trying to divide it up, sorry.
Are we voting on any of these? Or are we gonna do it
Do
all
we actually
together
need
once
to-
we?
What do we need to do?
Well, you will, but again, technically
Have to be
by.
posted for 10 days.
Yeah.
You're exactly.
So I think I would ask that everybody who was in charge of these ones we just talked about tonight, make the changes, get them to Ed. Once you've got them all,
I'll
you're
get them
gonna,
on the
And that'll be
website,
the
on
version that we vote on.
bulletin board.
right,
Yeah.
okay? And they're highly under consideration, temporarily almost approved. I don't know what they are, but yeah. But we'll wait, I think, until we get the whole bunch. But they need to go through that 10-day, 2-week process anyway, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, so let's move on to something new, and we will, I really do think we will,
Something good.
goodness, all right. Assistant Town Accountant update. Ed, please, give us some news.
Yes, Bradley and I do have a candidate we would like to bring forward and hire
Please.
for the Assistant Town Accountant position. Originally, I thought we'd be just be giving this, as I had sent the actual PCF outline to the PPB today. However, John informed me that we aren't changing the grade and the wage would be less than the previous assistant town accountant was making, so the PPPB has given the chair the ability to just sign that and approve that within those parameters. So rather than waiting for a PPB meeting a little later under any other business, I will actually bring forward, if the select board is willing, a PCF for Denise Carver to be hired as the assistant town accountant for 20 hours per week at an hourly rate of $18.39. So after a long, tedious process, we've come
When
to
does
an
she start?
And this is somebody who's a resident of town, which is even great, so we don't have to worry about commuting and so forth.
Yes.
Does it have a start date?
Well, I didn't because of the fact that I didn't know if the PPB would actually be able to.
There's no date in here.
Right, that's what he said.
For the next select board meeting, I was originally going to put in, hopefully, February 15th, but in this particular case, if it actually gets approved tonight, whether Bradley wants to bring her in like Thursday and start her, otherwise I can use the start date of next Monday.
This Thursday?
If she's willing and available, if, like I say, if not, we'll try to get her in here for next month.
I would love to.
I was actually apologizing to her at the meeting that we were making her the offer and said, I told her, I said, it's somewhat of a slow process to get the paperwork approved. I said, it's going to be at least 2 weeks, it might be 3. So I know she would be thrilled to start sooner rather than later.
So she accepted, obviously.
So would it be Monday
Great.
through Thursday, like 9 to 2 or something?
Basically, I mean, the set hours, yes, it's Monday through Thursday.
Yay.
I will say the hours we have proposed is 9 to 2. We have told her that as long as it's basically 5 hours a day, that, if she wanted to request 8:30 to 1:30, or if it came to a point that, 11 to 4 would work better for her and her children's schedule, that, we are willing to work within those parameters.
Great.
Chris?
Yeah, John.
I mean, since we've had the whole speech, can I make a motion to approve the PCF to appoint Denise Carver of Southampton to the position of Assistant Town Accountant, 20 hours a week with a grade 3, step 2, hourly rate of $18.39
Second,
to start as soon as possible.
second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Nobody opposed, I take it. And it looks like I might have the original here, or not?
Probably.
That looks like an original signature. Did I need to sign?
No, actually, these are all copies.
No, it looked like it. Maybe not.
Say, I've got,
Well, you can,
here's the original.
okay.
I think she actually lives a couple houses up from John.
I just checked the house.
Oh,
to make
it was
sure
a
I knew
copy,
what it was. Yeah.
Okay.
It's over on the Westfield ambulance run.
It's not by precinct 1 or 2, it's Westfield or Easthampton.
Well, it was interesting for me because I was actually looking for some information in the street listing, and I'm used to it, College Highway being one side is precinct 1, the other side is precinct 2. I forgot after we get to
Brickyard?
Brickyard that at that point it actually becomes both sides. So it took me a while to find it in the street listing. Thank you all very much.
Yeah, well,
Bradley and I are thrilled.
great. Well, I'm glad we finally, over time, you've had like 5 or 6 candidates that you interviewed, right? I think so. We actually had some people finally.
Yes.
It's great that we have somebody who's willing. We're all excited, and I'm sure Bradley is too. So great. We will look forward to meeting her. All right, next on the agenda, revenue and expense reports. Anybody have
I
any?
just have one
What?
question. I mean,
Yep.
I have the numbers and all that, Ed, but I know the header says this is as of January of '27. So does that mean that what Tanya alluded to earlier with the reconciliations and all that is done up until somewhere in January? Or at least December?
For the expense or?
Both sides, the receipts and
the expense.
because we're looking at rev in
Yeah,
expense.
whether it's for payroll or for vendor warrants, they're posted and paid on a Thursday, so it always runs through that Thursday.
That's Thursday, okay.
Now, I thought Bradley had said that the
Revenue was through.
revenue was through
November, I
the
think.
end of November.
Okay.
So let me just look at that and see if it
Yeah, it is. So
shows a
we're-
different date on it.
We're basically almost a 2-month lag is what we're talking, December and January, right, between expense and revenue?
You're right, revenue's dated November 30th.
11/30 on the revenue, and
Yes, revenue is through
All
11.
right, so I should interpret that to mean that he has reconciled the month of November. He's completed that process,
It's-
and that's why,
No, it's, yes, because they won't post, you're correct, because they don't actually post it until he has
okay.
checked that reconciled.
So in theory, actually, we're only 1 month behind because you can't close
you
January
can't,
until.
you can't post January
till
yet
tomorrow.
anyway, right.
All right,
Okay, now
Good.
that's encouraging, yep. Anybody see anything that looked abnormal? Most things looked like they're right around the 50%, 50 to 60%
Yeah.
time, which is seemingly where we should be at this point in the year. Nothing really popped out at me at
No, I
this
didn't
point
see
in time. I think one that looked maybe approaching maybe a little bit high was on the, that was the only one I saw, was the library utilities was around almost 77%.
Yeah.
So I wasn't sure what was going on there, but I just wanted them to be aware of it, so they,
They are. Joanna's very worried about it. So.
Okay.
But, part of that is the increased energy costs for
yeah,
the year. But she is very aware of it.
okay. All right, if nobody has any other thoughts, or we take a minute, go ahead.
When I look at the items that are overspent,
Sorry?
I'm sorry. When I look at the items in the expense report that are overspent, and whether it's timing or whatever, and then I look at the revenue to see if, in fact, the revenue has come in, even though there's no revenue listed other than what is actually received, I can't make it work. So I don't know if we're having difficulty or it's just.
Which ones are you looking at, the school,
I'm
or what are you looking at?
I'm looking at the COA van.
Sorry, COA?
COA van.
Yeah,
In the expense
transportation.
report under revolving fund, in the expense report, we spent, is that the one? No, I'm sorry. No, it's not the van, I'm sorry. It's slightly over, but we don't, the revenue is 7,000. No, I'm sorry, I was looking at the line below, and I know that's a timing issue outside police detail, is timing. That is so far over.
That's a timing one for sure.
That's a timing issue, that I know. So it's not the van, sorry.
I mean, definitely, we know that there's, lag time in terms of when we get some of these
Yes.
funds in from the state. I
Yes.
mean, no doubt about that.
No, that's close, we're fine.
It's okay?
Yep,
All right,
sorry about that.
okay. All right, let's jump into now our Public Safety Building Committee Feasibility Study RFQ. And then we have the RFQ that was the old RFQ, plus you handed out a one-pager tonight.
Yes.
Which should say
I use
public
this-
safety up
yes,
top.
and yes.
Yeah, I know, I noticed
I
that.
used yesterday's public safety and didn't notice it until a while
Yeah.
ago. So the second RFQ went out
So the header here is
for the Public Safety
Public Safety.
Feasibility Committee.
Yes.
We did
Okay, I
not
saw that
receive
page.
any responses back. However, we did have a vendor that was kind enough to call me up and reach out and give me some pointers. And the first one was a little bit of culture shock. So this particular vendor actually took the time to cost out the different tasks that were in that second RFQ, which was the same as the first, actually. And came up with
Dollar-wise.
came up with a ballpark figure of actually being around $200,000 required. Now, we had put it out with a fee not to exceed $75,000. So with that much discrepancy, I can now understand why no one has responded to 2 rounds of RFQ. And that vendor went further and said, and offered some ideas that they had expressed that they thought might bring down the cost in the RFQ, which are listed below. And I thought reducing the number of sites under consideration. There are a lot of civil and site design fees associated with researching the feasibility of so many sites, especially if one is being donated. Or alternatively, cover the 21E reports yourself by hiring your own consultant through the town. Those reports are typically done by specialty environmental consultants.
The 20-year projected operating cost is difficult to do, as discussed. If you were to cut that down to 1 year and specify only mechanical, electrical, plumbing costs, then it's less of a risk for the respondents. There are also a lot of meetings involved in the process. If the committee feels that those meeting requirements need to stay, but there is a lot of fee eaten up by those meetings that could be spent compiling information and designing. The particular vendor was unsure when model was mentioned, whether it was a physical model or a digital model. A physical model will cost more money to put together. A digital model will be produced by most design firms throughout the process of putting that schematic design together. For their 2 cents worth, they said it's worth keeping the schematic design element in the RFQ with all the variables involved. To have schematic design in there, they think is valuable. And then one thing I was going to recommend, even before these comments were made, was that and we also did make some of these changes, was that when we put this out again, that rather than to say fee not to exceed X amount of dollars, to put it out as the fee to be negotiated.
So I had actually taken the RFQ after the meeting yesterday with the various discussions, and if you can see in the hard copy, the places, the dates haven't been updated yet.
Which I will do.
Ed's going to take care of that. But we reduced it to 1 town-owned property and 3 privately owned properties. So we reduced it by 1. We also made a note that in addition, the town has engaged a firm to conduct a senior center building feasibility study, and data, both environmental, engineering, wetlands, et cetera, will be available for review for all 4 sites. So hoping that they will be able to access that information as well as the previous feasibility study that was done in 2015, which is up on our website, which we had already referenced. And then we went on to consistently mentioned, as noted, current data exists for all 4 sites. We specified digital model. We only asked for the annual cost to operate the new building facility as opposed to a 20-year projection. And we mentioned that the meetings, there would be a remote option. And we also mentioned that the fee was negotiable, so that we can still evaluate the quality of the proposal and identify a firm without having it be low bid. It can be based on proposed fee relative to the quality of the proposal. So I think that's pretty much it. Those are the main things that we decided to amend, to bring down the extra charges, but also then change it to be negotiable. Keep in mind, the Senior Center Feasibility Committee is being done at $60,000, but obviously, public safety is a lot more complicated.
So on page 2, where you've got the project fee shall be negotiated, that's new language in there? Or was that the old language anyway? That's new, but the dates didn't change, is what you're saying?
Yeah, Ed's going to update the dates.
Right.
But yes, now we specify that it's going to be negotiated.
Okay. So is the December 12th, 23 date?
None of the dates,
Other
are these
dates
are all,
have been updated as of
Okay.
yet.
because first step is to have the select board
Got it.
approve it, and then it would be a matter of when, when it's available and so forth.
Yep.
We had built a, shall we say, a much looser timeline the last time around, so I really don't. Other than the publication dates, like the Central Register and stuff, which you have to hit certain deadlines, but the end dates, I don't see changing by probably more than 3 to 4 weeks at the most, because we had a fairly loose timeline to begin with.
Will this be the second time this is going out, or the third?
Third.
I make a motion to approve the new public safety complex as amended, 3rd version, to be released, once the dates are updated.
Complex, yeah, the RFQ.
Yep.
Or RF, what is it? Yeah, RFQ.
RFQ.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Just a question on Section 8. You've got give up to 3 presentations, including at town meeting, and also a minimum of 5 meetings, isn't that?
Yeah, that's actually, I mean, the other firm has already done at least that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because, right now they're doing, Abacus did a, presentation at the senior center, they're doing one on March 1st, and then they'll probably present at town meeting if need be, and then they're meeting with this committee every 2 weeks.
Okay,
Right.
So I think specifying remote will help.
okay, all right. All right, so we have a motion by John and a second by?
Joy.
Joy. All right, any other discussion? If not, all those in favor of approving the amended RFQ for the public safety complex?
Aye.
Aye. All right, no opposed?
Thank you.
All right, motion passes. So we'll let you make those final changes and get it back out. And again, this would be out for what, a 3-week time frame, Ed, or what? How long?
Not for something like this, it'll be out for 4 weeks.
4 weeks.
And it, like I say, combis, it goes up the same day I put it in. The legal ad in the Gazette is only a 3-day notification. The longest one is the Central Register, which, if I remember my deadline's correct, if it's in by Wednesday at noon, I think it is published the following Wednesday.
Okay. All right. Okay, let's keep on moving here. We're into the ARPA land, which, a couple things here. You've got quarterly reports, and I just want to note that we have in your package somewhere here, you've got not only the application tracker, which Judy's keeping. We've modified it a little bit, and we've cut off and just had it so that you see the actual award letter has gone out to those that have been approved. So that's kind of the application tracker. We've had a total of 37 so far applications, of which 2 we have not chosen to approve at this point in time, and 2 pending. There's also the quarterly report tracker, which is a new form this time. And you'll note for January 31st column there, we basically have everybody reporting in. So that's good news. Glad to hear it. It took a little bit of reminding people, but people at least tried to put in something for a report, and I think that's going to be helpful for us. The one thing that's new that didn't show up so easily in your package, but I did forward it out to you all separately as an Excel document. When it got copied in the package, it became a PDF, which isn't terribly useful. So Bradley has put together a great tracking spreadsheet for the expenditures under ARPA, and it's got 4 tabs: a summary, ARPA expense, and ARPA premium, and ARPA wages, and then a PO balance. So that's what I was particularly interested in myself, was to figure out, okay, we've got all these things that we've approved, but are people drawing down on them, and how much is left, and how are we going to know whether people are running short? So I think for me, this PO balance one was really important, and so I wanted you to be able to see that. And out of what I had seen here, I saw 2 things that I went back and questioned. One, I had brought it to Rennie's attention that on the ARPA quarterly report, the Public Safety Building Committee had put down that they had received $80,000 from us. In reality, it was 75, so I'm sure that was just a typo.
He's a new chair. Yeah,
exactly.
I passed that along to him.
Yeah, no, understood. And then the other one that I know I questioned was the Old Town Hall one, which is number 15 right now, and Bradley's checking on that. There's an expense under there for $2,940 that definitely isn't for the Old Town Hall. There's been no money spent on that yet. And I think this might belong up to the Hamden Ponds one or somewhere else, so he's checking on that one. But this, I think, will allow us, as we go on, to, just keep a better track on things. And I don't know, I really do like the
That's a good idea.
sort of a simple report. It doesn't give us lots of information, but it's trying to make them accountable, I think, for the funds. And I'm willing to hear any comments, but any reactions to any of these offhand?
I think you've done a fabulous job, and I think that, it's an unusual position for a select board to be in, to be able to have this kind of money to support various departments and community, for that matter. And I think to have this level of accountability has been tremendous. So thank you.
Yeah, well, I think we learned a lot painfully from our CARES experience, and heaven forbid, we didn't want to repeat that. So, you know, I may, you know, you may think I'm a little bit obsessed with tracking charts, but I don't know. I don't know how else to do it, given that none of us will be around whenever this is audited, I'm sure. So I'd rather have something in the files.
These funds have to be expended by 2024, right?
They have to be allocated out by 24, spent by 26.
Okay.
Right.
So we want to make sure we spend it all.
Correct. Yeah, and I don't think that'll be too much of a problem. So with that in mind, where is that chart I had? Goodness, hang on a minute. Because I know somebody's going to ask me. So the question we have is our current
Balance?
balance.
About
which-
300,000?
Yeah, I'll just put just a second here. We are at, okay, so right now we have $296,913 that has not been committed in any shape or form. So we have actually approved $1,400,015,891.95 out of our allocation of $1,844,554. We have on hold, and I've added that into the total here, assuming that they will move forward at some point. I'm not sure that we have information on both of them to even tackle these again tonight. We may postpone them, and I'll come back to that in a minute. But we have both the financial software and the question from our planning board folks about the E360 extra costs for their bylaws. So that, the total of those two proposals is $131,749. Those have been put in that sort of holding pattern, but that has been figured in that bottom line total that you have now of the 296,913, okay?
It has been figured in?
It's in there, so that's
So
with
it's in
them
it? Oh, okay.
subtracted out. And if you will note, Ed had mentioned at our last meeting
Right.
that the classification compensation plan update, we had approved already. This is project number 17. We had approved $32,000 there. Ed had managed to apply for a community compact grant for this purpose, which we've been awarded, correct?
Correct, we've been awarded $24,000.
So technically, we should roll back in. I just wanted to keep it here for the record, but we should roll back in the 32,000 into our total down here. So we are, you know, roughly 320,000-ish, somewhere in that neighborhood, okay?
And I would like to respectfully request the select board to maybe allow $2,000 of those ARPA funds to be reserved in case any additional positions come up to be
Classified.
classified. The average is $500 a position.
Okay.
I already know that the COA would like to reinstitute the administrative assistant, which wasn't listed in that original list of positions. So I'm sure there might be a couple other that may pop up. So if you'd be willing to leave a couple of grand in there just in case we go over.
Right, because
additional.
we'd been told it was, what, 500 a position, wasn't it, or something?
Yeah, they told me the average was 500 a position.
So if we took 30 back rather than 32,
Yeah.
That'd be fantastic if you're
everybody
willing
okay
to
with
do
that idea?
I'm okay.
And if people can just, think about it, we're sending this back out, the public safety RFQ back out. We have a total of 125,000 between the 50,000 from, so we're not sure where it's going to land. Certainly, hopefully with cutting this down, we're not going to be up around the $200,000 range, but it may require an additional 25,000 or
25, 50,000 maybe.
or 50,000, but I'm not going to request encumbering, but I'm hoping that we will, we'll keep it in mind.
We'll be careful of anything more that we have to
Yeah.
deal with. Sure, no, I think that's fine. Do we need a vote to
So,
move
yeah.
that other one back into
Yeah, if I could, I'll make a motion to amend
17?
PO number 23-17, classification compensation employee plan update, formally approved at 32,000, to reduce that encumbrance by 30,000.
Okay. Very good. Could I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Rini second. Any discussion on that? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. None opposed?
Thank you.
That passes. So we will get the chart updated yet again. No problem. All right, so we have two in our package again, the financial software and the E-code bylaws. Ed, are you any further along with any decision? I don't know that you are, right, to do these or not, to approve this money? Are we?
Not for the financial
Not for that, okay.
software. We're still doing our due diligence on
Yeah.
doing references on the 3 financial software
Yeah.
companies.
That's what I thought. And then I'm going to just suggest, and you can throw it out, but I know we approved some other money for planning board for their consultant,
Yes.
which was for a consultant, not for this E360 process, but it's all working on the zoning bylaws. According to their quarterly report, they've only spent a couple $1,000s on, not even, a couple thousand, so there's still plenty of money in there. I was just going to suggest, it looks like on our quarterly report schedule, because we had an extra week this month, we had the school in this month, but already on our first meeting in February, planning board is our first report up for our quarterly reports next meeting. So unless there's any urgency on this, I just kind of like to shove this off to next meeting and deal with it next meeting, once we hear directly from
Okay, that sounds good.
Paul what the deal is with this, because it still is a bit
Yeah.
confusing on
Yeah, that's fine.
the way it's been worded about, they had them in E360, worked on them, and then planning board changed their mind and gave them something new, and it's like, what? I'd just like to hear it from him directly, I think, and if they're going to be up before us on February 7th, unless there's any real urgency, I'd just like to suggest that we move that forward, and also in the interest of our time this evening.
Yep.
Okay, if
I agree
no,
with you, Chris.
no objection, all right. How about, where are we with audit recommendation for new audit contract for the future here? Ed, I'll leave that to you.
I still have to put it on, down on paper of the rating from the responses for the RFP. I will say that I'm very comfortable with Melanson continuing for 3 years, but I will put that into a report form, so.
Need to
select board
formalize
can
it,
see
yeah. Can we have that for the next meeting, you think?
Sure.
Okay. Let's get done with that so we can get them on board already too. We've got FY '22. All right. Any other business that can't wait until our next meeting offhand? Seems like we've covered a lot of business tonight here. Nothing? All right. Under old business, I think we've talked about basically all of those things. John, you know you're in charge of the recruitment process for the fire chief, as we talked about last time, and we'll let you,
I don't know about in charge.
you're going to sort
spearhead
of
it.
lead the charge, let's
Yeah.
put it that way. Okay. And then we talked about Francine and the cannabis thing with Board of Health. We've talked about Ed getting us his self-evaluation. So once we have that self-evaluation, we will proceed with our own evaluations, and hopefully, it might be a short turn around, but if we got those together, I would hope that, Monday-ish, Ed, would be, for you, would be the 6th, so if at all possible, that we could try to at least get me the responses by the 14th, whether we have them ready to discuss at that point, but at least to get me something before the 14th.
I'll have them to you by the 7th.
Yeah, okay. Because I need to average and combine them into one thing and then sit down and meet with you, so we'll see how we go. But let's, once we get the self-evaluation, we'll make that available to select board, and then you all can proceed from there. Okay, and the associate members on PSBC will put up on the agenda for next time. All right, we have one PCF for Jonathan Mallow, probationary firefighter, part-time non-benefited for $15 an hour, I gather. I don't see it in my little package, but I'll believe you. Anybody have it in their packet?
I saw it in the packet, but I think it was earlier on.
I didn't see it.
I remember reading it, because I think it says 15, I was noting that it says 15, so it's a sort of an entry.
Yeah, it's Jonathan Mallow, 1 Halon Way, Southampton, Mass. and I should do this, it's part-time, and they didn't check, but it would be non-benefits eligible.
Yep.
And number of weekly hours as needed. Probationary firefighter, $15 per hour.
All right. Could I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve Jonathan Mallow as probationary firefighter, part-time, non-benefited, $15 an hour.
Second.
Okay, I hear both Joanne and Francine is the second, so pick your
Francine.
choice. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, all right.
So if I could just comment on that. So PPP met last, I don't know when it was Thursday, but there was a longtime employees, former employees wake was that evening. So there was only one member of the board able to meet. So under certain circumstances, the board has met previously and written in the minutes that resignations can just be acted upon. Examples that came up earlier today, if it's same grade and equal to or less and signed off by everybody and there's no impact to the budget, that's really all PPP is doing to the approval process, send that through. In this particular case, this was minimum wage probationary, easy enough to do. There was another request that was before us related to the fire department where they were looking to increase a stipend or an hourly rate for somebody to recognize the time they spend on social media building up the fire department's presence. So I deemed that one controversial and held it until the full board can meet to discuss.
Sounds fair. Good. Thanks for that clarification. Okay. All right. We have one license or permit. Ed?
Yes, we have a request from the Friends of the Library for a one-day beer and wine at the Edwards Library on February 10th, 2023, from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m.
Motion to approve.
Second?
All right. John and Rini, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Hearing no opposition, that is approved. Very good. And we have some warrants. Francine.
A few, okay. Payroll warrant 23-25 for $346,711.14. Payroll deduction 23-25 for $58,571.35. Payroll 23-25A for $13,407.18. Payroll deduction 23-25A for $2,067.37. Payroll deduction 23-25A2 for $177,448.17. Vendor warrant 23-26 for $792,599.75. Vendor warrant 23-26A for $340,000. Payroll warrant 23-27 for $317,496.31. Payroll deduction 23-27 for $52,816.07. And payroll 23-29 for $318,548.48.
Okay. And just to note, some of those,
I thank Rini for covering for me for all of those. Thank you.
and just to note, one of the payrolls was the deduction with the retirement. One of the vendors was the included vocational tuition and
Yes,
transport, and one included the payment for the right-of-way acquisition.
yep.
And a large payout to
A
one of
large
the
payout there.
dispatch employees
Yep. And I'm just, I had something
who
here I just
was
wanted to check.
had resigned
Something.
and taking a lot of vacation pay with her.
Okay, anybody have any questions or anything? All right, if not, very good. No other signatures, I believe, no minutes, nothing new on pending items, so we will have the next select board meetings, regular meetings, February 14th and February 28th. And at this point, we're going to be needing an executive session, so we need to I haven't done one of these in so long. We move into an executive session?
I'll make a motion and move into executive session.
Okay.
Second.
All right, the purpose for the executive session? Executive session pursuant to the provisions of General Law, Chapter 30A, 21-3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, as an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigating position of the public body, and the chair so declares, federal multi-district litigation versus CVS, Walgreens, Walmart, Teva, and Allergen, and executive session pursuant to provisions of GL Chapter 30A, 21A7, to comply with or act under the authority of any general law or special law or federal grant in aid requirements. Executive session minutes, June 14th, 2022, and August 16th, 2022. All right, so with that, we have a motion to adjourn and move into executive session.
Lumber, aye.
Tishman, aye.
Roden, aye.
Piper, aye.
Fowles, aye. All right. We are adjourned at 11:10, and let's take a...
This government meeting is brought to you by Eastworks and our local cable subscribers.